Further down on the timing to the Miami Water Swift Restricted race, it's Henry Hales ahead of Logan Hodgetts, ahead of Louis Wilson. Your 1, 2, 3. Louis Wilson had some good runs, or good run, I should say, for round 1 before the fog did sadly roll in. Trouble on the first lap. No, I think we've still got everybody running out there. There's been a couple of little spins. I think Riley Aston Wilkins had one just in front of us here at Cafe Corner. But at the end of the second lap, Ben Burrs has the advantage over Phoebe Shelton. Harry Parker-Ray in third, Bailey fourth, Doherty fifth. Changes further down the order. Austin Dowell up 2 spots to 7th ahead of Nico Rasolowski and Archie Edgar. Alfie Lovers dropped a little bit down to 10th place, but is still the top novice ahead of Finn Hollis. James Windsor 12th, and then Louis Dawson 13th, and the last of the Hondas. And then still in the Iamis, Henry Hales leading, but there has been a change for second place. Louis Wilson through past Logan Hodgetts in that category. Remember, from all of these heats as well, they all score heat points, which then set the grid for the finals later on today. And it's similarly again, when we have the cadets come out, they will run together through what is termed moderate rain at the moment, but still quite hard for the drivers to navigate their way through. Does look like Ben Bowers is breaking off the front of this pack, and then Phoebe Shelton for the Team 17 outfit still there in second place, but Joshua Bailey doing quite nicely at the moment. Looks to have some good pace there in that number 81 machine. A couple of notices from race control coming in. A warning to Louis Dawson. Louis Dawson in the number 48 has had a problem actually. Yeah, has fallen down to the back of the order in Honda Cadet, unfortunately. And Cian Doherty as well also has had a contact warning, is what I can see on our screen here in the box. 4 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Good steady start for our youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. You can see that change for third confirmed on your screens. Joshua Bailey in the number 81, that brightly day-glow yellow liveried machine, up to third place. Harry Parker-Ray having a tiny look there out of the Stratford hairpin at a potential opportunity to take that position back, but is not quite able to do so on this occasion. Ben Bowers continuing to stretch away though. Due to the wet conditions, you could argue perhaps that the typical affair of the big slipstream round Shenington is the importance of it is reduced a bit. 5-second penalty you can see on the big digital display there. I tell you, it was for the number 94 of Cian Doherty. So Cian, unfortunately, will be dropping down the order if there's anyone within 5 seconds of the number 94 at the end of this race. Looks like some of the Miami Water Swift Restricted drivers have also started to catch the back end of the Hondas. So Henry Hales and Louis Wilson both through to 12th and 13th places respectively. They've got past James Windsor on the road. Just trying to note and see through the spray where Henry is right now on circuit. Reckon they might be just coming out of the Bruno chicane now and down towards the hangar corner. Everybody driving very well here. Bit of a range of experience, especially at this stage of the season. Jennifer Banks doing a good job there, abiding by the blue flags. Arlo Poulter Goody as well there in a good scrap for 22nd place. And a placing in the novices. Out to the Stratford hairpin once again. A couple of other things to note as Sawyer Henderson is up to 5th place. He's gone with Austin Dowell as well, past Cian Doherty. Changes as well. Oh, now we've had a change in the Miami Water Swift Restricted. It looks like Louis Wilson has got through past Henry Hales. I can tell you that one from outside the window, and also just keeping an eye on timing. But yeah, you've had a change there for IME Water Swift Restricted lead, 11th place overall. 1 minute 15 remaining on the clock, so we should have 3 more laps here. 2 on time, and then the +1, the obligatory +1 at the end of things. Joshua Bailey through past Phoebe Shelton. Here is the number 25 of Sawyer Henderson on your screens. That was the battle for 5th place. Louis Dawson there in the number 48. A bit of a Lando Norris Dayglow Yellow tribute livery. You're not going to miss that on a day like today. There's your race leader then, Ben Bowers. Ben is being closed in on here by Joshua Bailey. So this race isn't quite done yet. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, so they will get another one in here before that timer expires. Oh, you see, big puddle that Ben Bowers just went through there. That can be a little bit tricky for the cadets. Can you imagine going through a big puddle on the motorway in your car? Well, it's a similar kind of effect with the cadets. It doesn't take that much water to slow them down. Bailey is closing in here. Having a look now down into the Stratford hairpin. Doesn't need to do anything too rash here. It is a heat after all. 2nd place would do quite nicely at this stage of the day. There's the number 11 on your screen of Riley Aston Wilkins, still on the novice plates there. Hence started towards the rear of the IME Water Swift Restricted field. Here's a chance though for Bailey down the inside. That's very nice overtaking from Joshua Bailey, and good reading of the road with the back marker as well. You can brake quite deep into the hangar corner and into Wilkins. That was a lovely piece of driving from the youngster in the number 81, privateer entry. Always like to see a privateer doing well. We are now on the last lap of the race. I wonder if Ben Bowes has got anything in response. Well, Ben's having a look down the inside into Stratford. That's a nice piece of overtaking as well. Good racing here in the Honda Cadets. Just to note, change in IME Water Swift Restricted again. Henry Hales has got through past Louis Wilson and has now also got one of the Honda Cadets between himself and his closest rival in IME Water Swift Restricted. So plenty of changes for both class leads in the latter stages of this race. Will Ben Bowes cover off the inside line? Yes, Ben will. There may be an opportunity for Joshua Bailey to cut back, but no, that's well-controlled pace off of the corner by Ben Bowes. I think Ben's going to be able to hold on here. It'll be close. It was close. 0.08 of a second. Ben Bowes takes the first heat in Honda Cadet, and we'll wait a few moments to see whether Henry Hales will come over the line in the number 57 machine. I've got to admit, there he is over the line. And indeed, Henry Hales takes things in IME Water Swift Restricted. Henry racing in cadets now. Very good Bambino racing career for Henry Hales, and looking to continue that form into this newer category for him. So we'll run through the scores as they come through. So Bowes from Bailey, we saw that. Parker Ray in 3rd. Good drive from Phoebe Shelton in 4th place ahead of Austin Dowell. Sawyer Henderson, Archie Edgar and Keane Doherty, the first 8, all Honda Cadets. Finn Hollis, good drive there from the novice in the number 74, 9th of the Hondas. Then we start to see the IME Water Swift Restricteds come through, those with the yellow backgrounds and the black numeric characters. Henry Hales first of them in P10 overall, Nico Rezlovsky another of the Hondas, Louis Wilson 2nd of the IAMEs, Logan Hodgetts 3rd of the IAMEs, James Windsor and Alfie Love wrap out the top 15. Calman Simon, Darcy Dunford, Reggie Peters, Harry Murphy, Riley Aston Wilkins, Arlo Poulter Goody, Louis Dawson and Jennifer Banks, the rest of them. Right, we've got to move on. The next race is out on circuit. So Junior Rotax their first heat of the day. Let's take you very quickly through the order for this one. Daniel Wisniewski's on pole, Layla Bell P2, Ralph Rakaitis, Oliver Barton row 2, Shea Hilton and Jensen Hookey on row number 3. It then should be Clark Naylor, indeed it is, and Lewis Gilbert alongside on row 4. Hakeem Bart, Hayden Adams, Jensen Powers, Toby Dukes, Lily Shaw, Joseph Berkery, Oscar Keane, Jack Corser and Luca Matikekia, the last of those not novices. Then Sam Batty, Seb Gildenhuis, Liam Dooling, Kian Hundle, the last of the drivers, 4 novices in this one. And of course, it always happens when you whisk through a grid, the chevron flag comes out, so we go round again. So understandable though with the conditions. Oh, one driver's had a spin. And it is the number 27 who went round there. That's your pole sitter. That was Daniel Wisniewski, who may have a bit of a challenge here to get back to the front of the order. Again, all of these heat starts, all of the grids are randomly allocated. So effectively, if you start one from the front, you have to start the other one from the very back. We have got a kart I can just see out of the comms box window that has come to a stop, and I think it's having starter issues as well. I can just hear that in the background, so we'll identify who that was in a moment. Apologies, with the rain and my aging eyes. And that's another one. That's the number 60 of Clark Naylor down at the Stratford hairpin. So we've got 2 karts out there that have come to a stop. I wonder if one of them, well, we'll confirm it in the moment, whichever one's missing from timing from sector number 1 will confirm who that is. But meanwhile, looks like we've got a race started. Yes, we have. Daniel Wisniewski did get back to the front of the order. So we'll take this one from the front of the field. Good start, running through Cafe Corner, 3 wide in the middle of the pack. A couple of drivers running out wide through the puddles, but apart from that, we're all okay. Down towards the Stratford hairpin then. Daniel Wisniewski, after that early little scare on the formation laps, looking pretty good at the start of this race. See Jensen Powers in the middle of things there, having a sideways moment through the Bruno chicane. Use of those curbs in the Junior is going to be really important today. If you're new to Shenington, quite often drivers will try and hook their front left tyre into that curb just to pull them round a little bit easier. So end of the first lap then, we'll count them through. Wisniewski leads, second place, Shea Hilton. Shea might like these conditions. It's a bit of a off-road backing in his family, likes his sprint and stock car racing. Layla Bell P3, Jensen Hookey P4, Oliver Barton is held in 5th. Good start for Oscar Keane. Oscar up 5 places at the start of this race. And Jensen Powers, Hayden Adams, Ralph Kaitis, Hakeem Bart, Lewis Gilbert, Sam Batty, Luca Matikekia, Seb Gildenhuis, Toby Dukes, that's your top 15. Kian Hundle, Sophie Berkery, Lily Shaw, Jack Corson. I think, was it Liam? No, Liam Dooling's come through as well. So those are all of our runners at this stage of the race. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. Here at the front is the battle for second place. This is Jensen Hookey and Shea Hilton. Jensen through. I mistakenly said whether it was a new helmet for Jensen Hookey. Oh, now red flag has come out. Apologies, not 100% sure what for, so we won't speculate. And now there is a kart off to driver's left. I can see there, just down towards down towards Stratford Corner. Now, this may be just a moment where I say that is quite a fast part of the circuit. It may be Sebastian Gildenhuis, because Gildenhuis, the driver flying the flag for South Africa, oh yes, that's had quite the hit into the tyre barriers. The tyre barrier has done its job, and I think Sebastian's just needing a moment to compose things. So that is quite a fast part of the course down, even in these conditions, down towards the Stratford Corner. But the good news is that Sebastian is able to move, is able to respond. So I hope he's okay down there. So that was at the end of lap number 2. So we'll await just to see what will happen with the restart of this race. But for what it's worth, Daniel Wisnauskas has the lead of this one. Jensen Hookie P2 at the end of that lap. Shea Hilton, Oscar Keane. It's a very good start for Oscar. Started this race was due to go from grid 16, so it was already up 12 places. Oliver Barton, Jensen Powers, that was your top 6. Hayden Adams, Layla Bell, Ralph Rakitis, Hakim Bart were all of the drivers in the top 10. Lewis Gilbert in 11th. Again, I always just quite like to point this out. That's not the tall Scottish Lewis Gilbert who races in the seniors. That is a new Lewis Gilbert who we're getting to know here on these broadcasts for Shenington. And Lewis for the JWR team, solid starts. Lost a couple of positions, but that's not too big a problem at this stage of the day. Sam Batty in 12th place. Sam had a good start because, again, being a novice, Sam had started at the back of the field. Is in with the Attack Motorsport team. Attack, who do a lot for new drivers to owner karting. Off some really good pathways for people to get in without necessarily the full pressures of operating the machinery themselves. Daniel Wisnauskas now doing the kart driver's dance at this stage of the year. Jensen Hookie, you can always count when a camera is on him for Jensen Hookie to join in and show us a few dance moves to keep warm at this stage of the year. It is bitterly cold out there. That's probably the one bit of the conditions I hadn't mentioned. On the little temperature gauge in the car on the way in this morning, it was reading 2 degrees Celsius, and again that probably feels even colder with this rain, and the wind can get up a little bit around this part of the world. So I think the grid's being formed back up then to hopefully get this race underway as soon as possible. Let's just continue on that rundown. We'd got to Sam Batty in 12th place. Toby Jukes had just taken 13th place. We'll await, of course, to see whether there's a roll back of the lap here. I don't want to say something incorrect, so we'll wait for that information to come through on timing to be absolutely 100% clear of how this race is going to restart, because it was still relatively early in proceedings. Toby Jukes, as I say, was 13th for the Dean Jukes Racing team. Luca Matikakia for the Cadix UK squad was in 14th place. Joseph Berkery, I don't remember was having Joseph here with us last time. Yeah, I think Joseph is on his first run for Shenington Kart Racing Club this year. Joseph was 15th at that point. Cian Hundle was second of the novices. Jack Corser, Lee Shaw and Liam Dooling were the 19 runners. We noted the number 60 of Nathan Clark had not come through. I am determined to determine who this second kart was that we have not seen. Not that I want to massively harp on about their misfortune, but for folks at home who may be wondering where was it Ava Crawford? Now that checks out. Yeah, because it's an AJ Racing liveried kart. Apologies, Ava, my old eyes. Couldn't quite make out the 88 on the side of the kart there, but yes, so it's Ava Crawford who was the other driver who had technical problems on the formation lap before the race started, before this red flag. And as I say, currently the number 88 is sat just creeping around the back of the marshal post in front of me here in the comments box, looking a bit forlorn in the rain. Keep your comments coming in. This is a perfect opportunity to tune in with those. Good morning to David Whitehouse. Yes, is a bit wet out there. And say good morning to Sam. is correctly noting the classes. Always good if you're new to karting. If you've got a question, pop it in the comments, because we have a very knowledgeable, very passionate group of people always in the chat, always willing to help people out. So going through the motions of getting things set and back underway for the juniors. Apologies for the we had a few technical issues at the very start of the stream. So if we didn't go out live to everyone, apologies for that, for missing the start. You can watch back all of the action if you've got to go out somewhere. And it's a very busy weekend. If you've got to go out, you can take us with us, and but you can always watch us back later as well. Good to have club karting back on Alpha Live. Obviously, we've had the coverage up at PF a couple of weeks ago. If I think I've got my brain engaged at this time of the morning, we've got a bit of Wilton Mill on next week as well. And as I say, every single club event here at Shenington will be broadcast for you live and free here at Shenington, including Super Prix in the summer. Normally, it's just Super Prix that gets this treatment, but good to be able to bring the full season for you, especially to show off the talents of these young drivers who look like they're getting back in their karts now to get us restarted. And we'll wait on timing to fully confirm how much time will be remaining in this one, but it'll be a fair chunk of it, because if you're just joining us, the red flag occurred on lap 2, so indeed it's going to be a good chance for drivers still towards the back of the grid. That's always what you want to do with the random grids. If you've been assigned the back of the grid for your first one, if you can make good progress and get up the order, that sets you up very, very nicely for the second race, where there's not as much trepidation of having to get through the field. Good morning to Adam Stafford. Horrid conditions again, but it's not foggy. It's not foggy, and I'm determined to keep reiterating that yes, it is horrid conditions out there, but it's safe to race. Currently watching from a Spa result. Wow, that's nice for some. Best of luck to Layla Bell and Jay Birmingham, J Racing in Mini Max. So we'll see the minis out later on today, and of course Layla is on the grid for this one right here, right now. So just awaiting full confirmation from our race officials that we are set to go. And also good news, we might get the 88 back here, because I can see Ava's back in the kart. It's alive again, and it's being driven now round to the start of it. This may be a full restart of this race. Yeah, timing is reset back to 0 laps for everybody. So that's a bit of a reprieve for the number 88 of Ava Crawford. Now, by somewhat powers of deduction, does that mean we'll get the number 60 back? I'm sure Clark Naylor will be at least given the option of restarting this race. If the kart's good to go, I'm sure Clark will be good to go. There is Ava. Ava was due to start this race from 6th. So we'll hopefully just slot in there. Apologies if I'm incorrect. I'm just going from the notes that we had for round 1. I think this is Ava's first race off novice plates as well. So yes, this indicates to me that this is going to be a full. I thought it might be, but I didn't want to say it just in case it was wrong. But I think this is going to be a full restart. Early enough in the race that when the red flag comes out, that we go back to a full rinse and repeat. And I say, with Ava Crawford now being allowed back in, that means that she's got to retake that 6th place on the grid slot, and everybody else has got to shuffle around and shuffle back. So it may take a few more moments to get everybody back in the correct position. Ava racing for the AJ Racing team, run by Ami Jurga, and it's an all It's an all-female team, so all the drivers. Amy came through the sport herself, raced a lot in supercarts, and to a very, very good degree. And Amy set this team up to give female drivers the opportunity to race, and is doing a very good job with it, if I may say so. A number of drivers that I've personally seen racing in, say, your arrive and drive categories, getting into karting, have been able to step into that team. And long may it continue, and long may the drivers, through that team, continue to progress and do great things in their karting careers. So if you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions at the moment for round 2 for Shenington Kart Racing Club 2026. Second race of the day, first heat for Junior Max, Jenny Rotax. The trigger of the red flag was an incident down the Stratford Straight and down towards the hairpin. So we've not had any further news on that, although we can see from that shot that the scene is clear, that the medical officials have been and gone, which is a good sign. And of course, if we're getting ready to get this race started, that means that the medical officials always have to be on standby, so it's a good indicator that things are going positively. But once we have full confirmation for Sebastian Geldenhuys, we will let you know. So I think I've not seen the number 60 come through, so unfortunately I think we did hear, you could hear the technical problems for the number 60 of Clark Naylor. So I think we're going to have 20 still on the grid for this one. So we lost 2 before the start. We then lost another one, which triggered the red flag, but we then got one of our lost karts from the formation lap back. So we're back to 20. Now we'll just fully wait through to confirm for you how much time we're going to have on the clock, how many laps, etc. What we can tell you is Daniel Wisnauskas has the control of things from the front once we get going again. Alongside there is Jensen Hockey. So that would indicate that, yes, we are going to continue with the positions as they were before the red flag, because Jensen Hockey was a bit further back, or my eyes may have done something a bit incorrect there. Let's count them through. Let's trust the timing to tell us exactly what's going on. Yes, all right, we're restarting again. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Ralph Rukaitis was back up towards the front. So yeah, I think this is a full race restart. Either way, Daniel Wisnauskas has the race lead in the number 27, and again has got a really good start. Daniel did this in the first go of this, as through there. Shea Hilton again up to second place. It's almost like a full repeat of the first race start. Shea made a great run in these tricky conditions. Has got back into that second place. Jensen Hookey in third. There's number 53 coming back through. That's Ralph Rukaitis. Ralph has had a better start this time. Yes, has lost a couple of positions, but Ralph was, I want to say, back to around 7th, 8th place in the early stages of the first go at this one. So end of the first lap yet. So just to 100% fully confirmed, that was a full race restart. The first 2 laps before the red flag officially never happened. So it's Wisnauskas from Hilton, Hookey, Powers, Bell, Rukaitis, Hayden Adams, Ollie Barton, Hakeem Bart, Oscar Keane, Joseph Berkery, Lily Shaw, Luca Matakekia, 13th as, oh dear, who was that shooting off down towards where normally the KZ2s go? In the gloom, looked like it might possibly have been a Kiddix kart. We'll track it through in a moment, because someone's... now, was it Ralph Rukaitis? No, Ralph has come through sector number 2. Might have been Oliver Barton then. Oliver Barton is missing from the second sector. Oh, big moment there for one of the drivers coming through Hanger. So that's going to be a tricky part of the circuit on a day like today. It's a tricky corner at the best of times. Never mind when there's driving rain, spray in your face, bit of standing water in local places as well. The drivers are able to power through and navigate their way around. So down towards the hairpin again. Wisniewski's lead, 0.78 of a second. Jensen Hookie still running well there as well. These kind of conditions will lean themselves towards the older drivers within this junior Rotax category, not only because of the question of experience, but also maybe, you know, a little bit taller, able to move their weight around a bit more. Good battle going on there between one of the JDRs, Ralph Kaitis and Hayden Adams. Keane Hundle taking the lead of those with novice plates on. So Keane Hundle now up to 11th spot. There's Hakeem Bartz for the Kato Motorsport team very briefly. Now, is this for a challenge for the race lead? Wisniewski and Hookie. Hookie's been pretty quick the last couple of tours since the restart. And yes, looks like Jensen Hookie is taking the lead of this race. Through and down towards Wilkins then. Spread out in the top 5 or 6. It's confirmed on timing. There it is on your screens. Jensen Hookie in the number 33. So I was noting earlier, I thought it was a new helmet for Jensen. Turns out it's not. It's an older one. It's what they call a wet lid if you're new to karting. A number of the drivers will have 2 helmets because, as you can see, there's not much protection for them when they're in these conditions, and you don't want to have a soggy race lid, particularly if it's your nicely painted one. Change for second place. Shea Hilton's through, past Daniel Wisniewski. That's a nice move from Shea. Shea, who's stepped up, of course, now to juniors. We saw him race a little bit in the British Championships in the younger categories in previous years. I tell you what, Jensen Powers is having a good race as well. He's kind of mired in the midfield before the red flag, but look at him go there in the number 18, sorry, the 16 for Jack Dex Racing. And that yellow and orange helmet, and has got past Daniel Wisniewski now. It'll be a bit frustrating, I think, for Daniel after that great start. It's just started to drop away from him now, but he has got a good gap to Oscar Keane and Layla Bell in 5th and 6th. A couple of notices from race control. Contact warning for Sam Bataille in the number 99. Where is Sam at the moment? He's in the top 10. A good drive so far from Sam, moving up the order. Yeah, there's been a little moment out there that the race officials have just noted. Hakeem Bart as well has received a warning. Look at this for second place. Good move from Jensen Powers. That was spot on. Shea Hilton didn't want to give that one up, but that was nice, poised driving from Jensen Powers. It's one of the things I do like about Wilkins Corner. Quite wide entry. There's various different ways you can cut the cake in that one. And it leads to a lot of overtaking. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Powers. Shea Hilton was at least in close proximity there. Hilton slips back on through into second place. Got 2 minutes and 15 seconds of this one to go. There is Wisniewski, still running in 4th place. Big cross of oversteer there for Jensen Powers, as was that one of the Attack Motorsport drivers off the road. May have been Sambati, who's just come through. Actually, no, it wasn't too bad at sector number 2. Just only a few tenths off the pace of drivers around Sam. So 1 minute and 35 to go. I think we know who's going to win this race. Jensen Hookie is in time trial mode right now, so we're going to keep focused on this battle for second place. Jensen Powers coming back at Shea Hilton here, out of the Prudo chicane, down the hanger straight through hanger corner, so you don't want to run out too wide to drivers left there. There's a fair bit of water in that region of the course. Powers again trying to squeeze his way through. He's going to be on the outside now as they run on the park straight to start another lap. through Park Bend and then Cafe. Powers to the inside, he's got to control the slide and has done so brilliantly. Another really good overtake there from Jensen Powers, his second in this race. He drifts it through Pitts Bend down towards the Stratford corner. I've got to give it to Shea Hilton as well. Shea is not giving this one up without a fight. And Daniel Wisnauskas can come back into the equation as well. Daniel Wisnauskas has regrouped and found a bit more pace now in that number 27. Oh, Hilton out wide. That may be the end of our enjoyable battle here. Just drifted a bit too much. There's a bit more water out towards the left-hand side of the Bruno chicane. Shaded well to keep that one under control. 2 more laps to go then. Time will run out on this tour and then we'll have the +1. Jensen Hookie, 3.5 seconds though, there or thereabouts clear now of this battle. There on his screens you can see the number 82. That is the kart that we saw going off, the 62 of Oliver Barton. We saw Oliver having that moment earlier on in the race and has got back to 13th place. That was a good fight involving the likes of Lily Shaw, Sam Bataille, Hayden Adams. I think Hakeem Bart was also in that. Ooh, now that means that Bataille and Bart have both moved backwards then. We saw them a little bit further up the order in the earlier stages. Last lap board, final lap board has been shown. Jensen Hookie, very good job this from Jensen. As, again, Hilton down the inside. Powers uses the classic wet line, the wet karting line around the outside to hold on to that position. There's number 33 on your screens. And just running through once again the race leader, looking very, very comfortable at the moment is Jensen Hookie. So as I say, it is the wet race lid. I miss the bright green and the black. Maybe we'll see it later in the season if the conditions are a bit better. But what we will definitely see is Jensen Hookie taking the checkered flag and a heat win. A very good start and the tap of the cards. A driver with a job well done, mechanic with a job well done there. And maximum points from this stage of the round. Shea Hilton got P2 back. So Shea Hilton regrouped, refound the speed and a way to get past Jensen Powers. That was a really enjoyable battle between those two. Daniel Wisnauskas P4, solid run. It's not a win, but he's converted a good grid position at the start of this first round into some good points. We'll start at the back for the second round, but a good indicator that Daniel will be able to drive through. Oscar Keane 5th, Joseph Berkery. That's a good drive from Joseph, up to P6. Layla Bell 7th, ahead of Ralph Kaitis. Keane Hundle was the top novice for the Tom Day Racing team in 9th. Hayden Adams completes the top 10. Lily Shaw gained 3 places in that race to 11th. Oliver Barton, Sam Bataille, Hakeem Bart, Ava Crawford 15th. Good drive there from Ava. That's not an easy situation when you think your race is over, you've suddenly got to regroup yourself. And Ava drove well there, back to 15th place. Jack Corser, P16, will start from the front of the next one. Will the number 11. Liam Dooling, 17th. Luca Matakekia in 18th. And unfortunately, we also lost Lewis Gilbert and Toby Dukes in the early stages of those races. Sebastian Geldenhuis, of course, did not take the restart. So we will see all of those drivers for their second heats later on in the day. However, we are not going to go away from Junior Rotax because the other half of the drivers, the ones we've not seen yet, their first heat is up next. Back with us here at Shenington. If you're joining us, welcome for the Love of Speed event, the second round of the 2026 club season. Here is your grid for the third race of the day, the second heat for Junior Rotax. The first time we've seen all of these drivers out on circuit, however. On pole position for this one will be Aidan Hammond. Aidan Hammond, who's been making waves in Rotax racing in the last year or so. So good to see him here at Shenington. Zane Perry, one of the drivers who's come through from the Arrive and Drive ranks, will be alongside on the front row. Louis Marshall and Finley Hands are on row 2. It'll then be Jake Richardson and Ethan Cossins will start 6th on the grid for this one. Matthew So, another of the drivers who's come through the A&D ranks, will be on row 4 alongside Emily Johnston. Jacob Underhill will be on row 5, on the inside of row 5, with Christian Kayayov for company. Lucas Esser and Alex Shepherd are there on row number 6. It's then Isaac Parkinson and Ethan Guest on row 7. Adam Juditis and Omar Kiani go from row number 8. Jack Robinson and Charlie White on row 9. And then you've got your novices: Austin Moth, Jacob Carnes, Aaron Berridge and Jay Singh. 22 drivers due to go in this one. So the pause for the moment is just to allow those karts that didn't quite make the end of the previous race to give them a chance to come back, get the track clear again, and get us back underway for things. Hello to TJ Rose and Travis Rose, cheering on Ethan Cossins in this next heat. And Ethan's got a decent grid slot for this one, so a good opportunity for a haul of points to be happy with at this stage of the day. Yes, indeed, it is mixed grid, so there's no timed qualifying for Shenington Kart Racing Club events at this stage of the season. And so yeah, it means everyone starts either from the front and the back across their 2 heats, or you kind of got 2 in the middle. Always interesting to ask drivers which they prefer of those 2 combinations. And I reckon you get pretty much a 50-50 split. Tell us in the comments, if you were one of these drivers, which would you prefer? Would you prefer one where you're guaranteed a spot, say up in the top 2 rows, and you know you can work your way through from the back in your other one? Or would you rather have 2 in the middle, so there's not perhaps as much overtaking for you to do across the course of the heats? So drivers on their formation lap then. They're not, I'd be surprised if they get themselves fully formed up for this one. This is quite, they're doing a good job of getting themselves into formation. I should not have doubted them. If we've got everybody accounted for, we will be good for a race start. We are indeed. 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Aidan Hammond will take us through the first corner, controlling things from the front in the early stages. The number 25 of Zane Perry has had a good start as well, up to P2. A couple of drivers running out wide. One was the 17. The 85 has had a problem as well. Oh, that's Alex Shepherd, and Alex started this race quite high up the grid, so has lost his opportunity to score good points perhaps. There's been a change for the lead. There's a kart going off at Stratford Corner as well. It's all going on here in the second heat for the juniors. Jacob Underhill finds himself out and is restart. So the well, I should say a false start. The chevron flag is out. The race officials are not satisfied with how that one went down, so we'll have another go at it. Now that does make the question of who was shooting down towards the KZ2 corner fairly irrelevant now, because they'll all be able to retake their positions. We'll see if we're good to go on this one. Lights are red. And now green. Back we go again for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Another good start for Aidan Hammond and for Zane Perry. Zane Perry drawing alongside for the race lead, but that wider line working well for Aidan Hammond to hold on to first position. Down towards the hairpin once again. I think it's been a good start for Louis Marshall as well in the number 42. Everybody making it round Stratford Corner this time. Jacob Underhill moving to the inside this time was, I think, a little bit caught out by drivers on their approach into the Bruno chicane. So that's a good change in light of the conditions. Aidan Hammond breaking away already at the front of the field. The driver who's based, or at least the last time I checked, in St Albans. So quite the journey up here to Shenington today. Hammond leads by the best part of a second at the end of lap number 1. Perry P2, Marshall, Hans, White, Guest. Good start for Ethan Guest, up 5 places from 11th on the grid. Actually more than 5 positions. I think it's actually gained 8 as as things have got going here. Alex Shepherd, oh no, spin, oh, and into the tyres all very briefly, but very costly for Louis Marshall there. Louis rejoins, but again, being start of the race, has probably lost, what, 6 or 7 places with that. Oh dear, I've done the mean. Moving on, 6 minutes and 30 seconds of this one to go. Alex Shepherd has had a good start as well. So Alex, after the problems on the start that was flagged with a chevron, has had a bit of a reprieve here and is holding 7th place. That will now be a better position because of the spin that we saw for Louis Marshall. Jacob Underhill has joined the fight as well. Tucked under the rear bumper of his Jack Dex Racing teammate Ethan Guest, 2 drivers who know each other very well, have both come through from the Club 100 ranks. There is Charlie White on your screens as well, and Alex Shepherd. Well, Alex Shepherd really has taken this opportunity with both hands. He had that spin on the first or the second corner, but that chevron flag allowed him to rejoin back into his original race position, and now he's up to 4th place. Who else is running well further down the order? Aaron Berridge, great start in the Vantage entry. Number 91. One of our novices, and has gone from 21st on the grid to the edge of the top 10. That's very impressive in these conditions. 5 minutes and 15 to go then. There's the number 22 of Finley Hands. I must say, I know it's not the perfect day for it because it's gloomy, it's wet. Sometimes want something a bit luminous on a day like this, as there's the battle for 3rd place, Shepherd having a go. But I will say it anyway, I quite like the livery on that number 22. You don't see many, black and silver race carts. Now, please don't everybody start doing black and silver race carts or black and some other combination. We used to have this problem in Formula Student where everybody thought black race cars look cool and then they all look the same. But in karting, we don't normally see that kind of livery, and I like that one. Anyway, 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Aidan Hammond leads by 1.3 seconds over Zane Perry. Alex Shepherd now up to 3rd, and Alex Shepherd looking quick, really quick. Fastest lap of the heat so far, that 50.85. So at that pace, that gap to Zane Perry is going to go down. Finley Hands, oh dear, problem between the 72 and the 36. That's Jacob Carnes and Isaac Parkinson, who will likely resume their battle. The trouble is it's now for 20th place. The trouble, if you're having a result like that further down the order, you risk being in the B final for Junior Rotax. That will be an opportunity for drivers to race through, of course, to the bigger race later on in the day, but you just don't want to be there. You don't want that risk of being on the edge of not making it through to the bigger race later on, where all the trophies will be handed out. They're in the middle of this scrap. The number 32 of Amelie Johnston, another of the AJ Racing runners. It's Jack Robinson at the front of this particular group. It's a good battle this for 11th place. Omar Kiani in there as well. Ethan Cossins and Jay Singh. Jay, another of the novices who's made good progress. It's the 2nd highest novice in this race at the moment. Quick check over the shoulder there from Robinson as Johnston looks down the inside. Good overtaking. Good opportunistic reading of the road ahead there from Amelie Johnston. And Amelie gains a position out of that. Ethan Cossins also starting to reclaim positions lost earlier on in this race. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. A couple of notices from race control. Under investigation is the number 20 of Christian Kayayov. Christian currently in 17th place. We'll report more news on that one as and when we receive it. If you want to keep up to date with all of the results, by the way. Oh, bit wide there. Here's the KMS machine. That is Jack Robinson. Loses out to Amelie Johnston. Amelie didn't have to fight too hard for that one. Simple case of drive down the inside of another competitor having a bit of a mistake, a bit of a problem. That was a good overtake. Ethan Cossins. Ethan had to work hard for that one. And is paid the reward of 12th place. Omar Kiani having a bit of a wide moment. Yes, so if you want to keep up to date with all of the results, the jurisdictions and all of the things of that like, do head across to the Alpha Timing website, all of the results on there. Obviously, we will keep things running, race after race after race after race after race. So, unfortunately, we can't indicate every piece of information that comes through on there, but it's all there for you to watch and read through at your leisure. Integrated with the live timing service now as well, should note. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Here is the battle all around. 5th, 6th, 7th. No, that's a different position. I think that's a little bit further up the order. It's a good scrap indeed. Number 38 of Omar Kayani there for the Kiddix team. Something's happened to Ethan Guest as well. I think that's what's perplexed me. Ethan Guest, who was high up the order in the early stages of this race, is now back down to 13th. Yes, he is. That's what slightly befuddled me there. But Jay Singh's got through in all of that, and up to 14th place. Here, once again, is the battle for 11th. So this is Johnston, Cossins, and Guest. Guest through past Cossins. Ethan Guest trying to recover back through. Looking to the inside, a little bit wide there from Amelie Johnston, but Amelie might have some good drive out of the corner. Back down the inside of Ethan Guest and reclaims 11th place. Good racing so far from these drivers. Guest get down the inside. Great use of the curb there by Ethan Guest. That's what we're talking about. You get up on that curb and it acts like a rudder, especially in these conditions, pulls you round and saves you a lot of time. So Ethan Guest will set about trying to catch back up to Matthew. So time has expired, but the leader had got over the line recently before that had happened. So we're still 2 laps to go, including the one that we are on. I'll tell you what, the race is not done as well, because Aidan Hammond has a 1.2 second lead with 2 laps to go, but just lost about 3/4 of a second on that last tour. It's a 50.92. Yeah, here we go. This is going to be a battle for the lead on the last lap. Aidan Hammond has got a lot of pressure now from Alex Shepherd. Shepherd's been very quick the last few laps and he's got through. Oh, I thought it was going to be done down towards the Stratford corner, the hairpin. But Alex Shepherd has got the confidence. What a turnaround this is. If you're just joining us, this is a driver who on the first attempted start of this race was out of contention at turn 2. The chevron flag came out, gave everybody a reprieve, and Alex Shepherd has taken that reprieve to full advantage and should win this race. Has got a back marker ahead, which shouldn't get too involved because it's now just a simple run out of the final corner. Shepherd wins the second heat in Junior Rotax very nicely indeed. Aidan Hammond P2. Good result for Zane Perry there as well. P3. Finley Hans, Jacob Underhill, that's your top 5. Charlie White comes home P6. Louis Marshall will be 7th. Your top novice with a great drive as well. Aaron Berridge, will keep an eye on that name across the course of the day. From the back of the grid, gains 13 places to get P8. Adam Dioditis and Matthew So complete the top 10. Ethan Guest, I think, might be a bit frustrated there with P11, especially after the start that he made, but it's still good points. And he still gained from where we started this race. Amelie Johnston, solid moves from Amelie to P12. Ethan Cossins 13th. Jay Singh, Jack Robinson in the top 15. Omar Kayani 16th. Christian Kayayov 17th and also under investigation. Jake Richardson, Isaac Parkinson, Jacob Cairns and Austin Moth will be the running order for that one. Only Austin Moth not making it to the end of that race. So that is Junior Rotax done for now. They will be back out again later on, hopefully probably around 12:15, 12:30. Do stick with us for that one. There'll be races 13 and 14 in our schedule here today. And that will be the second round of heats for everybody before we find out who races where, whether it's in the B final or direct into the A final. Let's get ready though for something a little bit different. Formula Libre is next. Back with us here at Shenington. It's the Love of Speed event round 2 for 2026 SKRC action. Here's your grid for the first heat of the day in Formula Libre. Jack Foreman on pole, Ashley White alongside of the front row, James Ogden and Harpal Baines on row 2. It's then Christopher Frost and Liv Jenkins on row 3. Pierce Armstrong, Paul Belton, Lewis Paynton and Oliver Bourne will complete the top 10 at the start of this race. Josh Derry and Guy Tolley on row 6. Andrew Silvers and Jamie Jenkins go from row 7. Ollie Venn and Ben Stanford start on row 8. Oliver Kershaw and Mark Armstrong starts on row number 9. And then towards the back of the grid, Dylan Chadwick, Jack Stewart, Rhys Baines, Isaac Wilkinson and Luke Smith. And for the first time in 2026, we are racing in Formula Libre at Shenington Kart Racing Club. We have gone past the point that we were a month ago. These guys didn't get to race. The fog had rolled in and stopped the fun, so they're going to enjoy this one, despite the torrential rain at times today. A lot of experience, of course. This is all about accessibility and going racing in this category. I do enjoy it a lot. The driver's heading through the Bruno chicane there. Looks like Jack Foreman's had a good start in this race, and Ashley White as well for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. That's a livery that works on a day like today. So the 8 minutes ticking down to 7. Ashley White is your race leader. James Ogden. Oh, lovely switch back there from James Ogden, but I don't think he's quite going to have the grip to hold on to it. Ashley White powers around the outside, but here back comes James Ogden. This is what we've missed. This is what we didn't get in January. Great racing with James Ogden taking the race lead. Liv Jenkins has had a good start as well. Oh dear, was that Pierce Armstrong flying off the road? Taking the gearbox route. Oh, he's going to lose tons of positions because it's early in the race. Not much field spread. Down the inside there as well as the number 57 coming through the field. That's Jack Stewart. Jack Stewart really going quickly. Where did Jack start? Jack started at the back. P21 is already, well, at the end of the first lap up to P12. I think now he's up into, say, around 8th place. So that's a kart that we're not just going to keep an eye on in this race, but because he started at the back of this one, we'll have a good grid position for the second. It's just carving through. Well, whatever's been done with the setup there for Jack Stewart, it is working. Jack Stewart now up to 5th, maybe 4th place now with that move on Josh Derry. Just to confirm, Oliver Bourne has fallen down the order. It's had a slow sector number 1. Pierce Armstrong is okay, so apologies Pierce Armstrong fans. I probably worried you too much for a moment there. Pierce is okay. I'm just trying to see who fell down. I think it might have been Jack Foreman. It was another of the long fields. So Jack Foreman fell down to the back of the grid. So it must have been our driver having an excursion through the first sector. Jack Stewart. I think Jack Stewart could win this race, you know, because the pace that Jack has got and the time remaining is really, really good. All of these drivers will make it through to their final. Coming through the gloom there, down towards the hairpin. Number 49 of Jamie Jenkins. So both Liv and Jamie out there on circuit today. Jamie, and I said, a lot of drivers here who've got decades of experience of racing in various different categories. Jamie started this race again towards the back, P15. He's going back and forth with Lewis Paynton. Good to see Lewis out there on circuit once again. But lots of different setups with the sporting and technical regulations that make this an affordable category. Tyres, for example, they're restricted in the number of tyres that they're able to use across the course of the whole season. They've got to use you can't keep buying tyres new for every single meeting, for example. So number 57 goes through there. That is Jack Stewart. So Jack now up another position. That's past Liv Jenkins for 3rd place. now the gap up towards Ashley White. Well, actually, the top two have picked their pace up. Maybe they've had a little signal from mechanics and helpers trackside to say there's a very fast number 57. Oh, no! Well, is this the first commentator's curse of the day? I thought I could hear something wrong. Jack Stewart, mechanical flag, has his exhaust come off? I think it has. Yeah, you can hear that rasp. And sadly, that great drive, that very entertaining drive from Jack Stewart is out of this race. So, a bit of a reprieve perhaps for the top two. We have had a change at the very front. James Ogden has pulled away from Ashley White. He's nearly got his lead up to a second now. We saw them going back and forth for the lead in the early stages of this one. 3 minutes to go. 51-5. It's a real shame that Jack Stewart's had that technical issue. But you could quite clearly hear it on the cameras. Other changes up and down the field, guys. Oh dear! Spin for Lewis Payton. Oh no, apologies, it wasn't Lewis Payton, it was Luke Smith, the number 74 as opposed to the 73. Luke, one of the novices. I'd say everyone's done pretty well to avoid that. That was not an easy part of the circuit. Oh, it's another spin. This time, at the number 98 that's gone round there. Oh, and another one joining them. Oh, the race officials won't take too kindly at that, seeing a driver spinning under yellow flag. Yeah, so Jack Foreman having further troubles out there. It was Andrew Silvers who may have joined the scene of the accident. Yeah, it's got going again now in the number 68. Oh, another spin. Now this is very strange. This feels to me that this is more than just rain falling on the circuit with a number of errors being made. That was Oliver Bourne in the number 34 going for a tumble down at the bottom end of the circuit. One minute and 30 seconds to go. Pace at the front, 51.6 for Ogden, 52.2 for Ashley White. Oh, Ashley might have a certain Guy Tolley to deal with very, very soon. Guy, a very, very competitive driver in this class. As who's that pulling into the pits and retirement? Yeah, it's the 34 that we saw off earlier, Oliver Bourne. So Oliver out of this one, maybe feeling that after that hit with the tyre barrier that something's not feeling right, and better to just bring the kart in, make sure that it's running okay, and if any repairs are needed, you can get a little bit of time back before the rest of the drivers come in. Even on a day like today, really, I always feel for the mechanics on a day like today. It is so tough to keep on top of everything. The kart will come in smothered in detritus from the track, especially once there's been a few off-track excursions and bits get dragged on. It just makes everything harder in what is already a very, very hard job for the mechanics of every single entry out there today. There's the number 74 moving through. Time has now run out on us for this one, so we will see the last lap board that time around. Next time around, there's that battle there. It's a good battle between Luke Smith and Paul Belton there, all over 13th. And a good recovery from Luke Smith, because we saw earlier that he had that spin down at the Bruno chicane. Change for 5th place as well. The number 73 of Lewis Payton has got past Josh Derry. So that's a little bit further up the order. And say, Josh Derry, a very competitive driver, was P3 in the championship last year. So Lewis will enjoy that one. And could be a big year for Lewis Payton. Moving himself up the order. Whoa, as Paul Belton goes for a spin. That just shows how tricky the conditions are, as another driver is off down towards Wilkins, and that's what I mean. Look at all of that mud that's been dragged onto the circuit. It's not anyone's fault. It is just one of those things, but that's going to make things even trickier for the next group that get down towards one of the trickiest braking zones of this circuit. Here's your fight for second place. Guy Tolley's got, well, it's not a battle anymore, unfortunately. Guy Tolley's got through. We said he was closing in on Ashley White, and has got that move done. James Ogden, though, I think is just going to be a little bit out of reach for Guy Tolley. Down towards the last couple of corners they go. Through the gloom, the bright blue machine of James Ogden takes the heat win in Formula Libre. Guy Tolley second, Ashley White third. Liv Jenkins will be not home in fourth place. Lewis Payton got fourth place in the last lap there. A very good drive from Lewis. Liv home in fifth. Josh Derry sixth. Jamie Jenkins seventh. Ollie Venn, Mark Armstrong, and Rhys Baines all in the top 10. I'm sure we'll see Mark Armstrong towards the front later on today as well when we get that second round of heats. Pierce Armstrong, I think, is going to be next of those over the line on the lead lap. There's a few drivers who are a lap down coming over at the moment. There is Pierce Armstrong, P11. Christopher Frost, Luke Smith, Harple Baines and Ben Stanford are all still out there. And then off the lead lap, Jack Foreman, Paul Belton, Isaac Wilkinson, Dylan Chadwick, and Andrew Silvers in the top 20. Oliver Bourne and Jack Stewart were retirements in that one, and will be given points for 21st and 22nd positions. And yeah, we'll see more from the Formula Libres in the not too distant future. If you do want to get involved, as I say, it's a really, really good category. Open for drivers year of their 16th birthday or more. It's got a rule set that allows accessibility. If you want to get on the grid, do head over to the websites and get up to speed. I'd love to tell you more about it right now, but we're going to have to move on to our next race. We are going to be seeing some of the younger drivers back out on circuit in a moment's time. Race 5 on the timetable for today. We'll see the first heat for Water Swift Inter. So, Water Swift Inter's out again, the rain really teeming down here at Shenington. Here's how they line up. Again, it's a mixed grid for these heats. Harry Fable will be on pole position for the start of this race. Bennett alongside on the front row. Rudra Golkanath and Felix Booker, they'll be on row number 2. It's then Logan Baker and Ethan Lucas on row 3. Teddy Higgs and Oliver Kleinfelter on row 4. Theo Tyak and Aman Rana row 5. And completing the 11-strong field here today for IAME Water Swift, Max Frisbee. Before we get going in this one, I talked about mechanics and how hard their job is. I just wanted to say full credit to all of those still out in Valencia, weren't able to get their kit down yesterday, working tirelessly through the early hours to get back. A lot of British teams involved in that. Meanwhile, we've got a race running here. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway for our inter-class Water Swifts. And through the gloom, we will see who's holding on to the race lead down towards Stratford Corner. Out of our view here in the commentary box. May have to do this the old-fashioned way to see who's in the lead going into the Bruno chicane, which I can reiterate we can see today. It's William Bennett, the number 99, the red and white colours of Jade Racing Team at the front of the field. So the Welsh drivers had a good start here. Harry Havel for the DK Academy. I say DK Academy, many members of their team out in Valencia this week, having real battles with the conditions out there. Change for second place. I thought it was Theo Tyak coming through. That's a cracking start for Theo Tyak, a driver we've seen before on Alpha Live broadcasts, and I think he's one of those names to keep an eye on this year. Maybe not the most well known in these ranks within British karting, but is a young driver building his craft. Was the IAME Water Swift Restricted Club champion here at Shenington last year. And has now stepped up to the inter category and looking pretty quick in these early stages. Rudra Golkanath as well in third. I don't think, well, we didn't really see any of these drivers last time out for round 1 due to the fog, but Rudra running for the first time in Shenington Club action for 2026. Has had a very good start, is up to third place. Felix Booker through past Harry Fable on that one. Oh, was Oliver Kleinfelter had a problem. It's the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 60. Comes over the line now, but towards the back of the field. So, Jade Racing Team 1-2 right now. William Bennett and Theo Tyack. Very evenly matched on lap times as well. Both of them running a 54.8 that time around. Theo has picked up a contact warning. Should just note, but just a warning at the moment. Nothing more than that. 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock for our Miami Water Swift Inters. Again, all of these drivers will make it through to the final, so which I think for these younger drivers is a good thing. There's no threat of cut-offs and worrying about B finals, repecharges, all of that. Like, they can all concentrate on learning, especially on a day like today when it is so tricky out there. Leaders come through once again. And there was Max Frisbee on your screen for a moment in the number 43. William Bennett picking the pace up. Fastest lap last time around, 54.67. Through into the Bruno chicane once again. This race has got into a nice rhythm at the moment. Filing through shot there. There's Ethan Lucas. Ethan again with a good choice of colour and livery on a day like today. Ethan started this race P6, is now running 7th on the road, which is again a good. I think that's good. You know, you're not losing too many positions, gaining in confidence all the time. 4 minutes and 10 now remaining on the clock. Remember, it's 2 heats for these drivers today. So William Bennett now with a 0.9 of a second lead from Theo Tyack. Tell you what, Rudra Golkanath is closing in a little bit there, so may have a chance for second place in the not too distant future. David Whitehouse asked, maybe risk a slick tyre? Absolutely not. The other thing is that the wind isn't really blowing today. I mean, it's not blowing anywhere near what we were having in Valencia the last couple of days. But no, rain teeming down. Even if the rain was to stop, there's not really much wind that will dry the circuit, which is quite rare up here. But nevertheless, no, it's going to be wet tyres all the way through the day, I think, for this one. So still Bennett from Tyack, Golkanath, Booker, Fable. Aman Rana's had a good drive. Aman started this race 10th, mainly because Aman's a novice, so again has to start at the back of the field. Those are the regulations until you do your so many races to get off your novice plates. But there's nothing stopping a novice driving their way through the field if they've got the speed. And Aman up to 6th place ahead of Ethan Lucas and Teddy Higgs. Max Frisbee also has moved up a couple of spots ahead of Logan Baker and Oliver Kleinfelter. A new personal best has just gone in from Aman Rana. 6th, just coming through towards the Stratford hairpin in a few moments. There goes Golkanath. Felix Booker behind. Aman Rana now in the 55.34s. Could be closing in on Harry Fable in the latter stages of this race at that pace. The gap at the moment about 1.5 seconds between Harry Fable and Aman Rana. Hello to Ryle. If that's in question to where's Henry, as in where is my good colleague Henry Baudet, well, he's sunning himself out in much warmer climes today. I had a little chat with him over the weekend whilst we were all holding on to our things at Valencia. He's in Dubai this weekend with another event and another broadcaster. But if that is the Henry that you're talking about, of course, he is well, and he does send his love. He'll be with us on the Alpha Live platform on the Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live next week at Wilton Mill. 1 minute and 5 seconds of this race to go. Hasn't had the most overtaking in this one, but there's been some good driving nonetheless. William Bennett doing a great job to just stay focused. He's been managing this gap of about 1 second to teammate Theo Tyack since the end of the first lap. He's been doing it with just keeps banging in purple lap times every now and then. A 54.41, not on the last lap, but the one before. That was another 54.8, second in a row for William Bennett. And he's driving nice and consistently here. Here's your fight for 8th place. Sorry, apologies. No, 9th place. Ethan Lucas and Logan Baker. So, oh dear, I think Ethan might have had a little problem through sector number 1. Ethan lost 4 or 5 seconds on that last tour. So drops to 9th place. Teddy Higgs goes through and Max Frisbee as well. Good drift there from William Bennett. Time will run out on this one. So a lap and a half to go. Down towards Wilkins once again. I tell you what, Theo Tyack's having a good finish to this race. William Bennett, I wouldn't say he's in full danger of losing this lead, but it's that difficult distance of you only have to make one mistake. You only have to run wide in one braking zone, and Theo Tyack could be through here. Saying that, Theo Tyack might be in range to have a bit of a go down the inside, perhaps into the Stratford hairpin. This race is not done. 54.25 last time around for Theo Tyack. Yeah, William Bennett having to defend there actually helps a little bit by the fact there's a large puddle on the right-hand side for the drivers down towards one of the best overtaking opportunities around this circuit. Theo Tyack's down the inside on the last lap. Oh dear, the two of them get very close together there. Through the puddle goes William Bennett. More like powerboating through the Bruno chicane there. Has lost the lead. Has also lost second place as Golkanath has gone through. And Theo Tyack on the road is going to take this one. Is going to take the first heat in Miami Waterswift over the line there. Great pace at the end and moves up from 9th on the grid. Golkanath second, William Bennett in 3rd, Felix Booker 4th, Harry Fable in 5th, top novice Aman Rana, great drive to P6, Teddy Higgs 7th, Max Frisbee, the second of the novices home in 8th, Ethan Lucas, Oliver Kleinfelter and Logan Baker mean that all 11 drivers who started this race finished. Let's have another look at that moment for William Bennett. So side by side into the corner, there's the touch and bosh into the puddle. That's why you wear a wetsuit, ladies and gentlemen. William Bennett will lead. I hope they've got a hairdryer or something that can warm William up after that one. That was quite the mighty splash through the puddle. We'll see the Miami Waterswifts back out later on. I'll just do it by which number race they are now, because of course we've had a few different changes due to red flags, restarts and the like so far today. But Miami Waterswift, well, they'll be the first race after the lunch break. So hopefully we'll be back out at 1:30, but I hope you can be with us for that one. We'll carry on through our schedule then. Next up out on circuit, it's another first heat, this time for Minimax. So the Rotax Intercategory Minimax out on circuit for their first heat. Jay Birmingham on pole position. Achille Giannone alongside on the front row. Noah Hobson and Ben Hunt on row 2. Toby Miles and Hugo Torpy start on row number 3. Jude Story and William Moore will go from 4. Noah Hammond and Finley Rhodes wrap out the top 10 for the start of this race. Thomas Laidler and Flynn Grantham start on row 6. Adam Bartis, the last of those not on a novice plate, in 13th. Xavier Davidson, Roshan Bachada, Arlo Atwood, Eva Jones and Mahim Maru all in the top 9 rows of the grid. Jess Kirby, Freya Lally and Emrys Perring complete the 21 drivers set to go in this one. Good to see a really strong list of novices there. Again, a number of them coming through from the arrive and drive ranks. We're ready to go racing in Minimax. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the Rotax Intercategory. Good start for Jay Birmingham through the first couple of corners. Will lead in the number 41 machine. do they all make it through the first couple of corners? I'm glad to report the answer is yes. Good start for our Rotax Inter race. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Hugo Torpy, bit of understeer through the hairpin. Again, all of these drivers will make it through directly to their A final. These mixed grids for the drivers mean that consistency is going to be very, very important for them to make sure they're towards the front of the grid for the trophy races later on in the afternoon. Down towards Wilkins Corner. Gotta say, it's good driving so far from our Rotax Inter competitors. Contact warning for Hugo Torpy has come in. That's the only notice on our screens, but given how hard these conditions are, that's good to see. That's not too many people, or no people at all, having problems on lap number 1. Good scrap there between Toby Miles and Hugo Torpy. Looks like Toby maybe through there and into 4th place. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd place. Kylian Anagiadnone in the EKS outfit there, going up against Ben Hunt in the number 53. And the EKS is another livery I quite like there. The blue and the red gives me reminders back to old Jaguar touring cars back in the day, very, very way back in the day. Probably older than these drivers' parents could remember, never mind the drivers themselves. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So Giannone holding on to 2nd place. This is all very good news though for Jay Birmingham. Jay just very nicely at the front of the field, running away from the rest of them. Jay has good experience around this circuit, was a competitor in the 2025 SKRC Championship. Down the inside goes Ben Hunt. That's a nice move for 2nd place. Right on the edge there. He saw the back end of the kart kick out, but Ben had control of it and takes that position away from Achilles Giannone. Giannone down the inside. Bit of a rough moment there through the Bruno chicane, and that's allowed Toby Miles in. Toby Miles in the number 90. Without the sticker kit on that one. Oh, this is all breaking down a little bit. Ben Hunt's got back through in that exchange. Back up to 2nd place. This is going to bring more people to the party. Finley Rhodes, you can see there, in 5th place through the gloom. Wearing, is that an Aston Senna tribute helmet? Yes, it is. That's a good helmet for a day like today in the rain. And, well, there could be some drivers picking up good points here. Oh no, is that our, oh, it's our leader off. Oh, Jay Birmingham hadn't put a foot wrong, but that again, that's how easy it is, particularly down at that far end of the circuit. It's one of those, sometimes you have so long to think about what you're going to do down into the Stratford corner, but by the time you've got there, it all arrives on you very, very quickly. I'm not quite sure whether that was the case for Jay or not, but either way, oh, that's a real shame. Not out of it though. Jay's only lost, what, 4-5 positions, and we've still got 4.5 minutes of this race to go. So, yeah, could come back here from 6th place, because had good pace. A 52.9 is the best lap that we've seen from Jay so far. Yeah, lost, what, 6 seconds with that spin. Ben Hunt now is your race leader. Achille Giannone in P2. Giannone looking for the tight line down the inside. They're good. Oh, brilliant switch back there. And good awareness from Ben Hunt. Nothing wrong with what Giannone was doing there, was using that inside line, trying to hook into the curb. But Hunt was always going to be quicker off of the corner and just had to get out the throttle a little bit there to make sure he didn't run into the back. Should just note, Giannone has had a contact warning. Toby Miles has had a contact warning as well from a few moments ago. Down the inside goes Giannone. This is a properly good race here to get things going in Minimax. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Has a bit of problem for Hugo Torpy. Torpy's falling down the order as Ben Hunt alongside. Giannone once again is going to try and sweep round the outside and does so. Good driving from Ben Hunt to retake the lead in this race. But once again, Giannone trying that inside line. Hunt's wise to it. Gets the cut back out of the hairpin. And all the while, Toby Miles being very patient there. In that number 90 machine. It's having a very, very impressive run. Toby with the draw of having two starts kind of from the middle. Remember, all of those who are not on novice plays, I almost like to call them as subgrids. All of those not on a novice plate, they start in the first 2/3 in this case of the grid. So they all have the same average grid position. What, 8th place, 7th or 8th place. So Toby will similarly have a middle-ish from the grid start for the second race. Having started 5th. Again, the different lines. Hunt going wide that time. Giannone searching down the inside for grip. A few changes of position in the middle of the pack just to report. Xavier Davidson having a very good race. Xavier up to P9. That is one of the novices as well. So top novice at the moment is the number 11. William Moore and Noah Hammond are oh, now is that a novice in trouble? I think that's just a novice, just making sure they don't get too in the way. So Roshan Bachada in the number 16 dutifully just lets the drivers coming through. There'll have been a blue flag out there, I imagine, for the number 16. Just panicked us for a moment that it looked like the kart was going into the naughty kart zone of not continuing on with the race anymore. Other changes of position. Hugo Torpey is through past Arlo Atwood for 13th place. So with less than 90 seconds of this one to go, it is Hunt, Giannone, Miles, Rhodes, Bart, Grantham, Birmingham, Hobson, Davidson, Moore. That's your top 10. Hammond, Story, Torpey, Atwood, Laidler, and then Lally, Kirby, Perring, Jones, Maru, and Bachada. End of another lap then. Ooh, that'll be close as to whether the last lap board comes out next time around. Change for second. Toby Miles, for a moment, had second place off of Achille Nane Giannone, and now he's going to take it back. Good driving there from Toby Miles. Privateer entry is the number 90. I tell you what, a drive like this on a day like today, you never know. There could be some teams out there watching and taking note of just the way that that kart looks different to all the others. And those with a bit of team backing at the moment are finding that number 90 difficult to keep on terms with. Toby Miles, definitely another name to remember as we go across the course of this day with this kind of performance. Last lap board is out this time then. So Ben Hunt, after those early battles with Giannone, looking good at the moment for a race victory, but we have already seen one race leader spin out of control. Does at least feel from our position here in the box, and I'm always conscious that I'm one of the only people inside a dry, warm location on a day like today. It does look like the rain has subsided, possibly even stopped in fact, but of course a lot of water and moisture on the circuit means it's very, very tricky still. But Ben Hunt has a good gap to Toby Miles. Could still be a change here for third place between Giannone and Rhodes. Rhodes down the inside, going into the last braking zone. That's a lovely bit of overtaking from Rhodes, but Ben Hunt will take the win from Toby Miles. Rhodes third, Giannone fourth, Adam Bart fifth, Finley Grantham sixth, Jay Birmingham. Unfortunate that spin, but still good points with that P7. Noah Hobson P8, William Moore 9th, Hugo Torby 10th, and Xavier Davidson just saw Xavier coming through there in the number 11, top novice, and the only novice to get ahead of some of the non-novices. Very good drive indeed. Jude Story 12th, Noah Hammond 13th, Thomas Laidler 14th. Second of the novices was Arlo Atwood in 15th, Freya Lally 16th, Jess Kirby 17th, Emrys Perring 18th, and it'll then be Eva Jones and Mahi Maru coming over the line to complete the top 20. In fact, no, switching around. Mahi Maru got 19th place, just at the end there ahead of Eva Jones. And Roshan Bachada was a retirement 4 laps from the end. Good race that. That was probably our fiercest battle for a race lead so far today. A number of drivers could have taken that one.
they'll be buoyed by that. And back out for race 16, which on the original schedule was a 1:43 start. As I say, it's after the lunch break. It might be that the lunch break is trimmed down a little bit today to recoup some of the time to continue the fight against the conditions. But thank you for tuning in today, folks. I know it was so frustrating a month ago when we didn't really get any. We got 3 heats, didn't we, with the fog? But we're doing better here today. Right, let's get ready for the next one. X30 Juniors are out on track now. X30 Junior, heat number 1. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Katie Clark and James Backworth starts on the front row. Charlie Phillip and Conrad Barton go from row 2. Katie Donaldson, definitely a name to watch out for in this one on row 3 alongside Duncan. Louis Barker, Alfie Fulton, Lucy Lovell, Jack Baker, that's the top 10. Archie Lee Bullock and Charlie Blenkinsop on row number 6. Tom Fox, Lewis Hay, Knight Measures and Alfie Taylor are the last of those not on novice place. Harrison Maxwell and Lucas Murray, the first 2 who are. Ethan Winter, Josh Bunduck and Ayrton Lima Evans complete the 21 strong field here in X30 Junior. That has not gone green on my screen. No, I think we are racing. We are racing. Apologies, a little bit of a moment there on timing in the box, but we are underway for this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. I think Ayrton Lima Evans might have had a problem in the early stages here. It's off the back of the field. The number 48 has had one as well. This is just outside of the comms box window. Louis Barker, and there's another kart in the tyres stuck on the curb. Out of the hairpin. So a little bit of drama in the early stages of this race. I think the driver stuck at the hairpin might be Lewis Hay, because Lewis has not come through on timing through the second sector. Let's count them through at the end of lap 1 then. Henry Duncan leads from Conrad Barton, James Backworth, Jack Baker, Alfie Fulton, your top 5. Katie Donaldson lost a position down to P6. Katie Clark down 6 to 7th. Charlie Phillip, Charlie Blenkinsop, and Tom Fox in the top 10. We've gone slow procedure. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first slow procedure of the year for Shenington Kart Racing Club. For those who've not seen this before, in function, this is the same as a Battenberg. Battenberg flags are now gone. It is now slow boards, aligned with what we've had in Europe for a while. It's a neutralisation of the race. Henry Duncan sets a moderate, safe pace. Everybody else follows line astern. And then once the track is clear and safe to race, we will go back to green. We won't go back to green now because they've just started another slow procedure lap. Look, big new boards here at Shenington. As I say, this is a process that's been brought in for the start of this season. Plenty of hard work from the committee to make sure everyone's trained and knows what they're doing. They won't be watching right now, but hello to anyone who's up at PF today. I know PF have got a big Marshall's training day being put on by a number of Motorsport UK officials, and of course we always say this, we should never forget it. Without the marshals, without the volunteers, without their knowledge and experience, we simply could not go racing, and we are always very thankful for them. Whilst we're still under slow procedure, let's just run you through what the full order is. So Henry Duncan, Conrad Barton, James Backworth, Jack Baker, Alfie Fulton, Katie Donaldson, Charlie Phillip, Katie Clark. We are still under slow procedure, so we can continue on with this. Charlie Blenkinsop 9th, Knight Measures. Good to see Knight back. I don't think I've seen Knight race with my own eyes. That was a weird phrase. On a commentary that I've done since Kart Masters last year. So, Knight, good to see you back, mate. Harrison Maxwell, P11, is the top novice at the moment. Archie Lee Bullock, 12th. Alfie Taylor, Lucy Lovell, and Tom Fox is the top 15. Ayrton Lima Evans, despite that moment early on, has actually gained a few places, so up to 16th ahead of Josh Bundock, Ethan Windsor and Lucas Murray. And as I say, we've got 2 karts not running. Lewis Hayes, one of them down at the hairpin, and they were stuck in a bit of a vulnerable position. You can now see that the kart's been moved to the inside, and then Louis Barker is the other one, the number 48, that came to a stop just in front of us here in the comms box, exiting Cafe Corner. We might be good to go on this one. Yeah, I think we are going to be good to go, because the yellows are all static. That's always the indicator. When the yellows go static, that's the indicator that unless there's any other troubles, we're going to go back to green. We are going to go back to green. Here we go with racing for 3 minutes and 40 seconds, there and thereabouts, plus the 1 lap. Good start for Henry Duncan at the front of the field, who's got to do that hard work again of trying to break away. Conrad Barton's going to have to deal with James Backworth down towards the hairpin. As off goes the leader, off goes second place. Oh, both of the top 2, simply too much speed. The love of speed took over, and out goes Henry Duncan. Conrad Barton's rejoined, but a long way down the order. We may see again another full course yellow, another slow procedure here, because that was well embedded in the tyres there. Yeah, we've gone to a slow procedure again. I think that's the right call. You've just seen how easy it is heading down into the hairpin to have a significant incident. It's just simply going to be a case of the top 2 with too much speed. You can see they're out of control miles back on the approach to the braking zone. Such a shame for both of them. They'll have lost their opportunity for good points now. Hope Henry's okay as well. That was quite a hard hit into the tyre barrier. You can see that the kart is still there. Henry will have gone to a marshal post. There you can see the number 49, Lewis Hay, that's out of this one as well. So 2 minutes and 20. The timer, of course, keeps clicking down under these slow procedures, the same as a Battenberg flag used to be. So James Backworth now has the lead. Jack Baker P2, Katie Donaldson P3. So Katie had a good restart there. Alfie Fulton 4th, Charlie Phillip 5th, Charlie Blankentop 6th, Knight Measures, Alfie Taylor, Katie Clark and Harrison Maxwell. That's your top 10 right now. Good response from the race officials there. As I say, that was quite a hard hit for Henry Duncan, and the risk always... now, who's going slowly there? Oh dear, the number 19 has got a technical problem possibly. This is Knight Measures. Oh, and Knight Measures, understandably, not too happy with that. That's not anything of his doing. He was on for a good result there, and has got the talent, has got the speed to move up the order if we go back to green, but unfortunately the machinery has let him down. Knight's just this is just out of our commentary box window. It's just pushing the kart over to the side of the track. This will be another event that the race officials may have to deal with. Knight's getting back in the kart now, trying to get it restarted. You can see him pushing the starter button. Oh, now we've gone back to green there. So they're going to be under local yellow. Katie Donaldson through into second place. Oh, that looked a little bit close for me. That was whilst Knight Measures was at the side of the track, that Katie Donaldson's made the overtake for second place and ahead of Jack Baker. James Backworth's had a perfect start though for a race leader off of a slow procedure. That may well be the race winning move for the driver of the number 24. Down towards Wilkins once again. Coming through the field there. Was that Charlie Blankensop in the number 27 gaining a few positions? Yes, it was. Charlie Blankensop up to third place. Nice driving there from Charlie. Who else has had a good restart? Lucas Murray's had a good restart in the novice ranks. He's up to 13th place, second of the novices. This is the last lap. It's been a bit of a different one for our X30 Juniors. Two slow procedures, two neutralisations of the race under a full course yellow. Means there's not a lot of time if you're if you did start in the second half of the field not a lot of time to get back up the order. 80 on the side of the helmet there for Alfie Taylor in the number 42, currently looking at a top 5. He's got his teammate immediately behind. But James Backworth, well, has kept it all together. Top 3 headed down towards the bottom corner. The top 2 span. James Backworth keeps it together, and that gives him the win. So James Backworth takes Heat 1 in X30 Junior. Katie Donaldson, P2. Charlie Blankenship with some good moves after that second restart goes back up to 3rd place. Jack Baker and Alfie Taylor in the top 5. Alfie Fulton 6th, Harrison Maxwell 7th, Charlie Phillip, Tom Fox and Katie Clark all record scores in the top 10. Conrad Barton recovered back to 11th place after that spin down at the bottom end of the circuit. Lucas Murray 12th, Lucy Lovell 13th, Ayrton Limmer Evans 14th, and Josh Bundock also in the top 15. Ethan Windsor in 16th. In the drivers who had troubles, Archie Lee Bullock, 1 lap from the end. Night measures during the second full course yellow slow procedure. Henry Duncan had that spin that brought out the second of the slow procedures. Lewis Hay brought out the first one, and Louis Barker had a problem off the race start. So real up and down affair there for the X30 Juniors. They again will be back out later on. They'll be the 17th race of the day, expected just before 2 o'clock. We'll get ready though for the next race out on the circuit. We stay with X30s, but now switch to the seniors. So some of the fastest non-gearbox karting that we'll see today. X30 Senior. Reese Masters will be on pole position for the start of this race, with company in the form of Alfie Gallagher alongside him, starting from 2nd. Bailey Brooker and Pietro Jurevich go from row 2. It's then Zef Nurnberger and Dom Parabok going from row 3. Next on row 4, Dylan Masters and Sasha Bagley. Katie Ashman and Jack Monkhouse go from row 5. Ben Cowley will share the 6th row of the grid with Alvin Chu. Then on the next row of the grid, row number 7, Lauren Dunleavy and Lucas Armstrong. Andrew Platt and Samantha Stewards go from row number 8. CJ Bennett, keep an eye on CJ Bennett flying through the field from row number 9, is joined by James Workman for this race. Jake Brook and Ryan Gill complete the top 20. William Omar, the last of those, part of the main field, and just the single novice. So Valentino Alessi, as long as Valentino doesn't get disqualified from the heat or anything like that and gets out on the circuit, is automatically a winner for being the best novice. X30 Senior though, I think this is a good day for some of these drivers to get some big results. The rain's coming back in again. Obviously there's been other X30 racing this weekend. There's only 52 weeks in the year after all. So CJ Bennett is probably your big name on this grid. But a number of the other British runners who may have turned up here today, had there not been another race on, it gives some drivers who aren't used perhaps to racing at the very front opportunity to get some trophies. And I always say, it only takes one result for a driver to get their season going. So we'll see more on that later on, of course. But right now, Reese Masters will take us from pole position with the Velocity Race Engines powered machine into those tram lines. Those lights go from red to the timer. 8 minutes is underway. So Reese Masters leads through the first corner as gets a bit of a twitch on though through the second corner. That may give Alfie Gallagher a chance here to draw alongside and take the race lead before they get down to the Stratford hairpin. No, it's been tied up together by Masters, but here goes Gallagher down the inside. Another of the Velocities on the outside there, and the VRE as well, trying to keep control of things in the early stages of this race. So it's the teammates getting involved with one another right now. Masters, Brooker and Jurevich. Spinner in the Bruno chicane that triggers all kinds of avoiding action. Was that Bailey Brooker going around? It was it's a Tim Wilson Motorsport machine going from high up the order. So it either was Bailey Brooker or a fast starting Sasha Bagley. In fact, Sasha Bagley may have been involved in that as well. It was both of them So I think initially it was Brooker going round, and then Bagley, unfortunately, was one of the drivers who had to take avoiding action. Alfie Gallagher has taken the race lead in this one. This has been quite the start to this first heat of the day for X30 Senior. Change for fourth there, Zef Nürnberger, who we don't call the Purple People Eater anymore because he used to drive in a very bright purple machine, and now he's in the standard Birrell ART red and white for Jade Racing team. And well, liveries aside, he's had a decent start. He's running fifth at the moment, and now looking around the outside of Reese Masters. Reese is wise to that one. In comes Jack Monkhouse as well, the privateer, top running privateer, or the listed privateers on our timing screen at the moment, in 6th place. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Gallagher leading by half a second from Dom Parabok. This is a good chance for Dom Parabok, the driver from Leicester, because he starts the next race in 16th. Oh, look at that 3 wide moment. Round the outside goes Reese Masters. That was fantastic work from Reese Masters. Good racing so far from these drivers, respecting each other, respecting the conditions as well. Down towards the hairpin as Zef Nürnberger trying to work an opening there on Jack Monkhouse. So Monkhouse has got 5th place on this lap. Lucas Armstrong's coming through the field as well. Lucas started 14th, but the number 94 has halved that number of positions up to P7 now. Dylan Masters and Ben Cowley not too far behind as well. Ben's had a decent run, up 3 places so far in this race. Dylan Masters gaining a position there, running in the, look at the rain. And that shot out and down from the Bruno chicane back towards Stratford hairpin. Doesn't look fun at all for the drivers in some respects. Nürnberger down the inside of Masters, gets the move done. Nice and efficient work there from Nürnberger, so holds in 6th place. Jack Monkhouse and Lucas Armstrong have rather disappeared off the front of this group. They're on up the road trying to now catch up to Peter Jurevich. As another 3 wide moments coming out of Cafe Corner. Ben Cowley and Alvin Chu trying to gain positions in all of that. It really is all going on in this one. As the number 89 on the inside there, that is Ben Cowley for TWM. Tim Wilson Motorsport, of course, one of the very, very experienced teams around this place, like Jade Racing team as well. As, oh dear, out of the race is James Workman for the Klassen team. Klassen Motorsport won't go any further in this particular heat. Very intrigued to see as well, CJ Bennett running down in 15th place. I've got to be honest, I did not expect to see that. Thought we would see that number 9 machine. Number 9, of course, meaning he's a seeded driver. He's raced internationally as well as CJ, but something not quite right perhaps with the Litchfield Motorsport kart at the moment. CJ's well experienced in these conditions as well. Yellow flag out down at Marshall post 4. Does that indicate that some... Well, I think that, yeah, that'll be covering for James Workman's number 98, which we've already seen has stopped in this one. Just to note as well, Sasha Bagley did not get re-going again, so Sasha is out of this race. Change there for 5th place. Another nice move from Nürnberger through Wilkins. Passes Lucas Armstrong that time. 2 minutes and 50 remaining on the clock. I do think the conditions are getting worse here, but not to the point that I don't think we'll have to have a stoppage for this. Everyone will just be very soggy by the end of the day. Alfie Gallagher still leading this race, but I think he's going to be under pressure here as number 87 drifts through the shot. Sorry, the 81 there of Jack Monkhouse. Here's a good battle going on. This is the number 41 of William Omar. Now, where did William start? William started well down the order with the mixed grids. So this is a good drive from William Omar, another of the Privateers. Snazzy decal kit on that kart. And, well, yeah, he's up to 8th place now, ahead of Dylan Masters. Got a couple of sponsors on it by the looks of things there. There is CJ Ben. I'm not going to say what I just thought there because I could be incorrect, and then everybody will shout at me in the comments. I think CJ's running an older kart. We're just testing some things out, but is now starting to get to up to grips with things. Up there in 12th place. One minute and 15 seconds to go. Alfie Gallagher still leading this one and has picked the pace up, so he's actually extending his lead over Dominic Parabok right now. Couple of notices from race control. Contact warning for Ben Cowley. That was a few minutes ago. There was a warning for Alfie Gallagher as well earlier on in this race, but again, they're just warnings. No, nothing more than that at this stage. Jack Monkhouse trying to hound down Zef Nürnberger again, although Nürnberger has recently taken that 4th place. So this one quite spread out in the first half of the field now. I think they all know that it's just about bringing things home now. So I'm going to come out and say it, and I'm sure comments will correct me if I'm incorrect in this one. Apologies, I've not quite had a chance to go and see CJ's kart this morning. I think CJ is running in a Formula Libre, so it's an older kart. It's not going to be, you know, necessarily as quick as something that's brand new out of the box. Why is he not running in Formula Libre? I think it's because he's a seeded driver. He wouldn't, because he's had that level of success in recent times. He would not be eligible for Formula Libre, so he's thrown himself into X30 Senior to see what he can do. So he is now starting to pull through the orders back up to 9th place. So that's what I'm saying, is that the driver's still doing very, very well. And is effectively running with a handicap with the age of machinery that he's got, but it's still competitive within this division. And again, I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm incorrect on that one. Last lap board has been shown. Alfie Gallagher, I think he's going to be quite glad that that last lap board has been shown, because Dominic Parabok's been closing in, but runs out of time. Over the line, Alfie Gallagher takes the race win from Dominic Parabok. It'll be Piotr Jurevich across the line in 3rd. Piotr has got home in 3rd. Zef Nürnberger fights through to 4th place. Decent drive. 5th for Monkhouse, 6th for Gill, 7th for Armstrong, 8th for Omar, 9th there for CJ Bennett with the white number board. That's why I think I've got that theory somewhat correct, because that's the same denotation that you would get with a machine of that description, although it's now just come past. I think I'm talking complete rubbish per usual, because he's got yellow number boards on. Either way, 9th place for CJ Bennett, Alvin Chu 10th place, Dylan Masters 11th, Katie Ashman, Reese Masters, Ben Cowley, Jake Brook in the top 15, Andrew Platt, Bailey Brooker, Samantha Stewart, Valentino Alessi, Lauren Dunleavy, James Workman were your 20 finishers. Sasha Bagley retired on the first lap. So the rest of them coming on into Parc Fermé, a race that started quite frenetically, but then calmed down in the second half. They will all be back out again later on today. To correct myself exactly when they will be, they'll be race 18, so all being well they'll be out just after 2 o'clock, and down the order of events we go then. We'll stick with seniors, but switch from X30 and across into the Rotax categories next. Senior Rotax, race number 9, heat 1 for them, is up next. So, into our next race then, which will be the penultimate
penultimate race of this first rotation. It's Senior Rotax, and we'll have Bertie Wellesley and Harry Wiltsh on the front row. Scott Hayward, Alfie Davies row 2, Tom Taylor and Marissa Teague on row number 3. Next up on the fourth row of the grid, we've got Drew Preisner and Robin Brain. Arminas Zabarauskas and William Webb go from row number 5. Jarek Metters, I've not seen Jarek in a race for a while. A very experienced driver on row 6 alongside Ethan Griffiths. Row 7, Harvey Quick. George Isgrove alongside on the 7th row. Tom Nottingham and Ethan Martin, row 8. Lloyd Williams and Freddie Snelling on row 9. Daniel Kayov and Adam White on row 10. Josh Cora and Kyan Eastick on row 11. Ryan Sayers and Oliver Lomax go from row 12. Lily Charlton, Harry Gill, that's row 13. Abby Sanders and Charles Sutton, the last of those on full plates. We next go into the novices, starting on row 15, Veer Maru and Jensen People. And then Taylor Davies and Oliver Bamford Senior, completing a really strong 32 strong grid. And once again, it will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. First of 2 heats for all of the drivers competing here today. Looks like we're good for a race start. We are good for a race start. Here we go then for the first heat in Senior Max. Coming out of the first couple of bends, looks like the number 48 of Bertie Wellesley has taken the race lead back. Scott Hayward had a good start, but lost out on the second half of Cafe Corner. Lots of defensive driving to the inside. And one of the EKS is coming in there quite quickly into Stratford Hairpin, but all looking pretty good. No incidents. Oh, I spoke too soon. Round goes the number 31 there. That's Scott Hayward going for a spin, and others following in sympathy there. In the second half of the field, well, that is really gutting for Scott Hayward. Started this race third, had the lead for a few metres, now falls all the way down to the bottom of the order. What a start for Drew Preisner. Through all of the gloom and everything that's happened there, Drew's come through to lead this one at the end of lap 1. Started 7th on the grid. Bertie Wellesley 2nd, Alfie Davies 3rd. William Webb and Tom Taylor completing the top 5 right now. Down towards the hairpin once again. On the inside there, that's good driving from Alfie Davies. I tell you what, it's good driving from William Webb as well. William's going to get 2 for the price of 1 here. Yeah, through from 4th to 2nd place. Bertie Wellesley and Alfie Davies were busy racing with one another, and William Webb took the classic wet line through that hairpin, out-dragged them before they got to the Bruno chicane. Who else has had a good start? Harvey Quick up 7 spots to 6th. Ethan Griffiths up 5 spots to 7th. And then Ryan Sayers has had a good start, we should note as well. Started this race 23rd, and at last count, well, now a new count, is up to 11th place. So another one of the Vantage Racing team having a good start to things here today. 6 minutes to go. Looks like there's been a warning or 2 out there, but we'll come back to that, because here for the race lead, William Webb, Drew Preisner. Oh, they need to be careful there. That got a little bit close to driver's right-hand side. There is a bit of runoff there to use, but it's not as going to be as nice on a day like today as the racetrack itself. But Webb is through. Webb's got through past Preisner there. And Preisner's going to try and fight back for sure. Didn't quite get that corner right though. Went for a half dive to the inside, and yeah, it just did not really work for Preisner at all. Five minutes and 10 seconds of this race remaining then. So Webb leads from Preisner, Davies, Wellesley, Quick, Griffiths, Taylor, Nottingham, Zabarauskas and Freddie Snelling also in the top 10 right now. Other drives down the order, because in a big grid like this, it's quite often you have to go down the order just to check to see if anyone's doing some heroics. Josh Gore, a decent drive up from 21st to 14th right now. That's a gain of 7.
Also moving up the order, Oliver Lomax has gained 7. So these are drivers we might talk about later on in the day. Once they've had their second heat from the front of the grid, once all the points shake themselves out, you can suddenly see a driver who was down in the midfield in this first race be quite towards the front once we get to the final. It's all about net gain position with this format of events. Here's a good scrap. This is over 4th place, so Harvey Quick has got through past Bertie Wellesley there. So Harvey racing for the R1 Racing team. And you couldn't be a kart driver called Quick and be falling backwards, could you? So good that Harvey's living up to his name here, and so gained 9 positions so far in this race. So yeah, that's a good example of what we're talking about. That everyone's kind of in a race of gaining positions here, and Harvey's gained, as I say, 9 of them. Versus the driver in front. That yes, Alfie Davies running good in 3rd place, but Alpha's only gained 1 position. Alpha will have to start further back in the grid for the second race, and will need to make up for the number of positions that Harvey's gained. I mean, Harvey will start in the middle of the field again, and based on what we've seen so far, there's nothing to suggest that he wouldn't be able to do this again. And yeah, Alfie would then need to probably race up, gain 15, 20 positions to get the same number of points as Harvey Quick. So this is what we mean, that in a bigger field, gaining positions is really good way of getting you up the grid for the final later on today. 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this one to go. William Webb still leads this one. Here's the battle for 7th place. Tom Taylor, very experienced driver is Tom, and he's got another Tom behind him, Tom Nottingham. Tom, who runs his own under his own team name as well, TTR, Tom Taylor Racing. Nottingham to the inside though. Now is Taylor going to have the legs out of the corner? They're going to be side by side towards the Bruno chicane. Nottingham might have a bit of better track. That's really well done by both of them, but particularly by Tom Taylor. Didn't panic. That's a good use of experience there to out-drag Nottingham and then get the move done through the Bruno chicane. Freddie Snelling might have a chance in this though. Ethan Martin looking down the inside for P9. Good move from Ethan Martin there. The EM Improvements entry for the number 55. Adam White has got past Josh Gora, so for Maxim Motorsport up to 12th place now is the driver from the number 13. Scott Hayward coming back through the field, by the way. Saw Scott have that problem earlier on. He's now back up to P17 as Nottingham looks down the inside, 3 wide. Oh my goodness, how did they make that work? I thought it was going to be inevitable that Tom Taylor would be tipped round, but just manages to keep control of things. Oh dear, that's a very big problem for one of the air karts. Is that the number 81 of Oliver Bamford Senior, possibly? Oliver's okay. That's the most important thing, and we'll watch the rest of this race from the Marshall post. I wonder what's happened there. I wonder if he's had a bit of a moment coming out of the Bruno chicane, and that moment's kind of just carried on down left-hand side towards the hangar corner. Less than a minute to go then. William Webb quite nicely in control of this race, by the way, as it's kicking off again between Ethan Martin and Tom Nottingham. Nottingham, that's a really nice piece of defensive driving from Tom Nottingham. He knew that Ethan Martin was going to try and do a switch back there, just control his pace and his positioning across the circuit to make sure that there was going to be no option for Ethan Martin to slip down the inside fairly and take that position. Yellow flags out through this part of the circuit. That is to cover for Bamford Senior's broken down machine. Lloyd Williams has gone from this race as well, unfortunately. The Welsh driver not circulating. Robin Brain also has stopped. So 3 drivers at least not going to see the checkered flag on this occasion. Ryan Snelling there. That's big, massive load of oppo there for Tom Nottingham. This could be an opportunity for Ethan Sayers, and yes, Ethan Martin. Ethan Martin gets the control of 7th place off of the hairpin. May well set about trying to catch up to Tom Taylor now. Green flags out through. We are on the last lap of the race. The race leader is already on their way down towards Stratford Hairpin. So that just shows you the level of performance here from William Webb. This has actually been a very impressive run from William Webb, running with the Evolution there. Nearly 5 seconds ahead of Drew Preisner. So Preisner, who would have hoped to hold on after that early exchange between himself and Webb, has simply been left for pace right now. Probably down about half a second a lap right now. So William Webb will go into the lunch break very happy with the morning's work. Takes the first heat over the line. A bit of a wait now until second place comes over the line. There is Drew Preisner. Good points. But things to think about when we go into the afternoon. Alfie Davies third, Harvey Quick fourth, Bertie Wellesley will be fifth, and then all of this lot from sixth downwards. Good move there by one of the Maxims to gain positions. So Tom Taylor sixth, Adam White gains 2 on that last lap to take P7 ahead of Ethan Martin, Freddie Snelling and Tom Nottingham. Ryan Sayers 11th, Jarek Metters 12th, Oliver Lomax 13th, Scott Hayward 14th, Josh Gora takes us down to the end of the top 15. Marissa Teague, George Isgrove, Kian Eastick, Charles Sutton and Aminas Zabarauskas complete the top 20. Harry Wilch, Harry Gill, Lily Charlton, Abby Sanders and Daniel Kiev take us down to 25th. First of the novices home was Jensen People in 26th, Viramaru 27th with Taylor Davies 28th. Ethan Griffiths had a tough time out there, P29 on that occasion. Oliver Bamford Senior, we of course saw broken down at the side of the track, will get points for P30. Lloyd Williams 31st and Robin Brain, that's a real loss for Robin. Started this race from 8th place, would have hoped for good points there, but loses out and will have it all to do in the second heat. But the good news is all of the senior Rotax drivers do make it through. There's no threat of B finals and cut-offs and repecharges for them today. Right. So that brings us to the end of that part of the programme. If you can just hear the beautiful sound of KZ2s is burbling in the pits for the first time in 2026 on Alpha Live. We're going to go gearbox racing, and KZ2s are always very special around here. It's the last race before the lunch break. Heat 1 up next. Welcome back to Shenington, coverage of the Love of Speed event round 2 for the Shenington Kart Racing Club calendar for 2026. And for the first time in a racing capacity this year, we've got KZ2. We switch, of course, to the gearbox layout, the longer run down the Stratford straight. Here's your grid for heat number 1. Ryan Green, regular runner on the national KZ2 scene, will start from pole. Zildanas Klimas goes alongside from grid 2. Lee Ward, grid 3. Harry Walsh and Jess Edgar complete the top 5. Ella Stevens, winner of the E-Plate at this very circuit last year, second in the British Championships, and now, of course, preparing for an F1 Academy assault with McLaren backing. She starts P6. Chad Little and George Robinson 7th and 8th. Ryan Simpson and James Kuchelek start inside the top 10. Jensen Pugh having a go at KZ2 is starting 11th for this one with Jack Price 12th. Oliver Harris 13th. Alan Kenyon, who was fastest in warm-up this morning, but conditions have changed a bit. That was in quite heavy rain. I think the rain has now stopped. Still a very wet circuit, but keep an eye on Alan there, P14. Reese Duthie 15th. Milo Manderson, great to see Milo having a go at KZ2 as well, P16, and Lexi Fells completes the 17-strong field. I'd love more KZ2s, but I'll take 17 for these conditions. Fair play to all of these drivers for getting their machines ready and out on circuit. 17 is a decent number to have a KZ2 race. And here at Shenington, they've been a long supporter of this category. Will host a round of the British Championship for KZ2. It'll be a little bit different. It won't be part of a main Rear Tools British Kart Championships weekend. It'll be part of one of these Shenington Club Racing events, but it will be a race that counts towards the British Championship later on in the year. So, the other difference, of course, with KZ2, and this is going to be interesting on a day like today, it will be a standing start. Extra formation lap for the drivers just to fully get their eye in. And if you've never watched these karts before, if you're brand new to karting, prepare to be wowed. For a lot of us who've watched karting for many, many years, you just can't help when you're trackside with these things. You can't help but smile. They are just a different breed. As I say, I'd love more of them because I'm greedy like that as a karting commentator. But they are, at least, you know, in the UK, so you've got 250 Nationals as well, and superkarts as well, racing on the big circuits. But this, I always say, KZ2, probably the biggest challenge for any driver on a short circuit form in British karting. And as I say, it's really good to see some new drivers. You know, Milo Anderson, a driver that I've commentated on for many, many years in the the Rotax categories and things like that, having a look at these KZ2s and going, do you know what, I want to have a go at that. And yeah, more of it, please, for drivers who are thinking, oh, I don't want to have a go. Do it, because you'll have a lot of fun. So the grid forming up. Ryan Green there, kart number 11, with the kind of dark red and yellow race helmet. Was say in the top, was a seeded driver at the end of 2024, 9th in the British Championships in 2024. He'll be a strong contender at the start of this race, but keep an eye on Ella Stevens and Jess Edgar as well, starting not too far back. We're ready for KZ2 here at Shenington. Heat 1 is go, and away is a very good start for Lee Ward. Well, Lee Ward, with his experience, knew how to get it off the standing start. Beats everybody to turn number 1. And like Ryan Green, Lee, another driver who's been a seeded national top 10 championship driver in years gone by. Here they are down at, oh, big incident into the Stratford hairpin. The number 60 of Jensen Pugh got airborne there into Ella Stevens. Both drivers okay. Was Jessica Edgar possibly also caught up in all of that? There'll be yellow flags down at the run to the hairpin, but that just looked to be Jensen Pugh out of control. That was quite a dramatic start. Jessica Edgar's okay. There she is in the number 17. But there was a third kart involved. Ella Stevens we talked about, Jensen Pugh we talked about. There's Milo Manderson possibly involved as well, because Milo's come through sector 2 now, but a bit further down the order. Right, end of the first lap. Lee Ward leads from Ryan Green. Harry Walsh third, Jessica Edgar fourth, who just managed to skip through that incident. Might have been Chad Little who was also involved, because Chad Little has come through with a mechanical flag. Good to see that both drivers are okay. That will have been a really scary one, particularly for Ella Stevens. She will not have expected that, and suddenly had a kart coming in right at the height of the NASA panel. Rest of the order, who's had a good start? Alan Kenyon's had a good start. The number 46 is up to 7th place, having started 14th. George Robinson 8th, Jack Price 9th, Oliver Harris in the top 10. So it's your two experienced hands then. Lee Ward and Ryan Green have been playing this game for many years. Love the racing. Great to see the commitment that they have to this part of the sport. They speed past the normal turning point for, you know, the Rotax machinery and your X30. Says, oh, there's nearly a moment there. Ryan Green was maybe caught out there by where Lee Ward breaks for the corner. They keep themselves running in this race through the Bruno chicane. Probably not as much today with the wet conditions, but the other big challenge with KZ2s is the physicality. You have to really drive one of these karts around a circuit, particularly when the weather gets a little bit better. and the 456 million days of rain in the UK finally decide to stop at some point in the future. Change for third place, Jess Edgar's through. Jess, of course, a family member from one of the most famed karting contingents in the UK. And she'll be doing KZ2 racing for, I want to say, about a couple of years now, has Jess. Has been learning a lot from Ella Stevens as well over the last year or so. And again, I think Jess, with if she's doing a full programme this year of KZ2, could be a regular name at the top of results sheets in 2026. I'll see if she can close in on Ryan Green and Lee Ward right now. The gap 2.5 seconds across the top three at the last count. 4.5 minutes to go in this one. Over the line goes Lee Ward. That was a 53.6 for Ward, a 53.5 for Green, a 53.1 for Edgar. So Jess Edgar's got a chance here. With a number of laps remaining, Jess Edgar at that rate will catch up to both Ryan Green and Lee Ward. Harry Walsh having a good drive. P4 at the moment has just set a personal best, but it's a second slower than Jess Edgar at the moment. Change for 9th place. James Kacholek is through past Jack Price. The progress of Alan Kenyon, I think, has been stopped at the moment in around 6th place. So he's going quicker, but needs to catch up to Rhys Duthie first of all. Rhys has had a good race. Yeah, the Scots driver started 15th, and this one has gained 10 places. There's another one who's managed to weave a way through the incident on lap 1. Ryan Green now starting to put a bit of pressure on Lee Ward. And say these two drivers know each other very well. They've been racing KZ2s for many a season at both a club level and a national level. And again, with the experience in this category, they'll know that Jess Edgar is closing in. Ryan Green trying to get Lee Ward off of the racing line here. That's well dealt with by Lee Ward, by the race leader. Down towards the Bruno chicane. Here goes Ryan Green. Oh, as I think about it, that would have been a brave move into the Bruno chicane. It's another thing with KZ2 that the overtakes happen in different ways to perhaps an X30 or a Rotax. The extra speed that they have, particularly when you get into the corners, everything just happens that little bit quicker. Got to be precise with your overtakes. That was good drive out of the final corner for Lee Ward. 2.5 minutes to go. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on Jess Edgar. Jess is now 1.5 seconds off the race lead. Consistently 4 or 5 tenths a lap quicker, and we're still going to have, well, more than 3 laps here for Jess to close that gap down. We've still got over 2 minutes to go. Ward feels the need to go defensive again. That is going to be good for the Jade Racing team's top runner in this race at the moment. Just allows Jess Edgar to continue to chip away at this race lead. The question is, though, where do you make the overtake? Is this a part of the day where the rain has pretty much stopped, or it's just light rain now? It's not a dry line forming, but it's a moist line as opposed to the fully wet line in other parts of the circuit. Can actually be quite tricky to overtake in these track conditions. But there are your top 3. Really are class of the field at the moment. Jess Edgar now less than a second behind Lee Ward, so keeping that progress going. Very reliable lap times from Jess Edgar at the moment. 52.79 is out of the race is Harry Walsh. Oh, that's a real shame for Harry. Harry was up in 4th place, so Harry Walsh will drop down the order now with some form of technical issue and lose the points as a result of that. Down towards Hanger once again. I get the sense perhaps that Lee Ward and Ryan Green, aware that Jess Edgar is close by, maybe in favour of working together a bit more with 50 seconds to go. So we'll have 2 laps here. You can see there, they're just different sheen on the circuit, the damp line as opposed to the fully wet line. I think this is actually going to be really tricky. Jess Edgar has the speed, but I don't think she's got the places around the circuit to realistically make a safe overtake. And at the end of the day, this is a heat. If it was a final, maybe it'd be a bit different, but the There's good points to be had here, and particularly with other drivers, strong drivers like Ella Stevens out of this race. You don't want to waste the opportunity. Ooh, where's Ryan Green gone there? Where's Ryan Green gone? Has Ryan Green had a problem? He's not come through. Yes, he has. He's out. So Ryan Green loses second place down at the Bruno chicane. Now, was that driver error? Oh, he's creaking his neck a little bit. I hope Ryan's okay. He did not have a small incident through that part of the circuit. Oh, that is gutting for Green. But again, this is another aspect of KZ2 racing. If you've not seen it before, things change very, very quickly. They're not always guaranteed reliability in this class as well, because they love pushing things to the absolute limit. Leaders coming towards the Bruno chicane now. You just see them out of the window. It's still Lee Ward in charge of this race. Jess Edgar not in a danger zone at the moment for Lee Ward. And I tell you what, Lee Ward, well, he can thank two things in this race. His start, which was fantastic, and also some clever defensive work to keep Ryan Green at bay. Lee Ward wins the first heat here at Shenington today. Jess Edgar, after a bit of a scare in the early stages, comes home P2. Alan Kenyon third. Alan Kenyon we need to keep an eye on in the second heat, because Alan will start further up the order in the second heat, and as I mentioned, was very, very quick in warm-up this morning. Rhys Duthie, P4 for the Neil McLennan Racing team. George Robertson comes home P5 ahead of Ryan Simpson. James Kachola in 7th. Jack Price P8, Milo Madison P9. Oliver Harris, Ryan Green, Harry Walsh, Lexi Fells, Chad Little all made the end. 14 drivers made the end. Sorry, no, they didn't make the end. We're into the retirements now. So Ryan Green didn't make the end. Harry Walsh didn't. Lexi Fells and Chad Little. Chad Little had a mechanical flag as well. And then on the first lap also we saw Ella Stevens and Jensen Pugh involved in a bit of a scary incident down at the bottom end of the circuit. Right, well, that is everybody done for their first heat. Everybody's raced once. I do hope that you have enjoyed it. The next part of the order events, we're not quite at the lunch break yet. We've got another 4 races to go, but we do go into the second rotation, and we go back to the start again. So it's the second heat for the cadets coming up next. I'm your Water Swift and Honda Cadet, due very soon. Welcome back to Shenington. So we reset the circuit back to the non-gearbox layout. Here's your grids, I should say, for I'm Water Swift Restricted and Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Harry Murphy and Louis Wilson will be on the front row for this one. Darcy Durnford and Calman Simon row 2. Reggie Peters and Logan Hodgetts row 3. These are all the Miami Water Swift Restricteds, just to be clear. Next up on row number 4, Henry Hales and Max St. Hilaire and Riley Aston Wilkins starting in row 5 with Arlo Porter Goody. Just to mention, Riley is actually a novice here today. I think that's just a little thing on the timing system showing him not a novice, but we have seen him the novice place on earlier today. Last of the Miami Water Swift Restricted, again one of the novices. Remember, they all start at the back of their respective grids. It's Jennifer Banks. Ben Bowers is the first of the Honda Cadets. These are all Honda Cadets now from here on in. Josh Bailey and Austin Dowell row 7. Cian Doherty and Archie Edgar up next ahead of Louis Dawson and Sawyer Henderson. Phoebe Shelton and Nika Veselovsky go from the middle part of the Hondas. James Winter and Harry Parker Ray at the back of those who've moved on from their novice place. And then completing the grid, your 2 novices within the Honda Cadets. There they will start towards the back of the grid, of course, Alfie Love and Finn Hollis. Close your ears if you don't want to know the results of the first heat. It went a little bit like this. I'll go with it. The Hondas actually started further up the road than the Miami Water Swift Restricted in the last one, so they took the overall win. The points, though, to remember, are still set by your class position, not your overall position. So Ben Bowers, 0 intermediate points for a race win in the Hondas. Joshua Bailey, 2 points for second. Harry Parker-Ray, 3 for third. Phoebe Shelton, 4 for fourth. And Sawyer Henderson, 5 for 5. That is, of course, your top 5 going into this one. Finn Hollis was the first of the Honda novices across the line, P9 overall. And then the IAME Water Swift Restricted again. 0 points for the class win for Henry Hales, 10th overall. Logan Hodgetts was second of the IAMEs. Louis Wilson was third. Calvin Summer was fourth. And then Darcy Durnford was fifth. So it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, as per usual here today. And the Hondas at the front as well. So the Hondas sound different. Those 4-stroke motors. The 200 variety of the class, which it's good to see numbers starting to go back up. I've always enjoyed this category because it produces such good racing. And of course, Honda Cadet numbers dropped a few years ago as there were the changes in the technical race regulations, but it does seem like the numbers are starting to come back up now. They'll get going first of all. Again, we'll keep an eye on both races at the same time. So the Honda's underway for their second heat. Ben Bowers, good start. Started towards the back of the first race and came through pretty quickly. So the challenge for the others is to make sure that the number 27 doesn't break away, because we know there's some good race pace there in the hands of Ben Bowers today. The IAME Water Swifts will get going in a moment as well. And we'll keep an eye on their race. And apologies, we had some technical problems in the first race, so we weren't able to see too much of them on camera, but we'll try and do that this time. They have now got going. Here they are. And say with the number 65 at the front of the field, Harry Murphy has the early lead in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here back with the Hondas. Could be a 3-part breakaway here as... Oh, now what's happened to Ben Bowers? Has Ben Bowers got a problem? Ben Bowers slamming the steering wheel in frustration there. Didn't seem to be able to get any drive at full speed off of the final corner. Hasn't come into the pits. So maybe it was just a temporary problem. But he has lost the race lead. So Joshua Bailey now in first position. Oh, that's a little bit close. Phoebe Shelton and Austin Dowell over second place. And yeah, I think there's a problem for Ben Bowers. Is that Ben Bowers coming to a stop out of the Stratford corner? As, oh, a bit of a spin there for the number 48 of Louis Dawson. Update from the ranks in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Change for the lead in that one. Louis Wilson has got through past Henry Hales. I think those two are going to go wheel to wheel throughout the course of the day. We saw Louis very strong earlier on in the season. 6 minutes remaining in this race then. So Joshua Bailey, good chance for Joshua to break away here. 0.8 of a second was the advantage at the end of that particular lap. Here are your contenders in IAME Water Swift Restricted then. And looks like Henry Hales has got back ahead of Louis Wilson on this lap. As I say, Henry had a very, very good couple of years in the Bambino formulas. Would run both Coma and also Mighty Bambino, and did a lot of learning about kart setup and the vehicle dynamics by using both of those categories. And yeah, I would not be surprised if we see that name towards the front of a lot of cadet grids in 2026. Ben Bowers' kart, by the way, has been recovered to the infield, so yes, he's out of this race. Should note Darcy Durnford has stopped as well, so Darcy unfortunately is not circulating right now. All of these drivers will make it through to their A final, so don't worry too much about that. Down towards the hairpin here. Oh, the 39 has had a spin. That's Harlow Poulter Goody. Is over to driver's left hand side. Not too much of a problem there. Front of this pack then, Phoebe Shelton. There has been changes in this group, and this is what we like about Hondas. Always close racing. For me, there's no other class that creates a better driving and racing brain than Honda Cadets, because they don't have the most power. You have to keep your momentum up. You can't be rash in a Honda Cadet. You've got to think your way through how to keep in a battle, how to stay up front, and not get dropped out of the pack, and also how to develop patience as a racing driver as well. Phoebe Shelton's going to have a challenge here though, because there are some back markers coming into play. But Phoebe navigates that very well indeed. Austin Dowell there in second place. Austin having a look down towards Hanger Corner. That could be a bit brave, and pulls out of it. There you can see that gap that suddenly forms between Shelton and Dowell. Now Dowell will be able to close back in, because the slipstream, I think the power of it will start to grow now. The rain has stopped. The track is a bit damp now as opposed to fully wet. Dowell has another go. That's going to be an opportunity for Sawyer Henderson to try and take second place. Not quite able to do so there was Sawyer. So this race starting to pick up now, but look at how many drivers are still part of this main battle pack. That's all a bit wide for Shelton. That's a mistake. Phoebe Shelton loses the lead. Just got a touch wide, got into that puddle, did very well to keep the kart under control, but drops now a couple of positions. Fighting back now with the number 25 of Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer holds that line around the outside. Great opportunity now for our new race leader, Austin Dowell, to break away from the pack here. Down the inside goes Phoebe Shelton. That's a great piece of driving from Phoebe. Back into P2. But they've got to get themselves organised very quickly, otherwise they're going to lose the race leader here. Here's Cian Doherty in the number 94 trying to find a way through past Joshua Bailey. So Joshua Bailey trying to come back up the order as well. Joshua, who had a good run in heat number 1 earlier today. Finished second, less than a tenth of a second behind Ben Burrs. Bailey down the inside of Henderson. Ooh, nearly a touch, resulting in a spin there for Sawyer Henderson, but Sawyer's okay. Harry Parker Ray is also in this group, so keep an eye on kart number 44 to have a strong finish. Now, can second and third place get themselves into a train to close down Austin Dowell? Because Austin Dowell's not got this race won yet. Oh, bit of a moment between Archie Edgar and another one of the drivers in the scrap for 6th place. Yeah, it was with Cian Doherty, and Doherty drops now down to 7th. Another good drive from Alfie Love as well. Alfie looks on course for being top novice here. His 8th place on the road, 2 positions ahead of the other novice in the Honda's Finn Hollis. Just to note as well what's happening in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Henry Hale still leads that one from Louis Wilson. They've just come over the start line now. Harry Murphy, Calman Simon and Reggie Peters all in the scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th. Peters has just taken 4th place in class away from Simon. And Riley Aston Wilkins looking good as well. Is up in 6th place at this specific time. Ahead of Logan Hodgetts as well. And Logan has got a good amount of experience. That's a bit of a feather in the cap for Riley to be getting ahead of a driver of Logan's stature. 2 more laps then. Honda's come over the line. There is the number 77 of Nico Veselovsky going through past Alfie Love for 8th place. I should note the novices in their intermediate points are set by their relative class, so it's not like they're on a separate scoring system of 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc, etc. So if you're in a Honda, you get scored with all the other Hondas. If you're in a Miami Water Swift Restricted, you get scored with all the other Miami Water Swift Restricteds if you are a novice in either of those categories. So last lap board about to come out. It's been another competitive race here. There's the number 25, Sawyer Henderson. Lost 4th place, or is fighting back now, trying to take it back from Harry Parker Ray. Harry Parker Ray will have the inside for the next corner though. That lovely transition from Park Bend into Cafe Corner. means you can hold it round the outside through turn 1. Here are your Iamis. Not done in this one as well. Look how close it is between Henry Hales and Louis Wilson. They have a good advantage over the rest. These are other drivers I think are lapped down. So Harry Murphy is third at the moment in Miami Water Swift Restricted, but 7, maybe 8 seconds behind Wilson and Hales. On the final lap, though, still not decided here in Hondas as well, as here goes Joshua Bailey trying to go around the outside. Oh, if he pulls that off, that's a great move, and he is going to pull it off. Great overtaking round the outside into the last braking zone. P1 for Joshua Bailey ahead of Austin Dowell. Great race for the Hondas. Harry Parker Ray comes home third, Sawyer Henderson fourth, Phoebe Shelton scores strongly again. That's a second top 5 of the day for Phoebe Shelton. Here's the battle in Miami Water Swift Restricted as well. Looks like Henry Hales is going to hold on here for another victory. Punches the air. Happy with that one is Henry Hales, and all being well, Henry will start on pole position in class for the final later on today. Louis Wilson will be close by though. That is third and second in class for Louis Wilson in this one. Harry Murphy comes home third in class. Let's give you the full rundown then. So Hondas to begin with: Bailey, Dowell, Parker Ray, Henderson, Shelton, the top 5. Kean Doherty 6th, Archie Edgar 7th, Nico Brzezelowski 8th. Alfie Love first of the novices in Honda, home ahead of Finn Hollis and Louis Dawson and James Windsor. That takes us down to 12. First in Miami Water Swift Restricted was Henry Hales. Very narrow victory there, but I think that was 0.07 of a second ahead of Louis Wilson. Third in Miami Water Swift Restricted was Harry Murphy. Reggie Peters, Calvin Simon, Riley, Aston Wilkins and Logan Hodgetts all come home inside the top 20 overall. Jennifer Banks completes that top 20 overall ahead of Max St. Hilaire. Arlo, Poulter, Goody in 22nd ahead of Ben Bowers, who was a retirement. Darcy Durnford also a retirement in that one. So we will see the cadets back out later today. That is their heats done. The scores from those 2 races will be compiled together to give us the grid for the final, which is due to go off. It's the first final of the afternoon. It will be, fingers crossed, all being well, just after 3 o'clock. So do be with us for that one if you can. But again, we've got to move on. Plenty of racing to get through here today. Race 12 on our schedule is next. The start of the second round of heats for Junior Rotax. So we go back to Junior Rotax then. Everybody racing twice. Here's how they line up in. Here's who lines up as well in heat number 3. Charlie White, Omar Kayani, Adam Giordaitis and Ethan Guest. That's your first 2 rows. Isaac Parkinson and Alex Shepard go from row number 3. Lucas Esser and Christian Kahayov go from 4. Hakeem Barton, Jacob Underhill complete the top 10. Amelie Johnston and Matthew So starts on row number 6. It's Ethan Cossington, Jake Richardson on row 7. Finley Hands, Louis Marshall, Zane Perry and Aidan Hammond complete those who are not on novice plates, because here are your 4 novices in this race. Hopefully we get to see Kian Hundle, Liam Dooling, Sebastian Geldenhuis and Sam Batai for this race. And I do believe we do. The reason why I just paused there is because we saw the 97 have a bit of a bump earlier on today. We are racing 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go for the second round of heats in Junior Rotax, and your early leader is going to be kart number 18, Charlie White, heading down towards the Stratford hairpin now. I am glad to report we've got all 20 drivers on the grid. So Seb Geldenhuis, who we saw have a moment down here in this region of the circuit earlier on that brought out a red flag, is racing, which is fantastic news. The number 97 towards the back of the field, one of 4 novices in this race. Everybody through the first half of this first lap. There is your race leader, Charlie White, and up into second place. It's been a good start for the likes of Adam Giordaitis and Isaac Parkinson. We'll confirm as they come through. And yes, Isaac Parkinson up to second place, the TDR team. Then Adam Giordaitis. Ethan Guest is held in 4th place. biggest mover on that first lap. We're looking at Finley Hands, I think, up 5 places to P10. And that's a good start for Finley in the number 22. Changes as down the inside of Ethan Guest. As, oh, well, cut away from that. 4 karts involved in a bit of a moment down at the Stratford hairpin. The 38 looking the worst off in all of that. That was Omar Kayani. Thankfully, all of them back on circuit. But yeah, plenty of spills down there, that part of the course today. As coming through the order, Alex Shepherd in the number 85. Alex, who had a real baptism of fire to start the day. Ethan Guest having a look there at the number 48 of Adam Giordaitis. This is all for 3rd place. Ethan, who's been a champion in Club 100 Cadets, has stepped up to owner racing for this year. It's a number of drivers from that championship in the Jack Tex Racing awning, and another one's directly behind now in the shape of Jacob Underhill. Jacob, whose dad works for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team, so it's been a very busy part of the year as Formula 1 get ready for their new season. 5 minutes and 35 seconds of this one to go. Oh, that's all getting a little bit too close into Wilkins. I think that was Guest into the back of Giordaitis. Giordaitis into the back of the kart ahead, which I don't think was that a kart that was a lap down, perhaps, because it wasn't Isaac Parkinson in 2nd place. Yeah, I think it might have been Ethan Cossins who found himself shuffled down the order. Very close in the mid-pack there. Giordaitis and Ethan Guest now trying to find their way back through. So Charlie White continues to lead this one from Isaac Parkinson. Jacob Underhill now in 3rd. Heading up a bit of a JDR train now. Ethan Guest and Matthew So also in the top 5. And in fact Zane Perry, because he's in with JDR this weekend as well. Oh dear. And Giordaitis into Guest. Guest round, and we'll lose positions as a result of that. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this race. Not a surprise to see that most of the moments where we've seen people going round are the 2 big braking zones. You do have a good amount of braking into the Bruno chicane, but you also flow a lot of speed into that part of the course, and it's not as big as an overtaking opportunity because it can be quite tight. If you weak off the Bruno chicane, you're pretty much done for the rest of the lap, because you will get hung out to drive through here, through Hanger Bend, and then even more so when you get down to Wilkins Corner. Zane Perry there in the number 25. Now running ahead of Matthew So they've changed places for P4 at the start of what is now lap number 6. 2 minutes 30 remaining on the clock. Top 3 looking pretty comfortable. Jacob Underhill, fastest driver on circuit now. Jacob, who's stepped up to the juniors this year, ran a program of both Club 100 racing and also inter-categories, and would do either Minimax or Miami Water Swift, depending on what was available. Just wanted to get himself on grids, and it has impressed a number of people in his preparations and his progress so far in these junior races. Very close there between Matthew So and Zane Perry. I think Matthew So may have taken that 4th place back. A number of these drivers as well were racing at a PF a couple of weeks ago for the Icebreaker Cup, which was your first slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. If you don't know what that is, do check out the Alpha Live channel. All is explained, and there'll be another slipstream broadcast next week at Wilton Mill. My good friend and colleague Henry Baudet will be on that one. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go here though at Shenington, where every single racing moment you can view for free if you've not done so already, and you don't mind supporting us here. Do click that subscribe button. Enjoyed the comments as well at Andrew Mather Commentary and at _MM across your social media platforms. White still leads from Parkinson from Underhill. Perry has got back into 4th place. Matthew So 5th. Alex Shepherd on for a good grid position here when we get to the final, because Alex was very, very strong in the previous race that he competed in. So he's on for a good points haul. It's just taken that 6th place away from Adam Giuditis. Here's Ethan Guest having another battle, this time with Finley Hans. Finley Hans has got through past Ethan Guest for 10th place at the moment in this race. If there's a particular driver that you're following today in Junior Rotax and you're concerned, where are they? Why aren't they on the board? Don't worry, they'll be in the next race. There's another Junior Rotax heat coming up after this one. Guest down the inside there, trying to get 10th place back off of Hans. Kayov is there as well, number 20, running P9 right now. Not long to go then on the clock, and drivers know they do not want to be in that B final. There's only a certain number of spots that automatically qualify through to the A final today. Everybody else goes in the B final and races for the last few positions. Just a note, under investigation now is the number 41 of Ethan Guest for bits earlier on in the race. That's a nice move though from Ethan, down the inside of Christian Kayov, who nearly finds himself meeting the marshals on driver's right. Did very, very well to keep control of, there may have been a bit of an interaction with Finley Hans. 2 laps to go then. Not seen too much of the race leader, but I can tell you Charlie White has been doing a great job. There's been a change for 2nd place. Jacob Underhill is through past Isaac Parkinson, and that's a good bit of driving from Jacob, not just for the purpose of being through and into 2nd place, but didn't really have a tow and didn't have anyone helping behind. So Jacob's been able to catch Isaac there on pure pace and overtake. Final lap board out then. Charlie White has a 2-second advantage over Jacob Underhill at the moment. Isaac Parkinson is fading a little bit in the second half of this race. As out is the number 38. That's Omar Kayani. Now, we saw Omar having problems early on in the race down at this corner here, Stratford. Wonder is that a secondary effect of the off that we saw for a few drivers in the early stages of this race. Charlie White, though, is going to be very, very happy with this race result. This has been a calm drive, a professional drive, and a drive that's going to give full points. Well, 0 points, because it's that format here today. The best possible points for Charlie White over the line. Jacob Underhill, P2. Zane Perry, strong there, P3. I think Zane Perry's going to be in a good position on the grid for the A final. Matthew So 4th, Isaac Parkinson 5th, Alex Shepherd will also be high up the order for the A final. Will definitely be through to the main race. 7th for Adam Giuditis, Amelie Johnston 8th, Ethan Guest 9th, Finley Hans 10th, Aidan Hammond 11th, Louis Marshall in 12th. Liam Dooling was your top novice in that race for Maxim Motorsport P13. Christian Kayov 14th ahead of Ethan Cossins, Hakeem Bart, Sam Batai, Jake Richardson, Cian Hundle, and Sebastian Geldenhuys. Brave race there from Sebastian. Is never easy coming back out when you've had an off earlier on in the day, and he sets a personal best on that last lap as well. So good progress there for Sebastian. One retirement in that one. It was Omar Kayani, who's not able to see the end of that one, unfortunately. Might mean that Omar slips into the B final. We'll see in due course, because of course we've still got one race to go for Junior Rotax. The 4th and final heat is up next. So half the field have completed their 2 heats here today. Here's the other half and how they line up for heat number 4. Luca Matikakia starts on pole position for this one. It's got Jack Corso alongside on the front row for company. Oscar Keane and Joseph Berkery. Joseph had a good first race. They both start from row number 2. Lily Shaw and Toby Dukes will start from row number 3. Good opportunities for them to score points. Jensen Powers and Hayden Ammons go from 4. Lewis Gilbert and Clark Naylor go from row 5. Jensen Hookey won the first heat, goes from row number 6, is alongside Ava Crawford. Ava had some difficulties earlier on in the day. Row number 7 should be Shay Hilton. It is Shay Hilton and Oliver Barton. Ralph Ricaitis and Layla Bell go from row 8, and then Daniel Wisnauskas the last of those before we get to the novices. Jacing the first of those novices. Aaron Berridge, Jacob Carnes and Austin Moth complete the 21 runners. However, I did see the number 11, Jack Corser, in a bit of bother. Was looking down at the kart. It wasn't being a well-behaved kart. And maybe missing from the front of this pack. Let's see if we're ready to go. Yeah, the number 11 is not there on the front row, and we are green. We're racing 8 minutes plus 1 lap then. Luca Matakekia takes us through the first couple of corners. It's been a very good start for the number 37 of Oscar Keane. Oscar Keane may lead here off of the first few corners and does. So Oscar Keane, kart number 37, takes first position in the early stages of the last heat for Junior Rotax. Can they all make it through the hairpin? Looking pretty good so far. Yeah, Jack Corser is running, but down 20th in the order over the line. Wasn't able to keep himself in formation. Unfortunately, got to get these races run. So that one was waved green. But hopefully with some good pace we'll be able to get back into position. I say I'm not quite sure what happened, whether it was I saw him going slowly, but I didn't know whether it was a purely technical one or whether he span coming out of pit lane. It's both are possible, definitely on a day like today. 7 minutes to go then. Oscar Keane leads from Toby Dukes. That's a great start from Toby Dukes as well. Started 6th, up 4 places. Joseph Berkery as well there in 3rd. As in comes Jensen Powers. Jensen Powers up to 3rd place. That was a bit of a harem-scarum move, but had control on the brakes and left Berkery and Jensen Hookey no option but to give that one to the number 16. That line is starting to get wider as well. I'm not calling it a dry line, not on a day like today, a damp line as opposed to a wet line. Here's Powers is on the move here, down the inside of the number 39 of Toby Dukes. So how about this? Jensen Powers earlier on in the day. Just trying to remind myself where he finished well, he finished 3rd in the first heat. So Jensen Powers potentially going for pole position here if he can catch up to Oscar Keane and get through. Oscar's got a 5th place on the scorecard so far today. As oh no, the number 60 again. We saw that kart having trouble in the first heats. Clark Naylor at least was able to get 1 racing lap in this second heat, but I'm afraid that number 60 is going to be being prepared for a B final. Not having the rest to get through to an A, and also I'm afraid it's going to be towards the back of the B final grid later on this afternoon. 5 minutes and 15 to go. Oscar Keane's pace last time around 49.67 seconds. Jensen Powers 49.2, not the fastest lap of the race, but still enough to take 4/10 out of Keane's lead last time around, which currently stands at a 2nd. Dukes and Hookey here 3rd and 4th. I wonder if they'll try and work together right now, just keep their powder dry for the next couple of laps. See if Powers can catch up to Keane solo, and then maybe disrupt things a little bit once we get to, say, 2 minutes to go, 90 seconds to go, something of that description. Gap now down to 0.3 of a second. Another new fastest lap of the race so far from Jensen Powers. There's, oh, that's a bit of a half mistake from Toby Dukes. Toby's done well to get that one back under control. Just ran a touch wide. Jensen Hookey nearly having the opportunity to get through. Here could be an opportunity for Jensen Powers. Oh, that's brave. That's really brave. Keane was a touch wide. Powers quite literally powered through, knew that he would hit that damper patch and just drifted it into a controlled overtake to take the race lead. Won't have lost too much time with that one either. Very impressive stuff there from Jensen Powers. Now on the way to potentially a third and first. An intermediate score of 3 would be very, very useful at this stage. Down towards Stratford once again. Updates in the novice ranks. Jacob Carnes is up to 11th place overall in this race. Therefore top novice. Just ahead of Aaron Berridge. And yeah, they've overtaken some big drivers as well. Some very experienced drivers there. Daniel Wisniewski's an example. Unfortunately, our pole sitters had a really tough race. Luca Matikekia down to 19th. And that's the kind of result that could mean B final. Say, 30 or so drivers make it through directly. The rest compete for the last few spots to get in. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this one. Jensen Powers in control of this race. I wouldn't say a dominant position because he's not disappearing off the front, but at the same time he's not being overly pressured by Oscar Keane. Oscar Keane though is doing a good job of holding himself in there. We've seen already today so many moments where drivers lose control, and in some ways these conditions become even more haphazard. I won't say treacherous, but these are the kind of conditions, you've got one part of the track with far more moisture than the other. They're all racing off course. That's all they, and there's a classic example of it. Toby Duke's just a bit deep there. Had a half moment. He's able to hold into third place ahead of Jensen Hookie. Jensen Hookie's going to go for the move here. Yeah, I think that's the right decision from Jensen. He needed that track position. There's still a decent amount of time to try and catch up to Oscar Keane. I don't think Toby Dukes has quite got the confidence at this precise moment to be able to work with Hookie and push back towards second place. So Jensen Hookie's taken that race position. Now can the winner of heat number 1 start to close in? This is where working together can be a very, very good thing to do around this circuit. So yes, right now Toby Dukes has lost a position, but if working with Jensen Hookie in this flipped order means that ultimately Toby Dukes gets back up towards Oscar Keane and there's a bit of a battle for second place, Toby Dukes could still gain out of this situation. And if he doesn't, as long as there's no other problems, P4's still pretty good. Good haul of points at this stage of the club round. Only 2 more laps after this one. Jensen Powers has extended his lead to 1.3 seconds. Sets a new fastest lap of the race as well. So still pushing on a bit. Here's the Jack Dex Racing team member. 48.68 to be exact. On that last tour. Changes further down the order just to report. Layla Bell and Daniel Wisniewski making good progress, both up to 7th and 8th places respectively. They've just got past Hayden Adams and Oliver Barton last time around. Lewis Gilbert's up to 11th. There's been changes in the novice ranks. Jacob Carnes is now running 12th, but still the leader. But Aaron Berridge has fallen down the order and has now had a contact warning. So it's still second in the novice ranks, but has now got Austin Moth not too far behind, and is running in 16th place overall. So again, the points are all done quite straightforwardly in here in Junior Rotax. No need to worry about different classes and all of that. Everybody just scores points by their overall race position. We're on the last lap though. Jensen Powers is looking good for another race victory here. There is Daniel Wisniewski, the number 27. So Powers was able to take that lead away from Oscar Keane and has looked in really, really good nick so far in this race. And this is going to grab the attention of everybody in Junior Rotax. There's Ava Crawford in the number 88. Ava is having a run here that should see him on the lead lap, because Jensen Powers is going to take the checkered flag here and could well be on pole for the A final later today. Powers wins. Oscar Keane will hold on to second place ahead of Jensen Hookie. So so Hookie and Powers will be equal on points. They've both had a first and a third. Of course, we're before any scrutineering checks and all the like, so it's a very provisional result at this moment. Toby Dukes holds fourth place. Good drive there from Toby. Shea Hilton will be into the A final with that fifth place. Joseph Burker as well, P6. Layla Bell, strong second half of the race from Layla, and a gain of 9 places to 7th. Daniel Wisnauskas should also be comfortably through to the A final with that 8th place. Hayden Adams and Oliver Barton in the top 10. Lewis Gilbert 11th, Jacob Carnes 12th was your top novice, Jack Corser 13th and Lily Shaw 14th. Now you get into the regional of drivers who might be a little bit nervous as to whether they have qualified directly or not to the big race later today. Aaron Berridge 15th, Ralph Rukaitis 16th, Jay Singh, Luca Matakekia, Austin Moth and Ava Crawford all in the top 20, who all finished on the lead lap. Clark Naylor, unfortunately, that number 60 is in the definite naughty kart zone today. It's not behaving for whatever reason, but will still score points for 21st place. So that brings us to the end of the Junior Rotax heats, all 4 of them. The B final for Junior Rotax is race number 21, due to go at 2:50, and then their A final with the very last race of the day at 4:50. Right now, though, we have one more scheduled race before we go to the lunch break. Formula Libre is up next. So Heat 2 then for Formula Libre. We saw them earlier on. Here is their grid for this next race. Reece Baines, Jack Stewart, that's your first row for this one. Mark Armstrong and Oliver Kershaw, row 2. Ben Stanford and the number 66 there of Ollie Venn start on row number 3. Jamie Jenkins and Andrew Silvers on row 4. Guy Tolley in the midfield again for this one, alongside Josh Derry on row 5. Lewis Painton had a strong run in the first race earlier on this morning. Starts alongside Paul Belton for row number 6. Pierce Armstrong and Liv Jenkins go from row 7. Christopher Frost and Harpal Baines go from row 8. James Ogden, the winner of heat number 1, starts alongside Ashley White once again. The difference being this time it's row number 9. Jack Foreman completes those not on novice plates. Will start on row 10 alongside the first of the novices, Luke Smith, Isaac Wilkinson and Dylan Chadwick start on row 11. So the grid will be formed up in a few moments' time. So this class that's I'd say there's quite a few questions about the Formula Libre class and what is it about. So if you want to get information, do a good Google search online for it. There's various places where you can find out about it. The ABKC website being a good example. Very much a part of the fixtures here at Shenington as well. So plenty of information on the website. It's a good class for, like, if you want to get a kart together, you don't want to pay, oodles and oodles. You just want to go out there and race. Get some second-hand kit, some used kit. This is not a class where you can just spend everything, if you get what I mean. So it's very much a clubman level class, and they had a good race earlier on the first one. So we'll see how this one goes. Track conditions, again, it's not a dry track, but it is starting to get to that point where you'll probably need to tune the setup out to go away from a full wet setup. There's James Ogden on your screen going through. Tyre specs use the same as X30 Junior. They'll all be using them now. I think I'll be going around again. Everyone's doing their Saturday Night Fever hands in the sky. Yep, we are going to go around again. So an extra formation lap for the drivers, quite useful in these conditions because, as I say, they will last out in probably some of the wettest parts of the day. Now the track's starting to be a bit of a mix of still the full wet, especially off the racing line. You can still see, like, you get a little gully there. You'll see down the middle of the circuit where a puddle can form, but then the rest of it is a varying levels now of dampness. Do join us for the rest of the day. As I say, this is a free broadcast. There's been a couple of questions about that. This is part of the full Alpha Live package, so you don't need to pay for membership for this one today. You can enjoy all of the racing for free. Are we racing this time? Timer is not ticking down, so I think that was another false start. No, it was a race start, so apologies. The timer in front of us, the repeater, wasn't counting down, so we are racing. Looks like it's been a good start. Oh no, the number 59's gone round in front of me here. That's Christopher Frost, understandably not too happy with things, now relegated all the way down to the back of the field. It's the number 13 of Rhys Baines who's come to the front of the order. And towards Wilkins then for the first time. Oh, that's a bit of a moment for from one of the drivers out wide. I say, it's now they're all still on wet tyres. But even so, when you're carrying a good amount of speed through a damp part of the track, you get onto a fully wet part of the track, and that can grab your attention quite quickly. So Baines leads from Armstrong, Jenkins, Tully, Venn, Payton, Derry, Stanford, Liv Jenkins, so Jamie Jenkins I should mention in third, Liv Jenkins ninth, then Ashley White, who's had a good start, and James Ogden's had a good start as well. Not a surprise to see them running up now. 10th for Ashley White, 11th for James Ogden. So Mark Armstrong, one of the regular faces in this category. 14th in the club championship last year. He's running on board a Cosmic chassis, I believe, once again this week. I think the threat's got to come in from Guy Tolley, though, in this race. Guy Tolley knows exactly what this category is all about, and running in third place at the moment, fastest lap of the race so far. Lewis Payton's had a good start as well. Been impressed with Lewis so far today, running up in fourth place. He's just taken that away from the likes of Jamie Jenkins and Ollie Venn. 5 minutes into, very entrepreneurial is Lewis Payton in terms of how he gets the money together to fund his racing. So I do go check him out. 5:20 to go. Ashley White has just set the fastest lap of the race. There is Mark Armstrong, number 11. Guy Tolley closing in now for potentially a move for second place. Not immediately. Tolley just a bit too far back on the run towards Stratford Corner there. So quite a calm race, this one. Here goes Tolley down the inside of Armstrong. That's a perfect manoeuvre from Guy Tolley to take second place away from Mark Armstrong. And Lewis Payton had to think about it there to try and slip himself down the inside. Gets on the wet line there. Oh, just see how he drifts there. That's the tricky part of the circuit now. To make big sends like that, you've got to go on the wetter part of the track. As now we've gone full course yellow there. That's come up on our screens. Now, not quite sure what this is for. As someone stopped out there, is it the number 88 of Harple? Ah, that's why we've gone under full course yellow. Yes, the number 88 of Harple Baines has had quite the incident there. through. I don't like to see a kart in that deep in the tyre barriers through Hangar, and I wonder, is that an example of, again, getting off the damp line? Yes, they're on wet tyres, but that change in the level of grip may have caught Harpel out there. The important thing, Harpel is okay and walks to the marshal post, but given the speed that you can carry into that part of the circuit, very understandable that we've gone under a slow procedure at this stage. Timer will keep on ticking through, of course. We've got 3 minutes and 15 seconds of this race to go. And should be enough time to get us back racing once again. Not good news, though, if you're Rhys Baines, because now, off this restart, Guy Tolley is going to be right on the tail of the race leader, and looking pretty quick as well. As I say, these chassis, they all have to be at least 1 year old for Formula Libre, generally running off a Junior Max engine and ancillaries with controlled parts as well. There's certain parts that they have to use, and for an X30 example, so the X30 engine regulations are per the normal kart yearbook. They're restricted as well in terms of what they can do in terms of sprocket sizes as well, all to try and keep things even. But I think the big one for me is the tyres. It's not a category where you can keep using and abusing tyres at your own wish. Any tyres that they have to be bought through the club, and they have to do a minimum of 2 race meetings. So there's no just keep buying tyres for the sake of it, of keeping yourself on fresh rubber. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a good way to go racing. And I say this grid of 19 drivers are all enjoying it today. We are ready to go back green and racing though, and here goes Guy Tolley immediately down the inside. Oh, Rhys Baines was wise to that. Just opened his entry into the corner, made sure that he carried a good amount of speed through the first turn. Guy Tolley's surely going to have another go though. Down towards the hairpin once again. As, oh, look at this for third place. Paynton, Armstrong, Jenkins all getting involved. And look at James Ogden as well. James Ogden's going to be potentially in the mix here in the last couple of laps. James Ogden, of course, trying to go for pole position. He won the first heat earlier on. And again, it's the combined points at the end of these 2 races that set the grid for the final later on today. At the moment, Guy Tolley would be on pole position, 2 second places, but that could all change in the remaining 2 laps of this one. Time will run out on this tour of the circuit, as in comes Lewis Paynton. Oh, but just again, you can't go on the inside. Well, you can go on the inside of the run-through cafe, but there's simply not enough grip to make an overtake. Here, there's enough grip, though. Tolley down the inside, takes the race lead away from Baines, but for how long? That was a good counter-attack from Rhys Baines, side by side towards the Bruno chicane. This is what Formula Libre racing is all about. Guy Tolley takes the lead then out of the Bruno chicane. 1.5 laps of this heat to go. Rhys Baines may have a chance towards the Wilkins complex, and the rain starting to come down again. You can see it on the puddle there, so that's going to make the track a little bit more slippery for this last lap. Paynton's on the scene down the inside. Lewis Paynton, fair play. He has kept chipping away at this for the last few laps, but he's got his move done now. We're on the last lap of the last heat for this category, and here comes James Ogden as well. James Ogden in the blue kart there, gets third, could be second, down the inside of Paynton. Paynton wheel to wheel with Baines. What a race finish we're having here in Formula Libre for the second heat. And now we've got a situation where both Tolley and Ogden have got a first and second place on their scorecards. So it's a really key couple of moves there from James Ogden. If he had one more lap, whoa, there's some spins in the final corner. off is that Armstrong into the... no, it's Rhys Baines who's gone off there. Tolley takes the race win. Ogden P2, Payton third, Jamie Jenkins fourth, Mark Armstrong fifth, Ashley Whitehome in sixth, Josh Derry, Liv Jenkins, Ollie Fenn and Ben Stanford all in the top 10. Jack Foreman 11th. Rhys Baines falls to 12th place. I didn't quite see the full picture of what happened there to Rhys Baines. We heard what happened to Rhys Baines. A lot of tyre screeching off into nature's wonderland for a little bit there down at the penultimate corner into the grass. Yeah, loses out big time there. Was your race leader in the end, finishes P12. Luke Smith, top novice, 13th. Paul Belton and Christopher Frost on top 15. Dylan Chadwick, Isaac Wilkinson and Andrew Silvers were in the top 18. Silvers was a retirement. Harper Baines we saw is okay. He's with the Marshals, but the karts may need a little bit of TLC before we get to their A final later today. That A final, which will be, as he tries to pull his schedule back up online, that will be due to go off at 3:15. So, silence falls over the circuit. Now, this is where we were scheduled the lunch break. The next race was due to go from 1:30, but I can see that the karts are prepared in the dummy grid. Yes, we are continuing then. So we'll go into the next race, race 15, out on track. So 8-minute heat then. This is the second heat for Miami Water Swift. So we're now running a little bit ahead of schedule. Theo Tyek on pole position, Oliver Kleinfelter alongside on the front row, Teddy Higgs and Ethan Lucas row 2. Logan Baker and Felix Booker go from row number 3. Rudra Golkanath and William Bennett's row 4. Harry Fable and Max Frisbee row 5. Amon Rana completes the 11-strong field. So once again it'll be an 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. Are we ready to go? Yes, we are. Green lights and racing once again here at Shenington. Theo Tyek, good starts for one of the front runners from the first race. So immediately Theo Tyek making a bit of a run for pole position later on today. Rest of them making their way through Stratford hairpin for the first time. Again, they've got to get themselves organised pretty quickly, otherwise Theo Tyek could disappear here off the front of the order. Logan Baker's had a good start, up to third place, just behind Teddy Higgs there. Teddy Higgs running with the XL Motorsport team. Good team to be with at the moment. They've had a lot of success over the last couple of years, and especially on moving into the British Championships last season. And that great battle between them and a lot of the Fusion Motorsport drivers across the course of 2025. So end of lap number 1 then. Tyke leads from Higgs by 1.6 seconds. Golkanath 3rd, Bennett 4th, Baker 5th, Fable 6th. Max Frisbee's had a good start, as there goes Rudra Golkanath down the inside. Rudra takes 2nd place then, so could be the number 25 trying to close in on Theo Tyek's race lead. William Bennett's there as well. William Bennett will look to have a better finish to the race than what we saw for William in race number 1. William through and into 2nd place. I wonder how much William's been able to dry out, because we saw William take a bit of a run through one of the larger puddles around the outside of the Bruno chicane off the circuit earlier on, if you missed that. I think that might be a bit of a social media clip post later on in the week. But William Bennett clearly looking pretty good at the moment. It does seem like the rain's coming back in again here. 53.686. Oh, it's off go, both Bennett and Golkanath. William Bennett not happy at all. Golkanath back onto the road, and both of them fall down the order. Well, William Bennett is when you're not having your day, you're really not having your day. That looked to be completely beyond his control. Now, let's go again. Yeah, I think Golkanath just misjudges the braking point there. And yeah, runs into the back of William Bennett. So we'll carry on then with Theo Tyack at the front of the order now by 3.4 seconds. This should be race win now for Theo Tyack. Teddy Higgs up to P2, Felix Booker P3, Harry Favel and Oliver Kleinfelter in the top 5. In fact, this is a good chance for some of these drivers to get themselves up the qualifying heats order in terms of those points. Now that two of the front runners in the early stages of this race have had a bit of an unscheduled meeting off circuit, they could pick up the pieces right now. Teddy Higgs is going to be under a little bit of pressure here from Felix Booker and Harry Favel. It's a Jade Racing Team 1-3 right now. Harry Favel for the DK Academy, the Danny Curl Academy. Through the first corner they go then. 4 minutes and 14 to go. Down towards Stratford once again. And pace at the moment, 53.74. It's all changed for second place. Good move there from Felix Booker. Now that's an interesting move as well. Just indicates that there's a bit more grip now down the inside of that corner. That's the first time we've really seen that kind of move be pulled off. It's almost close to what you would do for a dry racing line through Stratford Hairpin. I wonder how many people around the paddock have spotted that one. Three minutes 30 remaining on the clock then. Felix Booker might have a good bit of pace here because that was a new fastest lap, personal best lap for Booker that time around, 53.98. It was only quarter of a second off the pace of Tyack, and that was with some overtaking going on as well. So this race still looking very good for Theo Tyack. I think it's going to very much be Theo's to lose right now, but you never know. Particularly as well in modern karting with the front fairing rules. Anytime you're within 5 seconds, you've got to have that in the back of your mind. Although again, Theo Tyack's done this one from the front, so it'd be a bit of a strange situation if he was somehow able to get a front fairing penalty having not overtaken anybody. But hopefully you see what I mean. Booker now starting to break away from this battle for third place, Higgs and Favel. These two drivers who've done a bit of racing in IME Water Swift Restricted, as that's a nice move from Harry Favel down the inside. Higgs tries to return the favour and actually, yeah, found more grip down the inside there than I thought he would. So Higgs retakes third place. I think Roger Golkanath's coming back through as well, up to fifth place, and William Bennett following as well. So that's good recovery from those two drivers after their moments earlier on in this race. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. I tell you what, there could still be a chance here that Golkanath and Bennett get up to fourth place, maybe even third. Pretty much recover the points lost with their spin. What was it, on lap 2 or lap 3? Under 2 minutes remaining then. Theo Tyack, I would now say, yeah, is in full control of this race. Just needs to pace himself home now. It's 5.82 seconds clear of Booker. As there is your battle for fourth place. Favel in the green and white DK Academy machine. Golkanath down the inside. Bennett's going to give an assist and get both of them through. Now the next target is going to be Teddy Higgs, as three of them really close running there through the Bruno chicane. You see Teddy just taps on his helmet there to say, let's think about this. That's proper karting psychology being played at a very young age. I think Teddy may have done that to indicate, no, work with me, don't overtake me, I don't want to lose position. I'm afraid, Teddy, I don't think they're going to listen to you, mate. As through goes Roger Kolganath into third place. I tell you what, they've got Felix Booker in their sights in this one. They've got 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Here's a good scrap once again, as here comes William Bennett through. So William Bennett has been able to get both of those two drivers back up into third place. It's now a Jade Racing Team 1, 2, 3. Through the Bruno chicane once again, the battle between Higgs and Fable is going to resume. It's now going to be for 5th place. Last lap board out then for the race leader. Theo Tyack has driven really, really nicely in this one. Fable attacking with Higgs once again. Higgs holding that 5th place for now. Oliver Kleinfelter not too far behind as well in the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 60. Aman Rana having a good race so far. 8th place for Aman. Top novice as things stand. I think Aman got that in the first race as well. Going to be an interesting formation of the grid here, because should note that actually Theo Tyack had a 5-second penalty in the first race, so was classified in 4th. Could have another tie here for who is at the top of the table. But Theo Tyack has done everything right in this one. A superb drive, 2P1 in the wet. So that will be 4 points for Theo Tyack, who is going to come home in 2nd place. If it's Booker, Booker will get 5. Bennett gets 5, and Golkanath is going to be 4, so let that one sort itself out. One single heat point covers 4 drivers. Very, very entertaining stuff there. Teddy Higgs comes home in 5th place, Oliver Kleinfelter 6th, Aman Rana 7th, Harry Fable, Ethan Lucas all in the top 9. Logan Baker's going to come across the line. There is Logan in P10, and then Max Frisbee as well to complete the 11 runners in that race for IAME Water Swift. So that's your provisional result. We'll wait to see the full results come out before we confirm who is on pole position for the final later today. We're going to move on though. Next race I can hear is heading out on circuit now. And that next race indeed will be Minimax. Let's take you through the grid for this one. We might have to do this one manually. Apologies there. I think the graphics just had a bit of a moment. Here we go. That's more like it. Adam Batt on the front row with Flynn Grantham. Thomas Laidler and Finley Rhodes row 2. Noah Hammond and William Moore go from row 3. Jude Story, Toby Miles, they're on row 4. Ben Hunt and Noah Hobson on row 5. Achille Nanagianone and Jay Birmingham were big features in the first race. They go from row 6. Into your novices, Emrys Perring and Freya Lally go from row 7. It's then Jess Kirby and Mahi Maru on row 8. Eva Jones and Roshan Bachada go from row number 9. 18 drivers in the field, and we started there. I had a few drivers with their fingers in the air, which normally indicates that we're going around again for a false start. And yes, the chevron flags are out, so you're not missing any racing action at the moment. They will go for another formation lap. So 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again. Good chance here for Adam Batt to run through from the front of the field. Always a good feeling to start one of these heats from pole position, running with the Kato Motorsport team. Let's see if they can get this one underway at the second time of asking. Timer not ticking down, so I think that was another false start. Yes, it is. So the chevron flags are out again. Just to confirm the result from the first heat, it was Ben Hunt who took the win. Toby Miles P2, Finley Rhodes P3, Achille Giannone was fourth. Adam Butt has a chance here of not just taking the race win, but potentially with how things go in this one, the pole position, because Adam got a 5th place in the first race. So you know, those 4 aforementioned named, Hunt, Miles, Rhodes, Giannone, if they're not on it, if they're not able to get themselves up into, say, the top 3, the top 4, there is a chance here that Adam Butt could still be on pole position for the final. Keep an eye on Jay Birmingham in this race. Jay led the race in Heat 1 very nicely and then had a spin, so I'll be looking to make amends after that one. Right, hopefully this time we can get this one underway into the starting region, and away we go. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Adam Butt at the front of the field. The number 97 of Thomas Laidler will be in 2nd place as they head down towards Stratford for the first time. In fact, may have a go for the race lead here, all on the curb there. Adam Butt struggling to keep full control, and through will go Thomas Laidler. But that was all a bit close, down into the hairpin. Good start as well for Finley Rhodes by the looks of things there in the number 36. Into Wilkins then for the first time. There's a gap there for Adam Butt to use, and Adams used it to great effect to retake the lead at the end of the first lap then. Laidler P2, Flynn Grantham is up to 3rd, Ben Hunt 4th. So right now I think Ben Hunt would be on for pole position. 1st and 4th would beat 1st and 5th. Oh dear, the number 16 of Roshan Bachara is I think having a little bit of an issue. Under investigation, the number 97, Thomas Laidler. I wonder if that's the race officials just wanted to have a little look at that first run down towards Stratford in the coming minutes. Jude Story has had a little moment as well through on the 2nd lap. We just saw the number 22 half lose control, but I don't think has fallen too far down the order. There's a move for the lead once again. So Laidler had gone to the front. Now Adam Butt returns the favour. That's good work by Ben Hunt in the number 53, reading that situation well. He's got himself up to 3rd place. Flynn Grantham there is now up to P2, as nearly 3 wide on the entry to Cafe Corner. Finley Rhodes also making progress. Lost a position in the early stages, but is now back up to 4th. Challenge for 2nd place. Ben Hunt has, momentarily got 2nd place. He's now lost it again to Flynn Grantham. I wonder if those two can work together to close in the gap to the race leader. As Adam Butt, it can be very tricky in this kind of class to break away from a big pack of karts. Long straights here tend to lead to a strong slipstream. A little bit of pushing and shoving out of Wilkins, but Adam Butt holding a good line. Here's a chance though for Grantham down the inside. Can Butt try and hold it around the outside to then switch to drive us right through the next corner? Yes, Adam Butt can, but Grantham's going to have a bit more grip around the outside, and now the advantage from the next corner, which is a left-hander. Through goes Flynn Grantham. Here comes Ben Hunt as well. Finley Rhodes holding in 4th place. 3 wide almost as they run through Stratford hairpin. Ben Hunt's on the inside. This will give him pole position in the final if he can get ahead of those other big scorers, and it looks like he's done so. Oh, half round goes Giannone, gets righted by Finley Rhodes, but it's all gone wrong all of a sudden for Adam Butt. We were talking about potentially the number 33 being on pole position for the final here. Now he's down in around 8th place. New leader, Ben Hunt, down the inside of Flynn Grantham, has overtaken the number 26. He's now on for 2 wins here. Doesn't necessarily need him in terms of how the points are working out, but Ben Hunt wants to keep that good form going, and will now look to try and break away from the rest of the field. 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Contact warning for Finley Rhodes. was down at Marshall Post 7, I believe, but just a warning at the moment. Jay Birmingham starting to recover back through. I know Jay's got a lot of support in the comments, and all those watching back home and various other places. Good to see that Jay has put the disappointments of the first race behind himself. Is now back up to P4 in this race. Next target will be Toby Miles in that number 90 machine. Toby again having a good race, was second in the first race earlier on in the day, and could well be going for that position again. A quick update of how things are going in the novices. This is one of the biggest novice contingents in any of the categories today. Jess Kirby is currently leading of the novices. Jess in 13th place overall, just ahead of Freya Lally. Arlo Atwood also running in 3rd in the novices right now, and Mahi Maru having a stronger race than the first one. Mahi in 16th place overall, 4th highest novice, ahead of Xavier Davidson, Emrys Perring, Eva Jones, and Roshan Bachala, who is now off the lead lap and I think is going into the pits to just make sure that there's no problems with the race leaders as they come through. 2.5 minutes to go then. Here's your battle for second place. Toby Miles looks down the inside, half drift, no, spins it and collects. Oh, the 36 of Finley Rhodes wasn't quite ready for that. Toby Miles just snatched the brake on corner entry, lost the back end, got it stopped, and then Finley Rhodes simply had nowhere to go. Now, has that let Jay Birmingham through? I think it has, you know. I think Jay Birmingham's now up to 3rd place, but that was until Giannone went down the inside. So Achille Giannone has taken that spot. That's a good lap for Giannone. Picks up 3 positions without having to work too hard for it. Can now try and set about closing in on Flynn Grantham. But they had comparative pace in that in the first race, so that's going to be very much easier said than done. Through the hairpin once again, you can see the differing lines that are forming now through that part of the course. Over the curbs once again. You can see the drivers starting to use those curbs a bit more to hook themselves round as the track, just the moisture level on the track starts to reduce. I don't want to use the word it's dry, it's not dry yet. I don't think it's going to be at any point today. 60 seconds to go. Ben Hunter comes across the line. We're going to have 3 more laps of this one. 2 seconds is the advantage over Flynn Grantham, and then Flynn Grantham similarly has what, 1.8 seconds, 1.9 seconds over this duo. Not quite fighting for 3rd place yet, with good reason. They don't want to fall into the clutches of Finley Rhodes. Behind Toby Mills is still there. Adam Batts not completely out of this as well in P7. Tighter line for Jay Birmingham there through the hairpin. Could be a wise thing to do there. That Jay's just had a try with, because he now knows that there is a decent amount of grip on that part of the circuit, so that if he was to go for a bit of a dive on the next lap, good chance that the kart will stick and he'll be able to get through past Achille Giannone. I tell you what, Finley Rhodes isn't out of this battle for 3rd place either. P5 at the moment, and looking really quick at this stage of the race. 2 laps to go, lead across the line before we went to 0 seconds. Ben Hunt's in full control of this one and is cruising on his way towards being on pole position. Finley Rhodes has gone down the inside. Jay Birmingham gets both of them. Well, we'll have a replay of that one queued up. That was beautiful racing from all 3 of them. Jay Birmingham didn't panic at all when Finley Rhodes threw it down the inside. That was all a setup for the latter part of the corner. Just see here, down the inside goes Rhodes. Giannone can't then get on the power. Birmingham takes advantage of it and gets into 3rd place. That was a really nice piece of driving from all 3 of them. You can understand why Giannone was a little bit frustrated because he couldn't get off the corner. But Rhodes was fairly there for me. Giannone now gets back ahead of Rhodes. So he's back up to 4th place. Trouble is, Jay Birmingham now breaking away from this battle, which has still got Toby Miles at the back of it as well. Toby Miles looking to perhaps gain something late on in this heat. Through the Bruno chicane for the last time. Giannone, that's going to be a door that might close, and here comes the number 90. Oh, off. There goes one of them, but Toby Miles got it on the inside to take 4th place. No problems for Ben Hunt, though. Ben Hunt, 2 wins from 2, will be on pole position for the final later today. Flynn Grantham across the line 2nd. Jay Birmingham 3rd. 4th is going to be Giannone. In fact, they all did get through. I was worried then. I thought Finley Rhodes was up towards the bank, but in the end, Giannone 4th, Miles 5th, Rhodes 6th. Jude Story 7th ahead of Adam Barton 8th. Noah Hobson and Thomas Laidler complete the top 10. Freya Lally, first of the novices home in the Jack Tex Racing number 15. Well done to Freya with that 11th place. Jess Kirby 12th in the number 84. The 42 of William Moore 13th. Then Noah Hammond next 14th. Arlo Atwood, Mahi Mario, Xavier Davidson, Emrys Perring, Eva Jones and Roshan Bachada completes the 20 finishers. All 20 drivers who started the race finished the race. Always good to see. So the Rotax Inters, the Minimaxers, will be out. They will be the 25th race, so they'll be the the 4th of the finals later on today in the afternoon. We're already into the afternoon here at the Love of Speed events, 15th of February 2026 for round 2 of Shenington Kart Racing Club for this year. So we'll see the Rotax Inters out later on. We pass back to the X30s now. X30 Junior up next. Back with us here at Shenington then, getting ready for Heat 2 in X30 Junior. On pole position for this one will be Alfie Taylor, Lewis Hay alongside on the front row. Night Measures had problems in the previous race. Has got Tom Fox for company on row 2. Charlie Blenkinsop, solid drive from Charlie earlier on today. He's on row 3 for this one alongside Archie Lee Bullock. Jack Baker and Lucy Lovell on row 4. Alfie Fulton and Louis Barker row 5. Henry Duncan and Katie Donaldson go from 6. Conrad Barton and Charlie Phillip row 7. James Backwith and Katie Clark row 8. Ayrton Limmer Evans and Josh Bundock on row 9. Ethan Windsor, Lucas Murray and Harrison Maxwell all complete at the 21 strong field. So once again, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then at the first time of asking. Good start for Alfie Taylor in the bright yellow helmet. Takes the race lead. Good start as well for Night Measures. Oh, but this driver's off on the approach to turn 2. Bit of a messy one there in the second half of the field. So those problems for Night Measures earlier on in the day have been repaired. Katie Donaldson sliding there through the hairpin. There is an incident through the Bruno chicane. That looked to be Lewis Hay again. Oh, Lewis Hay is really not having a happy day of it at all. That's the second race in a row where something has happened to Lewis on lap number 1. The solace this time is that he's not stuck on a curb. So we'll be able to get going again. Under investigation, Archie Lee Bullock for something early on. And I think a warning has come through as well for Archie Lee Bullock in the early stages of this heat. So Taylor leads from Measures. Blenkinsop, Donaldson, Fulton, Lovell, Bullock, Phillip, Duncan and Backwith is your top 10 right now. Katie Donaldson trying to thread a way through there past Charlie Blenkinsop. Katie's got a chance here. Yeah, takes 3rd place to take herself a little bit further up the order. Proudly displaying the flag of Scotland, of course, on the front of her race lid. And had a decent, in the very limited amount of running that we saw 1 month ago before the fog rolled in. Katie's pace looked very, very positive for I say, the start of the season. So just got a feeling there's certain drivers that you want to keep an eye on, but the young lady from Dufftown, definitely want to, as I say, keep tabs on how they get on across the course of this season. Contact warning for Alfie Fulton has come in the last few moments. There's number 45 moving through, Jack Baker. It's all around 13th place, that battle going on. Ayrton Libre Evans also in the mix. Runs with that split livery helmet. There is Baker down the inside, this time on the number 78 of Henry Duncan. Good to see Henry back out there. Had some tricky moments earlier on today. So Taylor leads from measures by 1.3 seconds and about a further second back to Donaldson. Should note though that Donaldson is the fastest driver on circuit, 48.97. So this is a race I think is just going to simmer along here for the next few laps. There's the number 13 of Conrad Barton for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Tim Wilson Motorsport quite well represented in this category this week. The highest runner at the moment being Lucy Lovell. Lucy having a strong run. Started 8th, is now up to 5th place. Ayrton Libre Evans down the inside there on Charlie Blenkinsop. I think it's Charlie falling down a little bit through this race. Yeah, I was running in 8th place now. Apologies, no, that was Jack Baker. There's too many Ayrton Senna helmets out there. That was Jack Baker in Tim Wilson Motorsport karts as well. There's Ayrton Libre Evans in the half Ayrton Senna helmet. Charlie Blenkinsop really not having a happy time at all there out wide, losing more places. And there should be a rule, shouldn't there? And if you're going to run a tribute helmet to someone well known, you've got to make sure that there's not anyone in the same awning as you. Technically there isn't. It isn't the same helmet, because you see there, it's like a half British, half Senna helmet for Ayrton to signify Portuguese, Brazilian mum, Portuguese-speaking mum, and British dad. He even has the Portuguese lineup of surnames, which when you go and do international races, you learn a lot about the differences with the Spanish and all of the things that are not important at this stage, because there's a race going on. That was a good move. That was Conrad Barton, I think, back up into the top 10 now in the number 13. Lucas Murray also, should mention, is your top running novice right now in that number 47 machine. Ayrton, another driver who's come through from the arrive and drive ranks and stepped up into juniors this year. You do sometimes get this in the junior ranks. One driver who's had their growth spurt and one driver who has not yet had their growth spurt. Someone was heading in there. That was the number 24. That's James Backworth out of this race with a mechanical flag. That's why he's headed in. So something's gone awry with the number 24 from Jade Racing team. It's been spotted by the race officials and they've called him in. Change for second. Katie Donaldson through past night measures. And how long have we got left? 2.5 minutes on the clock. And, well, this is going to be a test now for Katie Donaldson as to whether she can work with night measures and vice versa. Can night measures work with Katie Donaldson to close that gap in? Last time around 48.8 for Alfie Taylor, your race leader. Donaldson 1/10 quicker. Night measures, understandably, because he was being overtaken on that lap, was a little bit slower. At that rate, I think Alfie's going to be all right here to hold on to this race win. A driver who last year in SKRC had some good runs. It's third in the championship, if I remember correctly. Come the end of the year, so knows this circuit very well indeed. This will be the telling lap then, with Katie Donaldson clear. Has she got the pace? But I don't think she has. I don't think she's got enough laps in this one to close down what is now a 1.4 second gap. Further down the order, what's happened to Lucas Murray? Lucas Murray is now no longer the top novice, so Ayrton Limmer Evans is up to 7th place now. It's a good drive from Ayrton. He's had a bit of a baptism of fire with the junior karts. This is his 3rd. Whoa, there's a moment again for someone down at the Stratford hairpin, Conrad Barton. Although technically you could say it's his 2nd race, because it's his 3rd entry, but never got to race a month ago, like many others. Had a bit of a baptism of fire, as I say, at PF a couple of weeks ago. And but this is the start of scenes that seem like Ayrton's starting to gel with the kart. And I always say, when it comes to a driver's development, the mini to junior step is so hard. The kart much bigger, the power loads more, the tyres very different, so many things to get on top of, and you're going up against drivers who have got more experience than you in most cases. Increasingly you see it that drivers really change in their 2nd year of running in junior racing. There's a nice move though from the number 52. That was Charlie Phillip down the inside of Katie Clark. That was for 16th place. Last lap board is out then. Alfie Taylor over the line. Should have this one. Hasn't been the quickest driver in this race, but quick enough to win this one. Has managed this gap very well. Katie Donaldson would probably need this race to go for another 8 or 9 laps at the relative pace of these two. Jade Racing team are going to be very happy with the performance as well. And really good to see Night Measures, A, back out in a kart. He's had a bit of a rough last 12 months. And B, running well. 3rd place right now. It's going to be a good return after the difficulties of earlier on this morning. But Alfie Taylor, very professional job, very efficient job to the front of the field, takes the race win. That's how you start a mixed grid race from the front and deliver on the opportunity for points. 4th for Alfie Fulton, so Taylor Donaldson measures over the line. Lucy Lovell P5, good drive there from Lucy. Jack Baker 6th, Ayrton Limmer Evans the top novice over the line P7, Conrad Barton P8, Henry Duncan P9, Lucas Murray P10, Lewis Hay 11th, Archie Lee Bullock, Tom Fox, Harrison Maxwell and Charlie Blenkinsop all in the top 15. Charlie Philp in 16th place, Katie Clark 17th, Ethan Windsor, Josh Bundock and James Backworth in 20th place. Had to retire from that one after a mechanical flag. Apologies, not quite sure what happened to James's kart, but he did the right thing and he served that mechanical flag straight away. Once again, the X30 Juniors, that's them done for their heats. They will be back out for their final. It will be race number 26. Do bear in mind we're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule right now, skipping through the lunch break to carry on through. Means that at 1:50 here at the circuit, it's now time for X30 Senior. So X30 Senior, 2nd heat, coming on up next. William Omar starts from pole position, had a decent run in the first race early on, so this is going to be another contender for a pole position starting from the front. Ryan Gill starts alongside on the front row. Jake Brook and James Workman go from row 2. CJ Bennett and Samantha Seward on row 3. Andrew Platt and Lucas Armstrong row 4. Laurenton Levy and Ben Cowley row 5. Alvin Chu and Jack Monkhouse on row number 6. Row 7, Katie Ashman and Sasha Bagley. Row 8, Dylan Masters and Dom Parabuck. Zef Nurnberger and Pietro Jurjevic have it to do from row number 9. It's then Bailey Brooker and Alfie Gallagher on row 10. Reese Masters starts on row 11 and is joined by the single novice in this category, Valentino Alessi. So, race result from earlier. Right. CJ Bennett, I've spotted what fooled me earlier. He is running on a full package with the yellow number plates. It's on a white background. It's a very thin number. Oh, that was a bit of a messy one to get things going. We've gone to green, but I think it was the driver in 4th place was all crossed up, going towards the start line there. We've had one driver miss the start completely as well. So, well, very dramatic scene. CJ Bennett down the inside, clearly running quickly in this one. He's already up to 2nd place. Seeded driver in the British Championships from last year, of course. I think just wasn't himself in the first one, but CJ's got good resilience. He can bounce back here and use this opportunity to potentially win this race. All drivers do make it through from this race into the final. There's no threat of a B final. There's no threat of a cut-off. So William Omar leads this race in the early stages. Where did William finish in heat number 1? 7th. So a decent run into the deep into the top 10. Will need quite a few things to happen to get pole position as a result of that. There's 6 drivers ahead of him at the moment in the standings, and one of them is Ryan Gill, who's running there in 3rd place. Andrew Platt there in the number 92. There's a very good view of the run from Dominic Parabok. In fact, Dominic Parabok's on an absolute charge here in that number 74 machine. Started 16th, already up to 5th place. So let's keep an eye on that VRE bright yellow and black machine, because this could be a potential run towards pole position. Parabok was 2nd in the first race. Oh, well-read situation there, as Jake Brooks tried to go down the inside and wasn't quite in full control there. Parabok kept the door open, let him slide through, and got him on the switchback. So Parabok was 2nd in the first heat, which means we're looking at Alfie Gallagher as the comparison, and Alfie Gallagher's right at the back of the field, so something's happened with Alfie Gallagher in the early stages of this race, which right now has opened the door for Dom Parabok to be on pole position for the final later on today. Ooh, CJ Bennett a little bit wide there, invites Ryan Gill in. Ryan Gill there on the Kart Republic, privateer for this weekend. Katie Ashman having a strong start as well. Katie's up from 13th on the grid to P4. I think I saw Zef Nurnberger also making progress there. The Jade Racing team started towards the back, 17th place, and is now up to 9th. He's almost matching the result that he got in the first race. That's a really good run from Zef. William Omar over the line then. Lead 3/4 of a second. There is CJ Bennett. Kart number 9 for the MDL team. Had some very good results last year, did MDL. He became a bit of a force at both a club level and also a national level. A team that CJ knows very, very well. I just feel like he's starting to turn the pressure up now on William Omar, and this will start to raise the heart rate of William Omar when you know you've got a driver of the standard of CJ Bennett behind you. The worst thing that you can do is start to tighten up, especially on a day like today when it is tricky out there. There is lots of opportunity to make a mistake. The margins are narrow. A few messages from race control. Contact warning for Alvin Chu, number 25, and Piotr Jurovic as well in the 57. Bailey Brooker has had a contact warning and is now under investigation. CJ Bennett getting in the peripheral vision there of William Omar. I don't think that was a genuine overtake attempt from CJ Bennett. That was almost one of those psychological ones of just getting right in the edges there for William Omar, just to remind William that he's there and that he's closing in. Oh, it was. In fact, it's been a very good response here from William Omar. He's actually got the gap out on that particular lap. Was quicker than CJ Bennett by a tenth of a second. As here goes Ryan Gill. Again, there's not enough grip down that inside part of the track through Cafe Corner to really make that move work. Down towards the hairpin once again. Good amount of grip there for CJ Bennett, but then again, just not quite as good off the toe of the hairpin as William Omar. It does cover off any kind of move coming in from Ryan Gill, though. We have seen quite recently, in fact the previous race, where things switched back and forth with drivers in three-way battles through that part of the course. 2 minutes and 25 remaining on the clock. Unfortunately, there's been a problem for Lauren Dunleavy. Lauren down the order to 10th place. Lauren started 9th. Yeah, he's now falling further down the order, so I think the number 11 may be possibly stranded out there. 2 minutes to go. Oh, and Bennett for a moment gets the race lead. Now that's interesting. He's been trying that line for the last few laps, and it's getting better and better each time. William Omar's going to need to pay attention to that. The last 2 laps, it's kind of been a bit of a head scratch. Like, why is CJ Bennett doing this? That's why CJ Bennett is doing it. He's testing that inside line to see whether it's getting better and whether it could be used for a race-winning overtake. This is going to be a really interesting run now through Cafe Corner, out past the pits exit, through Pits Bend and down towards Stratford Corner. How does William Omar respond to this? Does he defend? Does CJ Bennett then switch to the outside? No, he's going to go down the inside again. There is CJ Bennett, and he's got the control. That is the experience of a top 10 in the country driver. 4 laps in a row, he's been going down that inside. He's been feeling the conditions, feeling them get better, and know on the 4th time that there's enough grip to not just get the car into first positions, but to get it stopped. That was very clever racing from CJ Bennett. Clever from Ryan Gill as well. Ryan copied what CJ Bennett was doing there and is now up into 2nd place and is not out of the woods yet. It's CJ Bennett, because Ryan Gill's looked quick through this part of the circuit. Could have a go himself down towards turn 1, down towards the Stratford Corner. Here we go then, Gill out a little bit wide. CJ Bennett takes the middle of the road. Now he's going to use that same line as a defensive mechanism. Now he knows that you can use that line to overtake. He's not going to want to open the door for anyone to repay him the same treatment. Frustrating for William Omar that moment, but again, still looking good. 3rd and 7th right now. Ryan Gill, I reckon, would be on pole position. 2nd and 5th would give him 7 points. No, I think actually no. Dom Powerbox still on for pole here, because 2nd and 4th would give him 6 points. Gallagher's out of it for pole position. 1st and 20th would give him 20 points. And Jack Monkhouse is also a little bit further down the order than what we saw in the first race. For those wondering, well, CJ Bennett, what happened to him? He was 12th in his first race. Had a +5 second penalty for an incorrectly positioned front fairing. I'll tell you what, he's not got this race won yet. We are on the last lap. Ryan Gill is right there. Bennett's surely going to have to defend into the last couple of corners. He'll just hold it a little bit right. That's nicely controlled. Make sure that he's got good speed off the corner. If you ever wanted a textbook in a thinking win, that is one in the books then for CJ Bennett, who takes it from Ryan Gill and will be a threat, I'm sure, in the final later on today. He's back on form is CJ Bennett. The package now performing well, and as expected for a driver of his pedigree. Ryan Gill 2nd, William Omar 3rd, Dominic Powerbox 4th, Katie Ashman 5th, Seth Nurnberger 6th, Jake Brook 7th, Alvin Chu 8th, Lauren Dunleavy did actually, I think it may have been a little transponder moment for Lauren Dunleavy, because Lauren's being scored as 9th on our screens. Andrew Platt 10th, Pietro Jerovic 11th, Jack Monkhouse 12th, And then the second half of the field, Dylan Masters, Lucas Armstrong, Ben Cowley, Bailey Brooker, James Workman, Valentino Alessi, Samantha Seward, Alfie Gallagher, Reese Masters and Sasha Bagley. Sasha Bagley retiring from that one. Second race that's happened to Sasha, so unfortunately Sasha will be at the back of the grid for the final later on this afternoon, which will be race number 27. Given that we're running about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, I imagine that's probably going to be around 3:45 now. But do stay with us so you don't miss a single moment, not a single race. Let's get ready for the next one then. We're going in to Senior Rotax. Big grid then for Senior Rotax heat number 2. Let's take you through the grid. Charles Sutton on pole, Abby Sanders alongside on the front row. Harry Gill and Lily Charlton go from 2. Oliver Lomax and Ryan Sayers on row 3. Kyan Eastick and Josh Gora on row 4. Adam White and Daniel Kaov on row 5. Freddie Tonelli, Lloyd Williams, they go from row number 6. Starting to go into the midfield now. Ethan Martin and Tom Nottingham on row 7. George Isgrove and Harvey Quick on row 8. Rest of the field running through. We're just probably going to have to rattle through these because we are near the race start. Are we ready for 8 minutes plus 1 lap? Yes, we are. Away we go then into the first couple of corners. It's going to start getting tricky for the drivers now, especially with a 31-32 kart field. They can't all be on the drying racing line. Down towards Stratford for the first time. It's a Maxim Motorsport number 40 of Charles Sutton in the race lead. Good start for Harry Gill as well in the burnt orange and blue and black of Attack Motorsport. Harry Gill holding second place right now. Yellow flags out at Marshall Post 4, so is someone in a bit of bother on the far side of the Stratford hairpin. Warning straight away for Oliver Bamford Senior off of the race start. So 7 minutes and 15 seconds gone, not long gone. Oh, there's a spin for an Evolution in the middle of the pack there. Didn't quite catch which number it was. But not a good moment. Oh, in fact, more people have joined. So it was the 89 that started. That's William Webb. William Webb out of contention in this one. The 63 of Daniel Kayayov also got embroiled in all of that. And was it the 74 perhaps of Arminas Sabarauskas? So they're all in trouble. There's one driver off into the bank on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. And it's one of the AJ Racing drivers. It's the number 17 of Lily Charlton. So Lily was up in 5th place there. Looked like there may have been a bit of encouragement into that moment. I don't think Lily drove there of her own accord. Oh, and again, drivers half losing it through Wilkins Corner. You can imagine that the conditions are getting quite peaky now, where you try and lean on the grip that's available. The trouble with that is when you do that, you can very easily, very quickly find that the grip runs out. And yeah, particularly when you've got a big grid, 31 drivers all trying to make their way through. They all will get to the final, but again, if you want to be part of the big competition at the front of the field, you're probably going to be starting up in the top 15 here today, even if you're the quickest of drivers, starting outside the top 20. With the track as it is, it's not like when it's a dry track and you can make lots of progress with your overtaking quite quickly. It's difficult to overtake today. You don't want to leave yourself with too much work to do. That was a nice move. That was Ethan Martin down the inside of Josh Gora for 6th place. So Martin for the EM Improvements team is up 7 places so far in this particular heat. Charles Sutton still leads this one though from Harry Gill. Ryan Sayers in 3rd, Adam White 4th. And just to remind what we saw in the earlier race, it was William Webb. That's why it was such a surprise to see William Webb facing the wrong way after the first lap, that William Webb took the heat win and took it really easily as well, pretty easily. 5.2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Drew Praisner was 2nd ahead of Alfie Davies. I will be honest, this is where the abacus is simply not big or quick enough to fully be confident in who's going to start on pole position for the final later on. But we'll make the same point that we made earlier. If you're gaining lots of positions, that's good. That is generally how it works with a big grid like this. The driver who's made the most overtakes is the one who's going to be starting towards the front of the order and maybe even take pole position. The one caveat with that is that it's 0 points for a race win, 2 points for second. So there's that little bit of a bonus for relative points if you do manage to take a race win. 4 minutes of this race to go. Let's actually have a little review of who is making good progress here. Well, the 52 is there, that blue and white machine, the NIB sports team. Jarek Metters. As I say, it's been a while since I've seen and commentated on Jarek Racing. He's a very talented driver. Oh dear, it's the number 74 of Arminas Salarauskas has had a spin down at the Stratford hairpin. Metters up 10 spots so far in this one. That's a solid drive through the field. Drew Preisner though, Drew Preisner might be on for pole here because he's gained 13 places, so he's got 2 top 10s. I think that's going to be, I wouldn't say rare, but I think it's going to, 2 top 10s is going to be in short order today in Senior Rotax, given the conditions, given the size of the field. But we'll keep you up to date with that one, yeah, particularly with William Webb down there at 27th at the moment for William. Is starting to catch back up to the main pack though. There's Alfie Davies in all of this as there's a challenge there for second place. Adam White has got through past Harry Gill, so got the move done on the previous lap. Harry Gill had a bit of a counter-attack go. Ryan Sayers is down the inside and has used that inside line, has got one position. Back is going to come Harry Gill. This is great racing as you come to expect in Senior Rotax. Oliver Lomax is now part of this group there in the number 27. Charles Sutton, by the way, where did Charles finish in the first race? 22nd, yeah, so unfortunately Charles is really not part of things for getting pole position in this class for the final later on today. That 22nd is simply going to move him too far down the order once all the scores are tallied up. Ethan Martin, another nice move there in the number 55, gets up to 5th place. Ethan could be on for 2 top 10s here. I don't think it outscores Drew Preisner at the moment. Oh, well, not if he starts doing things like that. Wow, down the inside, double overtake by Ethan Martin. That was a spectacular one. And that takes Martin up to 4th place now. That'd be 4th and 7th, 11 points. Drew Preisner would be on 9 right now with 2nd and 7th. Tell you what, Ethan Martin, with drivers ahead of him in striking distance with 1 minute and 25 to go, could be a problem here for Drew Preisner. There's the number 86 on your screens of Harry Gill going wheel to wheel with Ryan Sayers. Ryan Sayers around the outside, and Drew Preisner has got past both of them. So Preisner must know the situation. He's got to get up the road here. Depends a little bit from Ryan Gill. Gill will just nearly take the position. I think Preisner will have the drive towards the Bruno chicane and hold on to what is now 5th place. So that further improves Preisner's situation. Makes it harder for Ethan Martin to outscore, even if Ethan Martin was able to close in on the leaders and take the race win. The other problem for Ethan Martin is the gap between Sutton and White. Nearly 1.7 seconds. Oh, there's a spin there for Ryan Sayers. Now that looked a bit close. Very easy to lose control in these conditions. There's no protesting there. Let's have another look at it. Was there a touch from Ryan Gill? Oh yes, there was. There was a touch that you could see the rear left of the number 33. The rear bumper went up in the air a little bit there. And yeah, that's one that will be looked over, I'm sure. Now it's decided, well, that's up to the race officials. That's not a happy moment for Ryan Sayers. Drops down to well, outside the top 6. He's going to drop outside the top 15. Yes, he is. He's rejoined in 16th place. On the last lap then, Great drive this from Charles Sutton, and I tell you what, a great job as well from Maxim Motorsport. A team that I would say are going places. Not the biggest name by any stretch of the imagination in Rotax competition in British karting, but they are starting to get some decent results and catch the eye. They've got a 1-2 here in the hands of Charles Sutton and Adam White, and they thoroughly deserve it. Setup work absolutely spot on. Sutton across the line, rebounds from the disappointment earlier, takes heat 2 in senior Rotax. Adam White second, Drew Prisoner third. So the number 19 will be on pole position for the final later on. And I tell you what, that is a tremendous heats performance in a grid of over 30 drivers with mixed grids. To get second and third is very impressive indeed, particularly as he was towards the back for the start of that one. Ethan Martin fourth, Oliver Lomax fifth, Jarek Metters sixth, Harry Gill seventh, Josh Gora eighth, Ethan Griffiths ninth, and Bertie Wellesley was, I think, your biggest mover in that one. Yeah, Bertie was up 18 spots. Sorry, no, second biggest mover, up 18 spots to 10th. Your biggest mover was Drew Prisoner in third place, up from 22nd on the grid. Freddie Snelling, Scott Hayward, Kian Aistick, Abby Santos, and George Isgrove all in the top 15. Ryan Sayers, Harvey Quick, Alfie Davies, Robin Brain, Tom Taylor take us down to 20th place. Tom Nottingham, Harry Wilch, William Webb, all in the top 25, completed by Marissa Teague and Veer Maru. Oliver Bamford Senior, 26th, ahead of Daniel Kaov, Lily Charlton, Jensen People, Armin Anas, Savarauskas, and Taylor Davies complete the 31 finishers there in that race. We've got to move on because this is coming right up. And this, of course, being KZ2, heat number 2 then. Here's how they are due to line up. Milo Manderson and Reese Duthie on the front row. Alan Kenyon and Oliver Harris, row 2. Jack Price and Jensen Pugh on row number 3. James Koshelek and Ryan Simpson will go from row 4. George Robinson will start on row 5 and will be joined by others because we've got more than 9 karts in this one. I'll just run through the rest of those for you. Chad Little will be alongside on the 5th row. Jessica Edgar, Harry Walsh, Lee Ward, Ryan Green and Lexi Fells due to go out. I suspected this might happen. I think Ella Stevens has elected to not go out. Now, there was a fair amount of damage to the number 2 at the start of race number 1. And credit to Ella for coming to race today, and no disrespect to the rest of the field, but I would imagine with an F1 Academy season in preparation, the risks are just a little bit too high with the conditions. You know, other drivers, you know, wanting to have their own races. That was a bit of a close call for Ella in the first race. So it's not saying it's the wrong decision at all. You know, there are big things for Ella Stevens this year, so I totally understand why. I'm speculating here. I think the elective reason has been, do you know what? Done some good testing. Always good to get in a bit of race trim behind the wheel, especially one of these things. But Ella Stevens doesn't need to win this race today. She's got other priorities later on in the year. And at the end of the day, motorsport is dangerous. And any time a driver goes out on circuit, they are putting themselves at risk. We'll gloss over that. We've said enough on that. 8 minutes plus 1 lap then for the remaining drivers on the grid, who I am sure are going to give us a lot of entertainment in this one. And I'm interested to see how the 46 of Alan Kenyon does here. Starts this one from the second row of the grid and looked pretty good earlier on in free practice. Track conditions have changed again. Who's going to get the best launch off the line? Away we go then in KZ2 for the second heat of the day. Reese Duthie tried to angle his kart towards the first corner and taking the advantage, but it's Milo Manderson who leads in the early stages of this one, down towards the other hairpin at the Stratford Straight. Here it is for the KZ2s, that longer run down through that part of the course. Everybody through, good to see. No incidents this time, unlike heat number 1. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And already Milo Manderson, one of the younger drivers in this category, is starting to stretch things at the front of the field. There's the number 23 of George Robinson down the inside of Ryan Simpson. Good move there from George Robinson. That'll, I think, get him further up into the top 10. In fact, nearly on the edges of the top 5. So it's Manderson from Kenyon, Duthie. Jessica Edgar's had another good start. She had a good drive through the field in the first heat. We'll be looking to get a good result here for the Jade Racing team here today. Chad Little 5th, as there's a move for second place. Duthie and Kenyon going back and forth. That's good for Milo Manderson. Milo Manderson can just set about driving as quickly as possible right now, as side by side go Kenyon and Duthie. Kenyon gets the move done there. Racing on board the Sodi, of course. Sodi packages very strong, very, very strong kart to be running with in KZ2 at the moment. The Sodi Works team have been doing great work in Europe for the last 2 years. And a big reason why they do that is because they want people to buy their products. They want people to race their karts in these levels. That's what Alan Kenyon's decided to do. And as I say, very, very quick all day. Now he's got to set about trying to close down a 1.57 second gap to Milo Manderson as Jessica Edgar comes in down the inside, gets both Kenyon and Duthie. So Jessica Edgar up to second place. She will take over the job of trying to close down the young Milo Manderson. Chad Little still there as well, ahead of George Robinson. Ryan Simpson 7th, Harry Walsh 8th, Oliver Harris 9th, and Lee Ward at the moment in 10th place. Lee Ward, who won the first heat, very, very assured drive. It's a great drive from Lee, using all of his experience, taming the conditions, keeping his head in a race where others didn't. And right now 9th place, so he would score 9 points for that, of course. This is where we start doing the maths again. I think, yeah, Jessica Edgar is going to be at the moment on pole position for the final. 2 second places would result in a score of 4. Better than Ward's on the road at the moment. Kenyon is behind, so we'll feel further behind from the 3rd place that Kenyon got in race number 1. Milo Manderson, for the record, was 9th. So basically our first place drivers are swapping around a 1st and a 9th at the moment. But that could all change. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. What's the pace like? Manderson 51.8, 51.6 for Jess Edgar. Duthie, Kenyon. And then here we are in the fight for 5th place. Chad Little, George Robinson, Harry Walsh. This is a good scrap between these three. Down into the hairpin, and that's the other factor as well, of course, that this part of the track hasn't had karts running round it since the KZ2s were last out, so it's a very different track condition down that far end. You can see just from the levels of spray when they go through that extended loop. So if anyone had the thought of going through a dry tyre, they would have got that grossly wrong. With that part of the circuit coming into play. Jess Edgar closing in. So there's a go from Harry Walsh, trying to get through past George Robinson for 6th place. Not quite able to do so. Corner speeds of these KZ2s so high. There are your leaders at the moment. Actually, that was a very good last lap from Jess Edgar. 51.26. Took about 7-8 tenths out of Milo Manderson's lead. It's now only 0.9, or was 0.9 of a second. Little still ahead for Robinson, Walsh and Simpson in that fight for 5th place. which we'll see, I think, Lee Ward start to close into this quite soon as well. Just to note, Ryan Green is in this race. We saw Ryan Green in a bit of discomfort at the end of the first race, but good to report that Ryan is back out on circuit, currently running in 11th place. This is his heat where he started from the back, and in fact make that 10th place. Ryan Green has just got through past Oliver Harris. Back at our screens though, Milo Manderson, well, you're going to have to really think about this. Jess Edgar goes down the inside. Milo Manderson trying to do the switchback. Very experienced driver in this KZ2 field versus someone who's relatively recently taken it up. And Milo Manderson is giving this a good go here. That's really nice driving from Milo Manderson. Jess Edgar, though, just looking much quicker at the moment. And Milo Manderson might be staving off the inevitable right here. Having said that, again, we saw a little bit of this from Jess Edgar in the first race, where she caught up to the back of Ryan Green and Lee Ward, but there simply wasn't the space out on circuit with the differing conditions to make the move stick. And again, right now she doesn't need to win this race. She is on pole position as things stand for the final later on today. Doesn't need to risk too much right now in a heat. In towards the Bruno chicane once again. It just feels like Milo Manderson has now started to pick the pace up again. Running on the energy chassis. And yeah, you'd say right now on the basis of this last lap that Milo Manderson, the young driver, the young man, is starting to pull away from Jess Edgar. Not inevitable that Milo Manderson would lose out in this one. Down towards the hairpin once again, onto the wetter part of the circuit. Jess Edgar now trying to do a bit of a switchback. I tell you, that's really nice defensive driving from Milo Manderson, nicely controlled. You can use the seam down the middle of the road here at Shenington quite nicely to gauge where you are relative to a competitor, and also gauge where you are relative to the track limits and how much space you're giving to your competitors. And I tell you what, Milo Manderson is driving brilliantly here right now. Big speed as well through the hanger corner. Milo Manderson is giving it everything here to hold on to this race lead. 10 seconds remaining on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps here. Rhys Duthie at the moment looking at 3rd place in this race. Got clear of that battle with Chad Little and others. Lee Ward going back up the order as well. Lee Ward's up to 6th place, by the way, but at the moment that still wouldn't be enough to take pole position away from Jess Edgar. Lee would need to get up to, need to get up at least 2 more positions to make that happen. Now's an opportunity, though, potentially for Jess Edgar. That was a good run for Jess through the chicane. Milo Manderson knows it, has got to control his speed into Wilkins and has done so. This is very good defence for Milo Manderson because it's not over defence. It's not compromising his corner exits in a dramatic way, but at the same time is leaving either just enough room for Jess Edgar to go down the inside or an inch or 2 short. Either way, too much risk for Jess Edgar to play with. And Jess Edgar, she tried to do something a bit different there. That's going to be the race win for Milo Manderson, and I tell you what, it's going to be thoroughly deserved. I think Jess Edgar tried to do something different in terms of the exit of the corner and just slipped over the edge of the circuit there, just as the tarmac drops away. Milo Manderson, I'm going to be honest, I thought he was going to have to concede to 2nd place here, but he's dug really deep. This is a very impressive win. I hope we see a lot more of Milo Manderson in KZ2 because the boy knows how to pedal them. Takes the heat win from Jess Edgar. Jess Edgar will have pole position for the final later on today. Rhys Duthie 3rd, Chad Little 4th, Harry Walsh 5th. Lee Ward will be nicely positioned on the grid for the final later on today with that 6th place. Alan Kenyon 7th, Ryan Green 8th, Ryan Simpson 9th, Oliver Harris completes the top 10. Jensen Pugh, Lexi Fells, Jack Price all over the line as well. Lexi, the only novice in this category, and gained a few positions out there. So well done to Lexi, James Kacholik, and George Robinson's. George Robinson's had a problem then. So whilst we were watching that lead battle, George Robinson fell out of the top 5 3 or 4 laps ago. So there's your results from KZ2. Milo Manderson takes the win by 1.68 seconds. Ahead of Jessica Edgar, and the number 25 battle there between number 25 of Chad Little, not quite able to get ahead of Rhys Duthie. Rhys Duthie takes 3rd, and we'll see the KZ2s out again later on today. Right, let's move on. The racing continues here at Shenington. Keep it locked here on your Alpha Live broadcast. So, B final time for the junior Rotax drivers. We are ahead of schedule and pushing through whilst the conditions are good. Here is your grid for junior Rotax's B final. Jacob Kearns and Jay Singh start on the front row. Jake Richardson and Lewis Gilbert on row 2. Ava Crawford and Sam Batai start on row 3. Luca Matikekia starts on row 4 alongside Omar Kayani. Row 5, Christian K. Havaf and Austin Moth, Sebastian Geldenhuis and Clark Naylor start on row 6. There'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the last opportunity to qualify through to the A final. That's the one that everybody wants to be in. Championship points still awarded for this one as well if they're not able to make it through. The drivers just getting a little bit of extra time to get themselves up to speed. Just a note for if you are particularly supporting another junior Rotax driver and they're not on this grid, that's good news. It means that they have got through directly to the A final. The A final, 30 drivers already through. Who are the other 4 who are going to get through to join them? We look ready for a race start, and we are. 7 minutes underway then for the B final in junior Rotax, and it is a good start for one of our novices. Jacob Kearns at the front of the order will lead them down towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. We're back on the non-gearbox course, of course. Spinner, and it's the number 14 of Lewis Gilbert who's gone around there. That's a real shame for Lewis. That probably puts an end to any hopes of getting through to the A final here today. Lewis, who was with us last time out for round number 1, racing with the JWR team and looking to learn as much as possible here at the Shenington Kart Racing Club. So Cairns leads from Singh, Matikekia and Kayahav. Oh, it's round there is the number 15. So that's Jake Richardson out of contention. A little thumbs up there. I don't think that was a happy thumbs up for Jake Richardson through Cafe Corner. Didn't quite catch who was in close proximity there. Was it maybe Omar Kayani or Austin Moth? Good to see the number 60 of Clark Naylor in this race. That kart's had a few problems today. And what a way to bounce back it would be to qualify through from this B final. We haven't really seen in full what that kart can do yet. Carnes and Singh doing absolutely what you should do if you're in their shoes in a B final. Go into time trial mode. Don't need to fight right now. Yes, winning a race is always nice, but I tell you what, getting through to an A final and potentially having a hero's drive through the field in this situation feels even better. So the focus is going to be a bit further back, I think, in this one. The likes of Christian Kayov and Luca Matikekia at the moment are standing on positions that would get them through. Maximum grid of 34, of course. The standard 34 for circuits such as this. Sam Bataille in 5th place. In some ways the worst place that you could finish in a race like this, because you're so close to making it through. And there is the number 99. The black livery with the stripes of blue and yellow. Luka Matakaki is going to be under pressure here, I feel. This is where this race is going to unfold for the next 4 minutes. Further back, I tell you what, as Lewis Gilbert got back on circuit here and started to respond back through the field, if so, that must mean that Lewis has got some good pace. After the spin earlier on, yeah, I think Lewis is back up to 7th place now. So hang on, let's not write that number 14 kart out of potentially going through here. Best part of 4 minutes remaining. New fastest lap of the race. Sorry, it was not on that lap. Now it's coming. I could feel it coming from Lewis Gilbert at 49.15, and so yeah, 5.31 seconds behind the leaders. 2 seconds behind this battle that we're looking at now. So just keep an eye on the background. And that JWR number 14 starting to close in on this key battle for the last spot in that grid of 34. Keep your comments coming in. If you're enjoying the coverage as well, do click that like button. There's a nice move. I like that. That's a well-controlled overtake from Lewis Gilbert. That's the sign of a driver who's not panicking. Knowing that he's got the pace, he's up to 5th place now, so just needs to get one more up the road. And I say that, where's Jay Singh gone? Where has Jay Singh gone? The number 44 was being scored up in 2nd place. I've not seen the number 44 is out of this one. Hopefully this is one of those that's just a transponder moment. Although no, I think, has Jay Singh had a bad last lap and fallen down the order? Yeah, I think this is genuine. I think Jay Singh from 2nd place has dropped down to 10th. So we've got more drama in this B final. There's the number 38 of Omar Kiyani on your screens down the inside of Austin Moth. And oh, nearly loses it coming out of the final corner. Does Kiyani. This is a battle for 6th place. Sam Bataille's at the moment looking at going through in 4th place. There is the number 20. That's Christian Kayov. Christian's looking good now. 2nd place. That's fine. That's going through. Matakaki as well. So this is 3rd, 4th, 5th here going through the Bruno chicane now. There's the number 97 of Sebastian Geldenhuis also off the road. Sebastian's had a tough day, really tough day, but hope that the Precision Racing team and the South African driver have enjoyed and learnt a lot today. As there is the now what was that? Was that the number 20 going slowly? Yes, it was. So Christian Kayov, after he said, oh, he's fine, he's in 2nd place, this is all good, is now out of the top 4. Here's Lewis Gilbert now going on the attack of Sam Bataille and Luta Makakekia. This is now, they may not be aware of this, this is now 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're all fine for a grid of 34. But I think it's one of those, the way this race is going, just race. Just keep racing hard. Strange things are happening today with the weather. The racing gods are having their fun, so just keep pushing on as if you're knotted at the moment. That might be the safest way of going about racing. Omar Kiyani's now up into 5th place. Austin Moth there in 6th, and number 71. And then, yeah, Christian Kayov, we just caught the end of it, that he was, Christian was slow through Wilkins. So I wonder if Christian's had a bit of a moment through Hanger, caught it up. There's a nice move. Lewis Gilbert down the inside for Joe Weaver Racing, and he's got through. 2nd place is his right now. So Lewis Finley Gilbert, as he is in our comms notes, so we don't confuse him with the other Lewis Gilbert, is now looking, I'd say from a spin, saying, oh, he's out of it. No, not going to be able to make it through. This has been a sterling drive from Lewis Gilbert, and should now pull away from the other two with the speed that we've seen over the past 5 or 6 laps. Move there from the number 99. Sam Bata is now up to 3rd place. Luka Matakekia is on the bubble once again. Omar Kayani is the next driver behind. Contact warning for Christian Kayayov. So I wonder, could it have been that Christian had a bit of a go at either the leader or a back marker, and it went awry? Was that the cause of Kayayov to be slow and dropping back down the order? So it's looking like 2 from these 3 then to get 3rd and 4th to join the 34 strong grid. Here is we are on the last lap, by the way. Jacob Cairns is going to go through. Great drive. Jacob Cairns, spot on B final. Great drive as well from Lewis Gilbert to 2nd place. Who's going to get 3rd and 4th? It's going to be Bata. It's going to be Kiani. Oh, Matakekia, I think, has missed out right on the last lap. Twice was in that position of just needing to not lose a position on the standings, and in the end, Matakekia, well, we'll hope that someone has got some form of post-race penalty and all of that business, because unfortunately, if not, that's the end of the day for the number 24. Christian Kayov will not be happy. Was in a very strong position, finishes 6th in that one in the end. Austin Moth, Jay Singh as well was 2nd, comfortable, just needing to bring things home. In the end, it's P8 and the end of the day there for the number 44. Clark Naylor gets to a race finish. First time we've been able to say that today, and got past a few people as well. So 9th place for Clark Naylor. Jake Richardson 10th, Sebastian Geldenhuys 11th, and then Ava Crawford was 12th in that B final. Best of luck to all the drivers who, of course, move on into the A final. Best of luck for those who haven't made it through on this particular month. There's always next month. And, of course, if you want to be on the grid for March's round, do make sure that you set up on the Alpha Timing service that deals with all of the entries. And, of course, head across to the website for all the latest information, prices, details, all of that stuff is all on the Shenington Kart Racing Club website. That's not the end of the day for the junior Rotaxers, because, of course, we've got their A final coming up later on. But we have now indeed got our first A final of the day. The cadets are out next. Two finals for the price of one. Here it is, of course, Honda Cadet and Miami Water Swift heading out on circuit for their joint A final. Joshua Bailey, Phoebe Shelton, they're on the front row after the good performances in the heats. Sawyer Henderson and Austin Dowell, row 2. Harry Parker Ray and Archie Edgar, row 3. Ben Bowers and Nico Rezalowski go from row 4. Keane Doherty and Finn Hollis on row 5. Alfie Love and James Windsor on row 6. Louis Dawson, the last of the Honda Cadets, who get going now. Their final of 10 minutes plus 1 lap is underway. As out immediately, oh, that is really sad to see. Was that the number 26 of Archie Edgar possibly on the sidelines? I think it was. So Archie goes no further in this one. Just to run through how the Miami Water Swift Restricteds have started in this one, because of course this is their final as well. Henry Hales and Louis Wilson were on row 1. It was Hodgetts, Simon Peters, Murphy, Aston Wilkins, Durnford, Banks, Poulter Goody and St Hilaire all in this one. They have got going also for their 10 minutes plus 1 lap final. So let's count them through at the end of the first lap. Who's had a good one? Who's looking good at the front of the field? It is Joshua Bailey. Phoebe Shelton 2nd. Ben Bowers in 3rd. Austin Dowell 4th. Sawyer Henderson completing the top 5 right now. Honda's onto their 2nd lap. And let's also have a look on timing as to who's had a good start in the Water Swifts who have come over the line now. Henry Hales is your leader. Louis Wilson P2. Logan Hodgetts P3. Reggie Peters up a position on that first lap, and it's Harry Murphy and Darty Durnford completing the top 6. So, of course, no finals information to go on so far this season for Shenington KRC. We were all at home by this point a month ago with the fog, but good to be racing here in the finals. I still believe that this is going to be the first in-person commentary day where we get all the way through the schedule in 2026. There's Joshua Bailey leading from Ben Bowers. I've been very impressed with Ben Bowers today, but he'll want to be more than just impressive. He'll want to win this final. Right now he's probably got to do a bit of work with Phoebe Shelton. Oh, that's a little bit too close. I'm not a massive fan of seeing that that form of moment of a driver being forced down like that. That's Nico Veselovsky who is being forced over to driver's right. I've been there myself, young man. I know what it's like. It's prefer to be on the racetrack as opposed to the runoff is what I'll say with that one. 7 minutes and 14 seconds of this race to go. What is the pace looking like? 54.77 for Bailey, 54.79 for Bowers, and 54.97 for Shelton. Now, that's quite interesting because it means that Bowers is a bit quicker than Shelton. Bowers could do with Shelton just giving a little bit of having enough speed to give a bit of a push back towards Joshua Bailey. Now that push may come a little bit from further behind. Austin Dowell set a new personal best last time around in that number 47 bright blue and yellow kart. Nico Veselovsky's got through past Harry Parker Ray as well, up to P7. Updates in the Miami Water Swift, who are just coming through the Bruno chicane and out of it now. Henry Hales, your leader in that one. Louis Wilson, P2. However, Wilson is a tad quicker. Holds the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.38. Logan Hodgett's third, Reggie Peters fourth, and Harry Murphy in fifth place. So that's how things are going along in the other category. Max St. Hilaire through past Jennifer Banks. Here are the Miami Water Swift Restricted. You can hear that difference. The higher revving engines as opposed to the burble of the Hondas. It's pretty much been this story all day, hasn't it? These drivers, at least the top two, Hales and Wilson. And Logan Hodgetts has come into play here. Logan Hodgetts impressed me a lot in 2025. Was a driver who went on a really good improvement curve from the start to the finish of the season. So, and like that he's stayed with this category. In my opinion, the too many times drivers have moved up too quickly through the ladders, and sometimes giving a driver more time to grow and gain confidence not just gives them race results in categories such as this, but it helps them in the higher categories as well. There were a few drivers that myself and Anthony Jordan were watching in Valencia over the last couple of days that you could say that for. That you know, there's been days where they've had troubles and frustrations, and they've been allowed the time, instead of moving them up to the next level and seeing if they'll be better there, they've moved up the order and really started to flourish. Here's your Honda's battle, not for the race lead. This is the one for, I want to say, 8th place. Yes, it is for 8th place. So Harry Parker Ray in the red kart at the front of this one, with Alfie Love down the inside. You have got both of your novices in this one. You've also got Louis Dawson in the most easily spottable kart in the whole paddock this weekend. If you are here, go check it out, because it's the Lando Norris style. It's the Dayglow yellow and the black, because that's a nice move from Harry Parker Ray. But the details on it are all different race circuits, and Shenington is one of them, quite highly featured. I like it. I like it a lot, and it's delivering performance for Louis Dawson right now. He's made his way through this battle and is up to 8th place as a result of all of that. No change at the front. Still Bailey from Bowers Shelton. Joshua Bailey quite impressively here, driving off the front of the field. Is now nearly 2 seconds clear. Is that a battle of the novices there? Yes, it is a battle of the novices. Alfie Love and Finn Hollis, both driving very, very well indeed. Here's the number 94 of Cian Doherty. That was with Nico Reslovsky. So they're currently racing for 6th position in this race. Reslovsky and Parker Ray both under investigation. Yes, I think I know what that might be for earlier on in this race. So we'll leave the race officials to do what they need to do with that one. 2.5 minutes to go. Nico Reslovsky down the inside, and that's a nice move on Cian Doherty. That's a double nice move. Doherty holding around the outside. Good commitment to the corner there from Cian Doherty. Holds ahead of Reslovsky for 6th place. Change in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Louis Wilson has got through past Henry Hales, so that is a change of lead in class, and has now also set the fastest lap of the race. In fact, Louis Wilson is making a push for the race win here. They're just about coming into the Bruno chicane now. And Louis Wilson has got a good gap now. You'll see him just starting to catch up to the back of the Honda's pack now. And clear, yeah, there it is there. So you see the gap between Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts, 2nd and 3rd in Miami Water Swift Restricted, and Louis Wilson, who's now been unleashed, is starting to disappear up the road and catch some of the Hondas. Now the question is, the Hondas are not a lap down. The Hondas do not have to get out of the way. That could still offer an opportunity for Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts to catch up in the last lap or so. But it's not a lot of time on the clock. Just over 60 seconds as Hodgetts looks down the inside now of Henry Hales. Henry deals with that well. Did turn in too early. Let them race around the outside and holds 2nd place within the category. Harry Murphy currently 4th amongst the IAMIs. There's been a change in the top 5 as well, because Reggie Peters has got through past Darcy Durnford. Durnford's also lost out to Calvin Simon. I've got to say, all of the drivers in Miami Water Swift Restricted who are experienced enough now to be off their novice plates, I think have had a really good day. Raced really well. I've been watching them go around the circuit, and we've got some good drivers in Miami. Well, we always do have some good drivers in Miami Water Swift Restricted, but you know, some classes, some years you just have more than normal. Potentially this year, got some names to really enjoy watching race. As I say, now the front runners in Miami Water Swift Restricted are moving through past the back markers of the Hondas. Time is up. James Windsor there, being overtaken for position. Won't affect the points tally for James in the championship. So again, the championship points are all done by the class position for these two classes, not the overall position. Meanwhile, though, Joshua Bailey on this final lap started from pole position. Had to work hard for it on the opening tour here at Shenington, but is on his way. A little bit later in the year than we would have expected, but it's going to be your first Shenington Kart Racing Club round winner of any category in 2026. And it's been a very, very good drive in tricky conditions, wet throughout the day. Joshua Bailey wins in Honda Cadet at Shenington, has the love of speed over the line, and wins it in the end by more than 3.5 seconds. Ben Bowers 2nd, Phoebe Shelton on the podium today in 3rd. Sawyer Henderson has got 4th at the last minute there, ahead of Austin Dowell, and across the line as well. Here comes, there's the arms in the air, Louis Wilson. Well, Louis Wilson has waited for that. He would have been a very, very strong contender in January. We did see the heat where he really ran well, and that's a thoroughly deserved class victory for Louis Wilson, ahead of Henry Hale, second in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Third in IAME Water Swift Restricted is going to be Logan Hodgetts. Six very deserving top three drivers today. I'm just having a look out of the comms box window. There's good respect between Louis Wilson and Henry Hales. They've raced brilliantly today. I say, I really felt for these drivers because they were the ones who got going a month ago, had all that excitement, and then had it all stripped away from them as the fog rolled in and we weren't allowed to race for the rest of the day because of, you know, obvious safety reasons. And they've had to wait a whole month to get back to this point because this is what they wanted. The final, the big one, the 10-minute race. And they've now got their just rewards. There's your provisional results for the final. Bailey, Bowers and Shelton in Honda Cadets. Alfie Love won the Battle of the Novices in the Hondas as well, we should note. Louis Wilson, Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts take the top three spots in IAME Water Swift Restricted, and then the top novice amongst them was Riley Aston Wilkins. So well done to Riley for taking that one. We've unfortunately got to move on though from the cadets. We change from the youngest drivers to probably some of the oldest drivers of the field now. Formula Libre final is up next. And they are indeed out on track. Here's your grid then for the first Formula Libre Shenington Kart Racing Club final of the year. James Ogden, Guy Tolley, that's your front row. Lewis Payton and Josh Derry, they're on row 2. Liv Jenkins and Ollie Venn go from row number 3. Ash White and Jamie Jenkins, they're on row 4. Rhys Baines and Ben Stanford complete the top 10. Luke Smith and Christopher Frost go from row 6. It's then Jack Foreman, Mark Armstrong on row 7. Harple Baines and Paul Belton on row 8. Dylan Chadwick and Isaac Wilkinson on row 9. Andrew Silvers, Jack Stewart, Oliver Kershaw and Pierce Armstrong complete the 22 runners expected for this one. 10 minutes plus 1 lap and we are racing. Great start for Guy Tolley. Tolley takes the lead in the early stages. The number 73 of Lewis Payton, who's had a good start as well, into the drivers off at the back of the field. The number 74 of Luke Smith, Paul Belton, the 26, was also involved in that. So the slippery conditions catching drivers out early on in this Formula Libre final. There's another one going round through the hairpin. These drivers as well have waited a long time for this over the off-season to get into one of these finals, but it is Guy Tolley, one of the drivers that you would expect with his record in this category at the front of the field, looking for another round victory, looking for a great way to get this championship campaign up and running. End of the first lap, Tolley leads from Payton, Derry, Liv Jenkins, Rhys Baines, Ash White, Jamie Jenkins, James Ogden, Ollie Venn, and Jack Stewart's had a great start as well. Jack Stewart in the number 57, who had that rocket start in heat number 1, then had a mechanical failure. Wasn't really a factor in the second heat, but he seems to have got the speed back now. Hopefully the car doesn't fall apart this time, because he's gone from 20th place on the grid up into the top 10 on that first lap. We'll try and catch an eye on him. It's the number 57 that we've got to keep an eye out for, potentially shooting into the higher reaches of this field. At the moment, though, you would say Guy Tolley has control of this race. Nice move down the inside there from Josh Derry. Takes third place away from Liv Jenkins. They had swapped that position earlier on in the lap. James Ogden as well. Ogden, who won that first heat. There he is in the all blue. I quite even like that one. It's just plain blue, but it looks really, really well put together. And it's driven fantastically as well by James Ogden. Up to 5th place, side by side between Josh Derry and Ashley White there as well. Is this adult drivers? Yes, these are all seniors, 16 years of age or above. Apologies, we've not got time to go through all the different details of Formula Libre, but it's very, very much for a cost-effective formula. All chassis have to be at least a year old. It's a formula that is, I think, going to be really, really good for the next few years. I think you're going to see a lot of drivers looking at this and going, yeah, that's how I want to go racing. Head across to the Shenington Kart Racing Club website for more details on it, and yeah, plenty of people online who will be able to help out if you want to get on the grid. 7 minutes of this one to go then. Here's your fight for third place as Ogden looking down the inside. Oh, that's brilliant from James Ogden. I don't think he's quite going to get both positions, but he got one of them as, oh, up nearly into the bank there. It was another one of the drivers in the background. Jack Stewart watch, by the way, is up to 8th place, has got past Jamie Jenkins in recent times. So the number 57 continuing the charge through the field. The question is there enough time for Jack Stewart to be unleashed to get back into that top 3? Lewis Payton, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race. So I've seen Lewis race on and off on broadcasts over the last couple of years. Normally there when we come to this part of the world for the Super Prix. I have been thoroughly impressed with Lewis today. This has been a real step up in terms of driving quality. That's a great bit of racing as well. Josh Derry holds onto that position by just weaving himself in between Ash White. Bruce Bain's looking to get involved there as well. James Ogden has broken away from this battle. He's looking to secure that third place. So not quite at halfway stage yet in this one. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Guy Tolley continuing to be reeled in here by Lewis Payton. This is going to get pretty close, I think, over the next few laps here. Still on your screens, Josh Derry, Ash White and Rhys Baines there. Rhys, who had that unfortunate last lap in the second heat. So it's another driver that we know has got probably more speed than his grid position is reflective of. Everybody's still running wet tyres as well. 5 minutes of this one to go. Race lead is coming over the line now. Can Lewis Payton find a way through? Here they are. Guy Tolley's starting to respond now, though, with his own pace and has that benefit of track position. He can dictate the pace. Look at that, 3 wide through Cafe Corner in slippery conditions. How did they all make it through there? Ash White and Rhys Baines, I think both got Josh Derry then. They were side by side themselves. Rhys Baines has got through. So Rhys Baines up to 4th place now with some really bold driving. I've been saying for a good part of the afternoon how tricky it is to go side by side through Cafe Corner. Now, the amount of damp track to use where there's a bit of grip has been growing, but still to get 3 wide through there, very impressive, showing once again the quality of these drivers in Formula Libre. Are they the most expensive karts in the world or in the paddock? Absolutely not. Are they some of the most expertly driven karts in this paddock and full of passion? You bet. This is something that I'd love to even have a go at myself if I wasn't completely unrace fit right now. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go of this one. That's the number 87 of your screens. Josh Derry having a bit of a difficult final here. He's starting to go backwards, unfortunately. 3 minutes and 30 on the clock. No move yet from Lewis Payton. I think what's happening here is Guy Tolley doing what many experienced race winners know to do. Almost dangle the carrot at the young pretender in second place and go, come on, if you want to chase me down, do so. But it'll take a lot of energy, it'll take a lot of effort, and then just be able to hold them at about 1/4 of a second and know that if the charge keeps coming, that they've got something in reserve to use themselves. Guy Tolley through the hairpin there. Did set his fastest lap in this race so far. Not the fastest lap in the race. That's just been set by Ashley White in the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 33, 49.97. But yeah, Guy Tolley starting to up his own pace now, 50.20 last time around. Changes further down the order. Isaac Wilkinson. Wilkinson is through into the top 15 now, has been followed through by Paul Belton and Andrew Silvers. Unfortunately, that means that Dylan Chadwick has fallen 3 places in recent moments. Down once again in towards the hairpin. Lewis Paynton just is not quite able, for whatever reason, to be able to break through that impenetrable, invisible wall that Guy Tolley has right now. But again, we've seen moments today in other categories, and not necessarily the ones with the youngsters. We've seen it in K2, we've seen it in some of the X30 classes as well. The drivers having big lurid moments late on and losing key positions. So you don't hope that happens to any driver out there, but you always have to have it in the back of your mind, particularly in conditions like this. Here's a good battle. This is the 9th place battle, the Jack Stewart, Mark Armstrong one. Jack Stewart had that great start, and it just doesn't seem to have carried on from there. It's faltered somewhat. Running in 9th place. But again, start of the season, points to be won. Championship positions will be thought about later, but you never know. At the end of a season, 1 point here, 1 point there. These positions could be very, very important indeed for the drivers. We'll be able to follow every single Sunday race day here at Shenington Kart Racing Club. Free of charge, all the way. No paywalls for all of the rounds here at Shenington. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Still Jack Stewart there ahead of Mark Armstrong. As though, oh, Mark Armstrong's going to draw alongside. Oh, he's got through. Good stuff there from Mark Armstrong. Got Piers Armstrong just behind as well. The 2 Armstrong Motorsports drivers in this race. And Mark using another driver who's done this category for a while. Up into the top 10 once again. Last lap board is out then. As oh, now have we had a change for the lead? I think we have had a change for the lead. Lewis Paynton is showing us through ahead of Guy Tolley. Here it is. Battle for the race win. The first one of the season in Formula Libre. Tolley down the inside. Paynton. Has he been holding something in reserve as he lured Guy Tolley into a false sense of security? It's all going on for 3rd place as well between James Ogden and Ashley White. Guy Tolley's had to wake this up now. I said this has been an impressive run from Lewis Paynton today, and it's not done yet. And towards the final couple of corners, Paynton looking round the outside. Can he draw alongside Tolley on the run to the line? I think Tolley's got this by a whisker. Guy Tolley wins in Formula Libre. Thumbs up there, and full credit to Lewis Paynton. Takes 2nd place. James Ogden snatches 3rd at the end from Ashley White. Rhys Baines 5th. A race of top quality there, and well done to all drivers in the top 5. Liv Jenkins as well, P6. Jamie Jenkins, P7. Josh Derry, P8. Mark Armstrong, as we saw, won that battle for 9th place with Jack Stewart. Piers Armstrong, 11th place. Ollie Venn, 12th. Ben Stanford, 13th. Harpal Baines, 14th. Paul Belton, 15th, ahead of Isaac Wilkinson, Luke Smith, Christopher Frost, Dylan Chadwick, Andrew Silvers and Jack Foreman. Wow, what a way to finish things there in Formula Libre. But Guy Tolley takes the first round of the year. And yeah, we'll be very, very happy with the start of this championship campaign proper. We got to move on though from Formula Libre. If you've watched it, if you do want to get involved, do head online, Shenington Kart Racing Club, and all the social medias. You'll find plenty of information on there. We've got to move to the next final. And that next final, of course, is Miami Water Swift, the intercategory. Their grid looks like this. Rudger Golkanath and Theo Tyack on the front row. William Bennett and Felix Booker on row 2. Teddy Higgs and Harry Fable, they go from row number 3. First of the novices, Aman Rana goes from row 7. Oliver Kleinfelter from the outside of row number 4. Logan Baker and Ethan Lucas complete the top 10, and then the second of our novices, Max Frisbee, starts 11th for this first final of the year for IAME Water Swift. Into the starting area, waiting for those lights to go out for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then here at Shenington and round the outside. Great start from Theo Tyack, William Bennett in a half spin, and somehow everybody else manages to avoid him. There's a shake of the head from William Bennett, but William, you're still in the race. That could have gone very, very wrong indeed, and it's a longer race, of course. And is that Aman Rana up to 3rd place? Yes, it is. What a great start for one of the 2 novices here in this IAME Water Swift field. Theo Tyack has the race lead. Under investigation straight away, Felix Booker for something. I wonder if that's something maybe from the race start. We'll wait and see on that one and see if any further messages come up on our screen. End of the first lap then. Tyack in similar position to where Theo was in the second heat. Will look to pull away. Roger Golkanath is P2. Aman Rana, great start. This is the first time we've seen today Aman racing in amongst the rest of the pack, because of course as a novice has to start the heats from the rear of the field. Starting a little bit further up the order now. Has had a great start there up to 3rd place. Felix Booker under investigation, P4. Harry Fable for the DK, the Danny Curl Academy team in P5. Teddy Higgs 6th. Max Frisbee's had a good start as well. So both of our novices shining above the level of experience that would suggest where their positions are going to be. So Max is up to P7. And I tell you what, Theo Tyack's not running away with this at this stage of the race. Keep an eye on William Bennett as well. With this being a longer race, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that William could still get a podium here, particularly if, say, the front 5 keep close together and inevitably start fighting for the race win. William Bennett has just got past Oliver Kleinfelter for 8th place and has just set the fastest lap of the race. So 53.03 for Bennett compared to the front runners, who are doing 53.3s. Down the inside, is that Aman Rana going to take the race lead? Almost for a moment there, I thought it was going to be Aman Rana taking the race lead. Golkanath back down the inside, retakes 2nd. And this is what I mean. This is good for those in the second half of the field. Aman Rana down the inside. That's a brave move. Really brave move. It's a brave move in the middle of August when there's plenty of grip there, not when it's February and it's damp on the outside. My goodness, what an announcement on the scene this is from Aman Rana. Roger Golkanath gets back down the inside, retakes 2nd place. Felix Booker is in there as well, P4. William Bennett now up to 6th place. William Bennett, after that half spin on the first lap, is now back in the contention for a podium spot. Down the inside goes Booker, retakes 3rd place away from Aman Rana. Harry Fable just holding things right now, not needing to get too involved as things stand. This has been a properly good race so far. Down the inside there goes William Bennett for 5th place. Just to note as well, maybe something, why is there only 11 of them? Why is there not more? Well, there was a big race in Europe this week that was finishing was meant to finish yesterday. In the end, it actually finished Friday. But a lot of the teams, even if they wanted to get their kit back here for today, they couldn't. The paddock was closed in Valencia yesterday, and again, I just want to say, because I know we've got a good number of people in this paddock helping these drivers who've got colleagues out in Valencia or have had colleagues out in Valencia at the moment. It's not been an easy 36 hours for them, so I know a lot of them were preparing to go back in and pack up their awnings in the early hours of this morning and then make the long journey back to England. So that's one of the main reasons why, a little bit down on entries in Water Swift today. There's been other events on and there's only 52 weeks in the year. And as we saw last month, sometimes one of those, two of those, three of those, many of those months, weeks in a month, there's fog and we can't really race. So back with the racing here at Shenington. William Bennett was pointing down at the engine, perhaps, maybe not quite happy with things as they stand. Right now is in 4th place, has got past Felix Booker on this lap and is now pulling to the inside and looking for 3rd. This would be a great run for William Bennett back to the podium, and it looks like it's going to be the inside line for Bennett, and indeed takes it. What would be the odds here on a William Bennett race victory? Because after the day that William Bennett has had, 3 times facing the wrong way, I'm not sure any of them have particularly been his fault, but he's still in the contention for a race win here today. Just over 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Theo Tyack doing a great job at the front. As I say, the drier the track gets, the harder it is for a leader in a cadet or an inter category to break away. Field spread reduces, the better the track conditions get. Roger Golkanath is also doing a great job, running in 2nd place right now. He's not necessarily as experienced as some of the other drivers in this field as well, so this has been impressive to see Roger running this quickly, this early. But here comes William Bennett. William Bennett is on an absolute charge here. After the first lap where it looked like it was all over, there's a thumbs up there from William, because he knows now that there is one more thing that he needs to do with 3.5 minutes to go, and that's go for the race lead. However, Roger Golkanath is not going to be totally compliant with that, and that was a mistake from Theo Tyack. So as soon as Bennett's on the defensive, he's now on the attack for the race lead. These two went wheel to wheel through this part of the course earlier on in the day, when William Bennett ended up in quite a large puddle in heat number 1. But right now, these 3 are once again battling at the very front of the field. This is one of those drives that I almost describe as a charged up drive, an amped up drive. A pilot in the shape of William Bennett, who has just gone, do you know what, the day I'm having and all these spins and all these problems, I'm just going to drive as hard as I can and see what happens. And at the moment, that could still be a race win. Tyack makes a mistake. Oh, just snatched a break into Stratford Corner. And now William Bennett taps the head to say, let's think about this. It's a team 1-2 at the moment for the Jade Racing team. But William Bennett has gone from last to 1st in this race now. And we've still got two and a bit minutes on the clock remaining. A time for calm heads now, surely, here in Miami Water Swift. Race notice from Race Control. Max Frisbee is under investigation. Currently running in 8th place. Logan Baker's just set a personal best within this race at 53.62. Down towards Stratford once again, indicating to his teammate, let's work together, let's keep moving forward, because we've still got an interloper in our team flying formation at the moment in the shape of Roger Golkanath. But Roger Golkanath's not going to give this one up. Tight line there from the driver of the number 25 through the Bruno chicane. I tell you what, Theo Tyack might be in a spot of bother here. Theo Tyack at the moment is not able to quite hold the rear bumper of William Bennett, and that could allow a space for Roger Golkanath to charge into and try and take 2nd place. 1 minute and 5 to go. We're going to have 3 more laps. William Bennett still has the race lead, but Tyack and Golkanath, their pace has improved. They're all in the 53.1s now. Of course, for William Bennett, he's not got the benefit of a toe anymore, so those 52.6s that he was setting earlier on in the race are not going to be there anymore. Golkanath down the inside takes 2nd place. Tyack tries to counter-attack out of the hairpin and does so successfully. That's a good run from Golkanath. That's a good attempt. But now Theo Tyack is pointing forward to say, let's work together, let's keep pushing on, let's not fight, we can still win this race, but only if we work together, because William Bennett's base pace is very, very strong. And with 2 laps to go in this final, it's starting to look increasingly difficult. In fact, William Bennett's just done a 52.78. I tell you what, it's not the fastest lap in this final, but that may be the best lap that William Bennett's done so far of the 11 completed. He's got no tow, he's got no help from anybody else, and in just on his own, he's done a 52.78. That is really, really good stuff, and it's starting to take the chances of this race win away from Theo Tyack and Rudger Golkanath. You've got to think, when does Rudger Golkanath go for another attempt at taking second place here? It won't be into the next corner, I don't think. I think they'll try to be a move from Rudger into the hairpin. That would be the logical place to do it. But last lap board is out now for William Bennett. This has been a very impressive drive. This has been a perseverance drive, if there ever was one so far in 2026. This poor young man has been round more times than I think I've had hot dinners this week. There's the move from Golkanath. I thought it would come in at that point. Tyke trying to drive around the outside, gets the grip level right, and drives off the corner, retains second place. But for William Bennett, could have been on pole position had things gone his way in the heat. We thought it was all over. Lap 1 of this final nearly got collected by everybody else, but the crucial word is that he didn't, and he charges back through to win the first Miami Water Swift final of the year. Well done, William Bennett. Brilliant drive. Golkanath gets second on the line ahead of Tyack. That's your 1, 2, 3. Great drive as well from Aman Rana. The novice finishes P4 ahead of Felix Booker P5, Harry Favel in P6, Max Frisbee P7, Oliver Kleinfelter 8th, Logan Baker 9th, Teddy Higgs across the line there. Difficult day for Teddy there in P10, and Ethan Lucas was a retirement. And there it is, your provisional results. That's one funky lap chart if I ever saw one for William Bennett, from pretty much, what was it, 3rd place on the grid? Yeah, 3rd on the grid, down to last, and then pick them all off one by one to win the final. Brilliant stuff from the Miami Water Swifts. We'll see them again very soon, no doubt. But we've got to move on. The next final is heading out on circuit. And we switch, of course, into the Rotax categories. Minimax final up next for them. Let's take you very quickly through the grid. Ben Hunt and Finley Rhodes on the front row. Achille Giannone and Flynn Grantham on row 2. Jay Birmingham and Toby Miles on row number 3. 4th row of the grid for this final, Adam Butt and Noah Hobson. Jude Story and William Moore on row 5. Noah Hammond and Freya Lally on row 6. Thomas Laidler and Jess Kirby row 7. Arlo Atwood and Xavier Davidson. We're into the novices now on row 8. Mahi Maru and Emrys Perring on row 9. Hugo Torby and Eva Jones on row 10. Roshan Bachada completes the 21-strong field here for the Rotax Inter Final. First one of the year at Shenington Kart Racing Club. We're green, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a good start for Ben Hunt on the LN chassis with the blue and the yellow livery. Good start as well for Giannone in the number 28. Looks like all of them have made it through the first few corners and are on their way down towards the Stratford hairpin. And steep, there goes Ben Hunt. Ben Hunt, I thought was losing it all there. And no, it was just taking a very deep and wide line through the Stratford corner, holds onto the race lead. Giannone did lose out in that one though. Looks like Finley Rhodes has got through and into second place. I think Jay Birmingham's had a good start as well here. Jay Birmingham, who led the first heat for quite a while and then had a one moment of error, fell down the order. But at the moment he's looking good, at least for 4th place in this race. Giannone back down the inside there into Wilkins, retakes 3rd. So 9 minutes to go. Warning flag for Flynn Grantham for something that's happened early in this race or slightly before it. Oh, now what's happened there? Jay Birmingham, that's not spray, that's tyre smoke by the looks of things. It's part of the bodywork been pushed in there and is rubbing on the tyre. Oh, well, that either way is not going to be a good thing for Jay Birmingham. Don't often see that with karts of this size, the bodywork being pushed in. And now, hang on a minute, is it the chain guard there's definitely something rubbing on the tyre. Oh, and you can see now chunks of rubber being kicked off of the tread, and I think, oh, has it just gone flat? I think it might have, well, it's gone flat now. Oh, but what a shame for Jay Birmingham. Has raced brilliantly today and has to retire at the end of lap number 2. I'm just going to have a look at this as Jay's crawling past us into the pits. Yeah, that's a weird one. The side pod is clear. The rear bumper is clear. Maybe something inboard inside the wheel hub that's expired, that's not in the right position. Either way, Jay Birmingham out of this race. 7.5 minutes to go. Ben Hunt clear by 0.4 of a second, but Finley Rhodes was your fastest driver last time around. 51.26, so Finley Rhodes could take the fight here to Ben Hunt. Nice move down the inside there from Flynn Grantham. Oh, not quite able to get it done though on the corner exit. So ends up running wide and back up the circuit. Achille Giannone back through. As, spin out of stuff. I don't normally report these, I don't want to drag attention to things that have gone wrong. But I think the number 88 of Emrys Perrin has just gone for a spin outside the comms box window. It's starting to get a little bit darker here at Shenington as well. I wonder if there's some clouds rolling back in. I hope there's not more rain for the drivers today. Air temperatures come up a little bit, but it's still a pretty chilly 7 degrees. I can see that everyone's still on wet tyres, of course. Simply not enough air temperature to get the, or enough wind for that matter, to dry the track out fully to go for a slick tyre here today. Warning for the number 84 of Jess Kirby. It's just come up on our screens. But Ben Hunt looking calm again. We saw this in Heat 2. Ben has had a perfect day so far. Flynn Grantham's got through past Achille Giannone for 3rd place. And you can see that Adam Batt there in the KMS kart, the Kato Motorsport team. The orangey red and white livery, except the front fairing. So the front fairing is just a standard OTK fairing. He's moving up from 7th place on the grid, and now looking at the top 5. There's another driver who's driven really, really well today. Wasn't with us for round 1. The round 1 that in a racing capacity never really was. As down the inside there goes Toby Miles. Another driver who's impressed me a lot today. Now Toby was with us for round 1. But just the way that kart drives, that's a very well put together machine. That kart's giving its driver a lot of confidence to attack the corners. Across the line again, Ben Hunt leads this race, but Finley Rhodes is starting to turn the pressure up again. Drops the gap down to less than 0.2 of a second on that last measure. And again, we've seen errors, particularly down here, Stratford Corner. Stratford Corner is now so inviting for the drivers to go in either with a 2 mile an hour more speed than they've done before. But it can snatch you really, really, really easily. And we've seen several drivers today in non-gearbox categories deciding, oh dear, I need to go around the full 1200 metre version on the gearbox layout to survive in this. They've lost a lot of time as a result. Less than 4 minutes to go then in this one. One you would say is still very much in the balance. Toby Miles has got through past Adam Batt, so Toby Miles is now up to 5th place. Adam Batt has also had... now Adam Batt's under investigation now. We've just seen on our screen in the box. So again, that'll be one for the officials. They're going to do a little bit of work on, and we'll hear the outcome of that one later on. Changes further down the order. Noah Hammond. Noah, I want to say, stepping up to the interlevel. Or at least the first time I've seen Noah racing at this level. He's just got past Roshan Bachada for 16th place. And it should note as well, Roshan, times really improving. Roshan, across the course of the day, I haven't got the data in front of me. I wonder if Roshan's the most improved driver of the day so far. Because not quite able to stay on the lead lap in the first race. And now... what's that? 53.83. So you know, 2.5 seconds off the pace of the front runners, and we've got some really, really talented drivers here today. So fair play to Roshan, one of the novices. Quite a few novices in this one. Just to mention that Arlo Atwood is the best positioned of them so far. Currently running in 12th place. Not just novices, but a lot of new, like really new novices to Owner Racing. Meanwhile, back at the front, is this Finley Rhodes' chance to take the race lead? Yes, it is. Down the inside orbit, runs a bit deep. Now he's going to have wet tyres. Ben Hunt's going to come back. That was well driven by Ben Hunt. Finley Rhodes just ran a little bit wide, got on the wetter part of the circuit, had to hold it in there to make sure that there was no spin, and that gave Ben Hunt the route back through, but back comes Finley Rhodes. Finley Rhodes side by side with Ben Hunt towards the Bruno chicane and is through. The Maxim Kart goes through. We said that Maxim Motorsport were having a good start to this season. I'm going to make a prediction. This is a team, Maxim Motorsport, that we're going to be talking a lot on the national scene. As for through goes Ben Hunt. But Finley Rhodes, I don't think will be too happy about that. Over the start line again, Flynn Grantham is closing in as well. Flynn Grantham's absolutely flying around now. There's a 51.47 for Flynn Grantham, who I'm going to say is now part of this battle for the race lead. Grantham in 3rd place. Contact warning for Ben Hunt. So it's a contact warning that's just come up on our screen. Possibly for the moment that we just saw there at the hairpin. Finley Rhodes is going to have to dust himself off. And though he's got the speed right now to close in. In fact, the presence of Flynn Grantham could help him, could hinder him in this one. If they work together, 2 versus 1, they should be able to close Ben Hunt back in. Now seeing under investigation now, to be clear, that is a second message that came after the contact warning. Ben Hunt's now under investigation. Is that for what we've just seen down at Wilkins Corner? Doesn't mean that, you know, there's going to be anything beyond it. It means that the race officials are going to take a further detailed look to see if there is anything that needs to be judged upon. Time is up, so we're on 1.5 laps to go. Achilles Giannone there. Achilles driven well today. Again, I don't mind drivers doing another year at a level that that they've not necessarily had the biggest results in before. We'll come back to that, because Finley Rhodes, if he wants to win this race, does not want to win it in the stewards' room. He wants to win it out on track, and Ben Hunt is going to have to really work hard for this. Down the Stratford Straight once again. Finley Rhodes, no, doesn't think about going for it there. Could draw alongside off of the hairpin. It's an added distraction, and there's a back marker not too far ahead. Maybe that was playing into Finley Rhodes' mind. They head out of the Bruno chicane for the last lap the last time in this Minimax final. Oh, I hope the back marker doesn't get into play. Doesn't do so, but I think helped Ben Hunt a little bit there. There wasn't much width of track for Finley Roads to play with. Over the line, Ben Hunt takes the Minimax Rotax Inter final. The first one of the year here at Shenington. Rhodes P2, Grantham P3, Giannone P4, Toby Miles, Adam Bart all in the top 6. Noah Hobson, William Moore, Hugo Torpy and Jude Story in the top 10. Thomas Laidler 11th there over the line. Great drive. Arlo Atwood is your top novice in Rotax Inter here today. Xavier Davidson, second of the novices, ahead of Noah Hammond. Freya Lally, third of the novices, completes the top 15. Jess Kirby, 16th. Looks like Emrys Perring has got a position off of Rashan Bachada late on in this one. Just coming over the line now. There is Perring. Bachada, Mahimaru over the line, finishes 19th in this one in the number 18. Eva Jones at P20, and then Jay Birmingham, unfortunately, was a retirement. Really interesting race there for Rotax Inter. Should just note that our driver first over the line is under investigation, so that is a provisional result. But well done to all of our Rotax Inter drivers, as, oh no, the rain is back. So at least the Rotax Inters have got in. It won't have changed things. Everyone will have been on wets anyway. But the conditions are back to bite as we go into the next final. And that next final is X30 Junior. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Katie Donaldson starts on pole position. A really solid set of results for Katie so far in the heats. Jack Baker alongside on the front row. It's Alfie Taylor and Lucas Murray, the novice, on row 2. Conrad Barton and Charlie Philp start on row 3. It's then James Backworth and Night Measures on row 4. Lucy Lovell and Katie Clark, they form out the 5th row of the grid ahead of Charlie Blenkinsop and Archie Lee Bullock on row 6. And then Ayrton Limmer Evans and Harrison Maxwell on row 7. Tom Fox and Alfie Fulton go from row 8. Josh Bunduck and Ethan Windsor on row 9. Lewis Hay, Henry Duncan and Louis Barker have all had very tough days today. What can they do in this final? We're away in race for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And a brand new douse of rain on the circuit here in Shenington. Who's going to emerge from the pack in the lead of the race? It's Katie Donaldson, kart number 77 for Scotland, who leads this one, but not for long. Down the inside goes Jack Baker for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Great start there for Jack in the number 45. He will take an early lead. Alfie Taylor there as well in the bright yellow helmet in the red and white of Jade Racing Team on the Beryl ART is running in 3rd. Conrad Barton looking strong as well. You do get the feeling this is going to be a proper Jade Racing Team versus Tim Wilson Motorsport fight for the win in this one. But it's Baker from Donaldson, Backworth. James Backworth, that's a great start up. It wasn't Alfie Taylor. Alfie Taylor slipped down a couple of positions at the latter stage of that first lap. He's running in 5th place behind Lucas Murray, your top novice right now. Philp, Measures, Lovell, Barton, Blenkinsop, your top 10. You can see the drivers now having to go back to the really extreme wet lines. The rain is starting to team down, and I've got to say this is probably one of the reasons why we ran through the lunch break, because we don't want to lose light. It is quite dark and gloomy out there. It's fine, you can still see from Marshall Post to Marshall Post. I mean, in comparison to 1 month ago, it's worlds apart to 1 month ago, but it is understandable as this is a forecast rain shower. Whoa, a very long way off the circuit. There is the number 40 of Alfie Fulton and Katie Clark as well in the number 88. So they fall down the order, still in the race. But it's a while since I've seen a kart that far off at Wilkins. Here are your top 2. Jack Baker, Katie Donaldson. 2 very experienced drivers. 2 very quick drivers looking to make their mark in X30 Junior this year. It's going to be an interesting year, both at a club level and I think at a national level. A couple of top drivers in the standings of various championships last year have moved on, but there's a lot of drivers who've stayed. A lot of drivers who moved up from Miami Water Swift last year, or at the end of 2024 I should say, and have gone, yep, let's go for a second year in the juniors. And it should be a very, very competitive scene in X30 Junior for British karting in 2026. 7 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Lewis Hayes on a charge. Oh, who was that flying off the road? The number 49 of Lewis Hayes nearly got hit by the commentary curse cannon, but crucially didn't. Is up to 10th place, having started 19th. But was it Charlie Blenkinsop possibly, who we saw going off for a KZ2 lap there? Yeah, I think it might. Oh, it might have been Conrad Barton. No, it was Conrad Barton. Conrad Barton's just done a second sector that was 10 seconds off the pace, and will fall down to the bottom of the order. I think Charlie Blenkinsop did have a problem though as well, because Charlie Blenkinsop's fallen down to 15th place. Just shows again, say Stratford Corner for me is the one that you've really got to have your wits about you today. Jack Baker definitely does at the moment. This is another quite balanced race. Casey Donaldson has set the fastest lap of the race though last time around, 48.84. That was just under a tenth and a half quicker than what we saw from Jack Baker. But Jack Baker has the thing that I think, if you offered both of them a 50-50 choice right now, would you rather have the pace or would you rather have the track position? I would go for the track position every single time. Having said that though, we always say it for the leaders, they are the ones hitting the ever-changing surface first. They're going into the unknown. Those behind can follow, can judge, can improve. And there is the argument as well that as this rain comes down, those previous deltas and differences in the grip of across the width of the circuit start to change. It's no longer the case that you've got the very wet part of the circuit and the damp part of the circuit. I don't think it's quite back to a consistent level of grip across the whole width, but the difference between the two is definitely reducing. 5 minutes to go. I tell you what as well, these top two need to keep an eye on the driver behind. James Backworth started this race 7th, had a very good start. Has just gone and put in a 48.29 and is closing in. Is only 1.2 seconds behind the race leader now. I just wonder for Katie Donaldson as well. I say I've had the pleasure of earlier on this week being out in Valencia watching some racing also in the X30 categories. And we've been talking a lot about strategy and picking your moment and knowing that when there's a driver closing in behind, that you don't want to be eaten up and thrown out the back of the pack. It was a very different last lap though. Jack Baker just suddenly set his personal best. It was a 48.66. Oh, look at the rain teeming down now. So it looks like the rain is getting harder down the bottom end of the circuit. But Jack Baker, for the first time in a while, was quicker than the two Jade Racing Team drivers directly behind. It extended his lead back up to nearly half a second again. Just a notice on our screen, Lewis Hay under investigation. Not quite sure what that would be for. But the number 49 up to 9th place now. Here's your fight for 4th place. Knight's measures. I say, great to have Knight back. Had a bit of time on the sidelines and has moved up to juniors as well. So he's having the tougher year. He's having the one where you have to step up and learn a lot of things very, 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 very quickly. And at least on the basis of this showing, Knight is giving it a really good go, holding off one of the heat winners from earlier on in the day. Remember, Knight Measures had that technical problem during one of the slow procedures, the full course yellows. That's why he started a little bit further down the order. So again, his pace has been better than the 8th place on the grid that he started with today. And that's been shown because he's moving himself up to 4th place at the moment. Changes a little bit further down the order just to tell you about whilst we keep an eye on the race leaders. Lucy Lovell is up to 7th place and Lewis Hayes also through. They've both got past Charlie Philp So 7th, 8th and 9th now for those three. Good drive in this race as well, just to mention, for Harrison Maxwell, another one of our novices. As I say that, has just dropped down the order. I hope I've just not cursed him, but he was 10th. And now running in 12th place, has just lost out to Tom Fox and to Ayrton Limmer Evans. Ayrton, who had a good shining spotlight in the second heat. You can see the eyes of Katie Donaldson, just wondering now, where is the chance going to be? Is there going to be a chance? The track continuing to get wetter all the time. The rain really starting to beat down here at Shenington. Jack Baker's pace, it looked vulnerable in the first half of this race, but second half, very, very good. Another new personal best for Jack that time around. So as everybody else has backed off from their best pace, which is understandable considering how the track's been changing, Jack seems to have been getting quicker and quicker. Is this a setup thing? Is this a setup thing that maybe the TWM team went, it's going to rain quite heavily across the course of this race, let's go with a more wet biased setup as opposed to a damp circuit setup that'll suit us better for the duration of the race. Purely speculating on that one, folks. Haven't got the data in front of me to indicate whether that is true or not. It's curious how Baker seems to be better in these conditions, or handling these conditions better than Donaldson and Beckwith behind. However, Katie Donaldson has still not been shaken off here and has still got a chance of winning this race, as long as she's right there. About a kart length behind, 2 kart lengths max to Jack Baker. Change for 14th place. Charlie Blenkinsop has had a bit of a tough final, but at least has got back through past Archie Lee Bullock. That was on the last lap of the race. My goodness me. Oh, this is getting really heavy now. But the driver's doing a great job. No one's flying off the road. They're all driving to the conditions right now. Got a feel for our marshals. And I will mention as well, not just for the guys here with Alpha Live, but other places I've been this week. I've seen some of the worst conditions for camera operators ever the last 4 days. So if there's anything worth giving a like on the broadcast for on YouTube, it's for the camera operators. They have been superb here today, and yeah, not been easy. 2 laps to go then, including the one that we are on. Jack Baker still leads this race by 0.4 of a second from Katie Donaldson. It just doesn't seem like Katie's able to get within that crucial striking distance. It's again one of those races where our race leader has almost got an invisible wall behind them. I mean, in a way that he have. I remember a couple of years ago at the World Championships at PF International, and speaking to Ethan Jeff Hall about that race he had with Joe Turney, and asked him, do you think you were ever going to get through past Joe? And he simply said to me, no, Andrew, I couldn't see him. The spray was so bad that I didn't know where Joe was. And I wonder if that's a similar case here, that Katie Donaldson can't have the confidence to know where to go for a race-winning move because she can't see. The closer she gets to Jack Baker, the worse the visibility gets. And look at it now. This is really heavy rain now. This is what the UK's been dealing with for the last 2 months, basically, if you're watching from overseas. And it's going to be a big assist to Jack Baker, who's mastered the horrendous conditions here at Shenington to win the X30 Junior final. Katie Donaldson is on the podium, P2. James Beckwith, great drive, P3. It's a double podium for Jade Racing Team, but it's Tim Wilson Motorsports who take the top spot in the hands of Jack Baker. Night Measures, brave drive through to 4th. Alfie Taylor 5th. Lucas Murray 6th is your top novice. 7th for Lewis Hay from the back of the grid, ahead of Lucy Lovell, Charlie Philp and Ayrton Limmer Evans. Across the line, P10, 2nd of the novices. 11th for Tom Fox, 12th for Harrison Maxwell, 13th Henry Duncan, Charlie Blenkinsop, Ethan Windsor, Alfie Fulton, Archie Lee Bullock, Josh Bundock and Katie Clark all finish ahead of, I think, Conrad Barton had a problem on the last lap there. Fell down to 20th place. So the rain has really come back with a vengeance. The drivers for the next race are in the pre-grid. To put into context what the visibility is like, little behind the scenes element. All of our cameras have a little thing that lights up bright red. Producer Adam, if we go back to our turn 1 camera, normally I can't see these. I can see the tally lights. It is the brightest thing that I can see right now. As I say, I have had this before where the visibility gets... oh dear, it's the driver in last place just may have bumped into the pit lane, but they've come back in now. But yeah, that's the level to which the visibility of the rain... I could still see across the circuit, so again, it's miles better than it was a month ago with the fog. But yeah, I can see LEDs that normally I'm not able to see. Let's get on with it though, because the drivers are rolling out for the next final. So let's go for it then. The X30 Senior final in torrid conditions here at Shenington. Here's your starting grid for the final. We'll just give that a little bit of a reset to take you through the full starting grid. Dominic Parabok on pole position. Ryan Gill alongside on the front row. William Omar, CJ Bennett, Piotr Jurovic, Zef Nürnberger row 3. We're going to have to sprint through this one. Because the drivers are already round the far side. Jake Brook, Jack Monkhouse, Katie Ashman, Alfie Gallagher all start in the top 10. Dylan Masters, Alvin Chu, Lucas Armstrong, Andrew Platt, Lauren Dunleavy, Masters, Cowley, Alessi, Workman, Seward, Brooker and Bagley. We are ready for a race start. 10 minutes in torrential rain here at Shenington into the first couple of corners. Dominic Parabok has the race lead. The number 43 of Ryan Gill is immediately up to second place. They head down towards the Stratford corner. Track position, as we've just seen in the juniors, is going to be really, really important right now. If you're in that spray, it is going to be so hard to make any kind of overtakes and be sure of where your competitors are. Reese Masters had a contact warning very early on here. So it's it's a wheel off. Wheel off through the Bruno chicane. Now the question is, who has it come off? There it is. It's the number 67 of Dylan Masters. Well, he's had a contact warning and now he's lost his front right wheel out of this race. I think Parabok was nearly off through the exit of Hanger Corner. End of the first lap. Parabok leads from Gill, Jurovic, Bennett, Omar, Ashman, Monkhouse, Gallagher, Armstrong, Cowley. A good start there for Ben Cowley, up from 17th place up to P10. This, and yeah, red flag. Red flags are out. That's the right decision. That is the right decision. The rain is absolutely horrendous here. The first part of the course over under the commentary box here has just become a lake. It's just become a lake in the last 30 seconds. This is what we're talking about. It is now a safety concern. It is not safe to race. We did get one lap in there for the X30 Senior final. I say it's a brave one to go out there, but I totally understand why they tried to do it, and I also totally understand why they've now red flagged it. The drivers will head back to pit lane, and I fear we may be 3 out of 3, folks, for DDMM commentaries on site so far this year, because this rain is not only very heavy. I'm just looking around. It is local time 3:50 here. Now we still have some daylight hours remaining, but the cloud cover, this is thick. This is really, really thick cloud cover over that's dumping a lot of water on the circuit. And as I made the point about the tally lights earlier, which I'd say normally I can't see, from that kind of distance of a few hundred metres. I really hope I am wrong, folks, but I've had this feeling before, twice before this year, twice this week, in fact, that is a red flag that we may not be able. Don't go anywhere. We're not finishing yet. But if you're just joining us, red flag for weather conditions in the X30 Senior final. Torrential rain hitting the circuit here at Shenington on the second lap of the X30 Senior final. Drivers have headed back into the pits. The one I feel really sorry for is Dylan Masters, because Dylan Masters, of course, is out there with 3 wheels on his wagon. And we have still got on the schedule today a few more races, but again, if the rain is now in for the foreseeable, and similar to the fog problem that we had last month, the visibility is not good, is not safe for the drivers, and that was really bad even before the rain came in for that last 30 seconds and flooded a big part of turn 2 and turn 3. When I say flooded, it's just a lot of standing water for the drivers. It's not growing the amount of water on it. Most of it is being blown across into the infield, but simply not safe enough to race for the drivers. So hopefully this is just a rain shower that passes through, and then we will still have the opportunity to do the rest of this race, the Senior Rotax race, the KZ2 race, and the Junior Rotax race. Of course, if they cannot run the races safely here at the circuit, safety paramount as always, the results would most likely be determined by the starting grid of the final, i.e. off the intermediate classification of the 2 heats that everybody has done. That is a very common way of resolving things in this situation. But to be clear, that is not the case as of yet. We are under red flag conditions. We will await further details from the race officials. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Jensen Hookie. It's hailing, so in fact, was there a bit of hail out there on the circuit? Sam, yeah, absolutely spot on for the Senior X30 drivers. They really got the rough look there. Hello to Marion Sheridan as well, who was tuned in to. Sorry, Marion, we were both hoping to watch CJ Bennett have a good race in that one. It's not that he's had a bad race, it's just he's not been able to have a full race at all because of the British weather, which frankly I am sick and tired of for the last 2 months. I'm going away for a couple of weeks in about a week and a half's time to somewhere that will be decidedly warmer than here, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Hello to Finn Bob as well. The goat is P1. Well, if that goat is Dominic Powerbuck, then yeah, he's absolutely P1 at the moment. But yes, if you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions for a weather delay. No, it's not fog this time. It is and I really do mean it, a considerable amount of rain here at Shenington. Not unheard of. For those who don't know the area, we sit right on top of a hill at this one. So similar to other circuits, your clay pigeons, your places like that. When the weather comes in, it comes in hard here, and it's done so again. It doesn't matter whether it's February or August. That's my general experience of this place, that when it rains, it can really, really beat down. Just a quick bit of news on Dylan Masters. I can see Dylan Masters' kart and Dylan ahead of me. Dylan's perfectly okay. That's the most important thing. But just trying to see, is this just a simple stub axle that I think has failed? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, the initial part, the inboard part of the axle is still attached, but the bit that holds the wheel on is not. But that kart has now been recovered back to the pits. Now, I'm gonna come back with the positivity. I'm gonna give myself a slight head shake and tap on the head, because I said at the start of the day that I was going to be positive today. The light levels have, in my position here in the comms box, improved. Apologies, we're not able to change the camera right now. I think my producer has gone for a quick little comfort break. Well, someone pressed the button there to make that button go. But yeah, I would say the worst. I've had a long look this week of looking at weather and whether this is better or worse than it has been prior. I think the worst of this rain has just passed. It's still raining. It's still quite firm rain, but there's not as much. Still a good amount of standing water in front of me here in the box, overlooking Cafe Corner, but not as much as there was perhaps 5 minutes ago. And again, the light levels, judging by how luminous people's high visors are, and how luminous the tally light on this camera here. I can still see it, but it's not as luminous to me as it was 5 minutes ago. So by that highly scientific method, I think the conditions are, I won't say improving, but just getting not as horrendously bad as they were about 10 minutes ago when we stopped this X30 Senior race. Wind coming in from the Stratford corner as well, but again, by the standards set this week, not the worst that I have seen. Again, if you're joining us and you have been part of the British contingent coming back from Valencia, the flight back last night was quite lonely without you all. I always quite enjoy the Saturday night or Sunday night kart fests on certain low-budget airlines that a lot of us use. And yeah, I know a lot of you weren't on the flight last night because you hadn't been able to take your awnings down because we were all whipped out of the paddock by the insurance companies who made the call yesterday. If you are just joining us, it's me. It's my fault. This is now the third event. If I physically turn up for an event to commentate, so PF for the Icebreaker Cup, that was okay because that one I did remotely. But if I physically turn up for a race event so far in 2026, we get this. We either get fog, we either get heavy rain, or we either get the wind, or we get a combination of the wind and the rain, and it's all my fault. So if we don't finish today, it is official. It's not David Manchester's fault. We wondered whether it's his fault because he was 2 for 2 as of 24 hours ago. I had a very good chat with Ollie West and family last night before we got on the plane. We wondered it might have been Ollie's fault because he was 2 for 2. I can confirm, well, I may be confirming in short distance time, no, it's not either of you, it's me. And that's why I need to go on holiday to somewhere else. Hopefully the weather will improve. Jokes aside, the light levels are improving. I'm going to be positive here. The almost has the sun gone levels of gloom have lifted over the circuit. So now the problem's going to be standing water. Quite clearly the drainage systems here at the circuit working as they should. I can expect that our marshals are, yes, I can see them coming out with brooms now. So they will be looking to clear the water. And okay, so now we've had an update. It's the one I feared might be coming in, and we can now confirm that kart meetings being called off so far in 2026 for weather reasons are yours truly, Andrew Mather's fault. We are now 3 for 3. The meeting is abandoned. That is the end of today. Just had that from Graham Smith. Thank you to the team here at Shenington. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, there is still a lot of standing water
on the circuit. But yeah, that is us done for the day. So the X30 Senior final, I'll be honest, not sure on that one because we only ran one lap of that one. For the remaining races for Senior Rotax, for Kaiser 2 and for Junior Rotax, their round results will, I'm 98% sure, be based off the grids for the finals. The results will be based off the intermediate classifications run from the heats. For everybody else, though, wow, we got further than last time. We got to a good number of finals in today, and a good amount of strong racing. Thank you very much for being with us. I know it's not quite what we wanted. We wanted that full day. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that to occur. Thank you for all of you joining in. Thank you for our marshals. Thank you for our camera ops today. In terms of karting on Alpha Live, we've got our second slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live next week. That will be at Wilton Mill. My good friend and colleague Henry Baudet will be whisking his way back from Dubai for that one. Hopefully he will bring some good weather with him, and I will go away to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and bring some more good weather back with me when I return. We will be back as well for round 3 of Shenington Kart Racing Club. It will be myself on comms for that, although I'm pretty sure you'll all want me not to be on comms now, given how my year's going so far. And of course, we've got more karting coming across as the season really starts to get going with a lot of the national series, the touring series, once we get into the spring. But for now, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for joining us here for round 2 for the Love of Speed event for Shenington Kart Racing Club. Until a month's time, round 3. To hope you have a very, very good few weeks, and hope to see you here back at Shenington for more Shenington Kart Racing Club. Bye-bye.